Hello, everyone. You're in the CNN Newsroom. I'm Frederica Whitfield. The next list will return Sunday, November 11th, after Election Day weekend at 2 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. But right now, we want to bring you the very latest coverage of Hurricane Sandy. Tens of millions of people along the East Coast from North Carolina to Maine are preparing for a monster of a storm that could have a devastating impact on the entire region. The outer bands of Hurricane Sandy right now pounding the Carolinas. The storm is about 250 miles southeast of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina, carrying 75-mile-an-hour winds. Sandy is moving north, and it's expected to turn toward the East Coast tomorrow and collide with a cold front, producing a possibly very dangerous mega storm. Storm surges could trigger massive flooding, and power could be knocked out to millions of people from North Carolina all the way up to New England. We have reporters all over the region covering this major storm as it bears down on the eastern seaboard. We'll hear from all of them straight ahead. But first, let's now look at the weather picture and get an idea of the track of this storm. Let's check in with Sarah Dillingham here in the Severe Weather Center. And so we know it's not far off the North Carolina coast. Is it moving relatively fast?
Yeah, well, Frederica, we've got the latest advisory in from the National Hurricane Center, and Sandy is still a hurricane in the 2 p.m. advisory. Take a look at this. Winds at 75 miles per hour. Now, you asked about the forward movement of the storm. We're still holding about northeast at 14 miles per hour because that ridge of high pressure that's centered out here in the Atlantic is really going to push Sandy up. And this low pressure center is going to start to draw Sandy in over the next 24 hours. So we could see the forward motion of Sandy speed up a little bit as we go through on out the day today and into tomorrow, right before it slams into the northeastern coast. So taking a look at the latest track of Sandy, we'll still have it as a Category 1 hurricane, even through Monday morning at around 8 a.m., winds of 80 miles per hour. Now, this is still expecting to slam into the northeastern coastline, anywhere from Washington, D.C., all the way from New York City. You see, we are in that cone of uncertainty there, and winds still holding possibly at 70 miles per hour. Now, at some point before Sandy makes landfall, we still are expecting that what we call extratropical transition to take place, in which Sandy is no longer strictly a tropical storm, but we're going to actually see Sandy become a hybrid storm, as we're going to call it, this hybrid storm. But as we take a look over the next 24 to 48 hours, these are the kind of storm surges that we're going to see with Sandy as we get all of that wind to push onshore, bringing all of those waters back into the coastline. 3 to 6 feet here as you go around eastern or coastal Massachusetts, I should say. 4 to 8 feet possible from Atlantic City to New York. So these are going to be life-threatening storm surges possible. And we take a look down further along the coast, even further south, even Norfolk to Ocean City. You can see 2 to 4 foot storm surges over the next 48 to 72 hours, even 4 to 6 feet there along the outer banks of coastal Carolinas. And taking a look at the wind threat, we could see wind gusts of 80 miles per hour, Frederica, with this. That is definitely Category 1 hurricane force winds, so power outages are going to be a huge issue with this as we go throughout the next couple of days, even gusts to 60 miles per hour as far north as Boston. So, Frederica, this is a huge storm system that is really going to start impacting a lot of people. Power outages are going to be possibly into the tens of millions for some folks, so you really need to stay close to those local affiliates and just make sure that you are preparing for the storm, because the time to prepare is certainly now.
Yeah, and it's very significant because just your map shows it right there. You're underscoring it with your message that it's not just along the coast, but we're talking about a storm, especially since it's colliding with that cold front, which could certainly cause some problems further inland. So, you know, people have to brace, whether they're right there on the coast or even whether they're, you know, a few tens or hundreds of miles inland.
That's right, Frederica. And, you know, like we've been talking about, not only is the wind going to be a big issue, but also we're going to talk about heavy rainfall. We could see rainfall totals into the 6-inch ranges, and even we're talking snow in the backside of this system. Proportions along the Appalachians, you could see record-breaking snowfalls anywhere from 6 to 10 inches. Some of the earlier model forecasts were showing possibly higher amounts. So this is a very broad storm that are going to affect a lot of people over the next several days. So you really need to pay attention to this one.
Sarah Dillingham, thanks so much. Appreciate that. We'll check back with you momentarily. So let's zero in on the area that Sarah was talking about, that Delmarva Peninsula, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, that area. All of that could take a direct hit from Hurricane Sandy, right now a Category 1. Parts of Ocean City, Maryland, in fact, are already under a mandatory evacuation order. Our Sandra Endo is live in that area, which is usually a hot vacation spot toward the summer and Labor Day. And now we see the winds kicking up. Sandra, give us an idea what's happening there.
Yeah, Frederica, they're certainly bracing for Hurricane Sandy, and the waves are pretty rough out here already. And this is actually low tide, but in about 5 hours, it'll be high tide, and people will be feeling more of the effects of Hurricane Sandy as it approaches this area. And that is why local officials are very concerned. They're concerned about the combination between the storm and high tide. That's going to create a huge storm surge, and that's why they've asked all residents in the downtown area to evacuate, all non-residents to get out of town as well. There's also a voluntary evacuation order for low-lying areas, and we've seen people all day long boarding up, people and businesses gearing up for this storm, and state troopers have been going around knocking on doors, asking residents to leave or be prepared for this storm. Listen to what the mayor had to say.
I think the storm's really going to intensify as you get past 6 p.m. tonight on into 8 p.m. this evening with the next high tide cycle. You're going to see people disappear.
And Frederica, what's really unique about this storm, the mayor's concerned about the duration of it. Hurricane Sandy could hover and affect this area for 36 hours. That means several high tide cycles, and that's the real concern. Again, flooding and the storm surge. Again, the waves are very rough right now. It's only going to get worse. Frederica.
All right, Sandra Endo, thanks so much. Appreciate that there in Ocean City, Maryland. And by the way, just as Maryland started its early voting yesterday, already today it has been suspended because of this impending storm. And then further inland from where Sandra is in Washington, D.C., already the mayor there indicating that schools will be closed as a result of this impending storm. All right, let's move further south now to North Carolina. And just a couple hundred miles off the coast there is Sandy. We find our George Howell there in Kill Devil Hills. So, George, clearly you're getting the rain, you're getting pelted with a lot of wind. What else is happening?
Well, Frederica, fair to say Sandy is living up to her name. This storm bringing in the sand coming in from the side here. A lot of strong winds, a lot of rain coming in associated with the storm. And you see what's happening here out on in the Atlantic. You see the choppy surf. This is a good example of what's to come for these major metropolitan areas, for New York City, Philadelphia, for Washington, D.C. Again, in this area alone, Frederica, we're talking about a storm surge anywhere from 4 to 6 feet. And then on the sound side of things, on the sound side, the other side, there's a real worry about flooding. Flooding anywhere from 3 to 5 feet. So everyone's keeping a very close eye on the system as it moves past.
All right, George Howell, thanks so much. And Kill Devil Hills, appreciate that. And of course, as the storm continues to move north, George was talking about places like New York and Pennsylvania that are also going to be impacted. Later on, we hope to hear from the mayor of New York City, who has already indicated that the subway systems, that service is being suspended. Later on today, we'll give you a complete update on how this storm is impacting so many cities along the eastern seaboard. All right, meantime, Hurricane Sandy also affecting the race to the White House. I mentioned in Maryland already suspension of early voting. And it's also meant that the two running for the White House, Romney and Obama, well, they're adjusting their schedules as well. We'll bring you up to date after this. Some have anticipated that October surprise in the race for the White House. It turns out it just could be Hurricane Sandy. The storm has both presidential candidates canceling events. President Obama's final Monday campaign event in Virginia and his first Tuesday event in Colorado now canceled. The president will instead return to the White House to monitor the storm. As for Romney, well, he canceled his events in Virginia today and said he would instead join his running mate on a bus tour of Ohio. So Mitt Romney has added an important endorsement in Iowa. The Des Moines Register has chosen Romney because they say It's all about the economy. It marks the first time in 40 years that the newspaper has backed a Republican in the presidential general election. Meanwhile, President Obama has added the New York Times to his yes endorsement column. The editorial page listed Obama's achievements, like saving the auto industry and health care reform, as reasons for that endorsement. The Times also endorsed Obama back in 2008 and has not backed a Republican since Dwight Eisenhower. All right, so let's get back to our storm coverage now, finding out exactly where it is. We know that it's kind of hugging the North Carolina coast right now. It is making its way so far at about 85 miles per hour. We've got our Chad Myers, who's here with us to give us a better view as to the track of this storm. The Delmarva area and parts of New England are bracing. They're already putting preparations underway, even making some cancellations as well. This is going to be a monster of a storm.
You know, Transit Authority very concerned that power lines, trees could fall on the tracks. They don't want trains running on tracks where there may be tree branches or real trees. So that's why they've will shut down the transportation a little bit earlier than maybe people want or expect. You just need to know that you need to get where you want to get to soon, because they're not, otherwise you're going to be taking a very long cab ride. This is a serious storm. Even though people have been yelling at me on Twitter, it's only a Category 1, settle down, settle down. No, it isn't just a Category 1. There's not only a Category 1 storm out there, there's also a mid-latitude snowstorm that's going to combine with this. And we're going to get 1 + 1 = 3. Not 1 + 1 = Category 3, but a Category 1 here, a storm in here that's going to pick it up and multiply it. Multiply it in ways that we haven't seen before. We've never seen a low-pressure system come on shore in this area at this time, combining with a low pressure that's come in from the west. We know about one. It's called the Perfect Storm. Wrote a book. Ships went down. You know, it was a movie. But that storm never made landfall. All of that damage and all of that story all happened for a storm that stayed offshore. This storm is not going to stay offshore. It's going to come onshore, and it's going to literally almost stop for 48 hours, only going from here to here in 2 days and spinning around one band of rain or snow, for that matter, after another for hours and hours and hours. And here's the deal. If we push a storm, Category 1, anywhere between here and here, and that's basically where the cone is right now, you're going to push a tremendous amount of water into New York Harbor. This is the thing that we worried about with Irene that didn't happen. What if 11 feet of water pushes up the East River and up into the Sound and up the Hudson River? What gets flooded? That's why people are being evacuated right now. That's why it's such a serious storm, because we have not seen things like this before. Ocean City up to Chesapeake, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, maybe 4 feet. That's it. That's it for you. Now, for many people, that's still significant. If you have your boat tied into harbor and water goes up 4 feet and you don't have lines that are long enough, you're going to do a lot of damage, either to the dock or to the boat itself, and then to the loss of life. And the problem with this is that if we get what could be 12 to 20 inches of rainfall in any one spot, there's going to be flash flooding. The winds are going to be cold. This is not going to be a hurricane where it's 70 degrees outside. This might be more like 45 with hurricane force winds outside. You get wet. You let it rain on you. You're outside at 45 degrees and the wind's blowing 50, you're going to get hypothermia in a really quick time. This is a cold core winter type storm that's getting energized with the energy of a Category 1 hurricane. That's the multiplication problem. That's where we are with this, and it comes in late tomorrow night into Tuesday.
And so, Chad, I know the primary concern is what Hurricane Sandy would bring, but let's talk about that cold front, you know, just west of the system that you're talking about. And there were some indications that there might be snow that would come with that cold front. Is that still a concern?
Feet of snow, feet of devastating snow. And there may be snow even into Ohio and Pennsylvania, even though the forecast doesn't really show this. Parts of the Alleghenies all the way down, this is West Virginia, getting covered up by snow. All right, there could be spots, and I'm not kidding you, there could be spots of 60 inches of snow, 5, 6 feet of snow. You have all of that moisture from the hurricane, and then you have air cold enough to make the snow, and then it spins for 48 hours. An inch of snow an hour for 48 hours, multiply it out, that's already 4 feet without trying.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, well, already very clear how it's impacting early voting in many of the places that you just mentioned. It's going to be interesting to see with all the potential power outages, how long that would last if it indeed ends up encroaching on November 6th, Election Day. We're going to talk about that a little bit later on. Chad Myers, thanks so much.
You're welcome.
Off to New Jersey right now, where the governor, Chris Christie, spoke just a short time ago about Hurricane Sandy. He says his state is bracing indeed for the worst. Allison Kosick is in Seabright, New Jersey. What's happening there in Seabright? It's definitely very windy. You don't have the rain yet, but what are they bracing for? What are they expecting?
Actually, it did just start to rain just a bit, and we definitely do have the wind. The winds are picking up. Check out the ocean, the Atlantic Ocean. It's really fierce. The waves have certainly picked up steam there, but believe it or not, this is still low tide. High tide is coming in a few hours at 9 p.m. We talked with the Monmouth County Sheriff. He expects the water to move much more forward. You see how the beach erosion is happening here. Much of the beach is gone here. He expects that to move even forward. And the town isn't too far away over here to my left. The town here, they've been boarding up their storefronts. They've been putting sandbags out. Their biggest concern is just behind those buildings that you see is the Shrewsbury River. Now, the Shrewsbury River at high tide early this morning even came forward 3 to 4 feet. So the big worry is that you can see the whole town over there, flood over even at high tide tonight. Frederica? Oh, my. Okay. Now, what about evacuations, mandatory, otherwise, voluntary? What's the word there on that? Right, so for New Jersey, mandatory evacuation is in order for many of the barrier islands, including Seabright, where I am right now. Also, trains have been shut down, are going to be shut down this evening, New Jersey Transit. Then when you move over to New York, where you're seeing the mandatory evacuations for low-lying areas, 375,000 people are expected to be evacuated. They're providing 72 shelters there for people who are evacuated. New York City public schools are closed for tomorrow, and New York City subway system and buses and commuter rails, all of those are shutting down as well this evening until further notice. And some may think that it's a bit of a pain that that's happening, but the governor of New York did say that it is certainly needed and necessary. Listen to some of what he had to say.
The suspension of the service is for three main reasons. Number one, it is unsafe to operate the trains in high winds. Second, we don't want the equipment damaged, and trains are designed to deal with a lot of tough duty. They are not intended to be submerged, and we don't want to damage the equipment and then have a real problem getting the system up and running. And thirdly, we don't want to encourage people being up and about. We want people staying in their homes, be prepared, and stay at home.
And back out here live at Seabright, New Jersey, you see how the waves are really picking up strength here. On my way over here to Seabright from Manhattan, Frederica, we ran into lots of long lines at gas stations. Supplies really are dwindling at stores. Everybody really hunkering down and getting ready for Hurricane Sandy.
All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Allison Kosick there in New Jersey, Seabright, New Jersey. So all along the eastern seaboard from North Carolina all the way up to Maine. People are bracing for Hurricane Sandy, putting the preparations in place just as you've seen right there. We're going to update you on the other states and localities and what they're doing to prepare. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Sandy now. At least beginning this evening, commutes all on the eastern seaboard will be either crippled or stopped altogether, and that's involving local transit all the way to Amtrak. Our Josh Lebs has more on how all of these transits, railroad, on the roads, all of that is going to be impacted over the next few hours.
Yeah, it's incredible. And Fred, look, we're obviously looking ahead to this storm, but already right now, millions of people are being affected today. Let me tell you all where I am. I'm in the middle of the CNN newsroom, which is now the CNN Hurricane Desk. And if you look at this team that's surrounding me, these are our people who are focusing on every single state. And even within those states, every city, every region that could be impacted and likely will be impacted in the coming days. I know we have some photos for you here of things flying off the shelves. Let me talk to you a little bit about what's going on around the country right now. First of all, you do know a lot of people are clearing out grocery stores, but that's only the beginning when it comes to the numbers of people who are being impacted already. Listen to this. Just in New York alone, on a typical day, 4.3 million people ride the subway system. And the public transportation from MTA in general in that area per day, 8.5 million riders on a typical day there. And that's just the beginning. Amtrak has already canceled some of its trains in the region. They're not giving us specific numbers, but we do know this much. Amtrak's Northeast Corridor generally has more than 750,000 riders every day. So just in terms of transportation, we're already seeing some major impact. Let's do this. I want to show you some of the pictures we have up for you at CNN.com and where you can see all of the latest information as it comes in through our Just In blog. Take a look right here. First of all, this is a picture of Sandy from the sky, which obviously is getting a lot of talk. But take a look at here. Let's see if we can zoom in on this. I'm amazed by this picture. It's from Rockaway Beach in Queens, New York, and you can already see some of these really powerful surges. Take a look here. This one's out of Atlantic City. I want to bring you to a couple more. Cold Spring, New Jersey. Lots of people all over the country boarding up windows today, doing what it takes to prepare for the storm. And I want everyone to remember what we've already seen from this storm. So, Fred, this picture here is from La Javilla in Santo Domingo, the Dominican Republic. As we know, Sandy was already a deadly storm as it came cruising through the Caribbean. I want to show you one more here that might have escaped your notice. Take a look at this fire here. This is out of Kingston, Jamaica. All these pictures on CNN.com, and that fire is believed to have begun when there was a faulty generator in the wake of Hurricane Sandy. And that's just a little bit of what we're getting. Fred, throughout the evening, I'm going to be having lots of details for you as they come in from right here at the CNN Hurricane Desk, and we'll let you know news as it breaks.
Yeah, and you mentioned parts of the Caribbean hit. This was a very deadly storm in Haiti. At least 65 people now is the death toll there in Haiti. So this is a monster of a storm. Clearly, the greatest concern here in the States is going to be kind of the surge. We're talking about upwards of 11-foot surges, the kind of flooding that it could bring. And, of course, you know, lots of rain, too, and power outages.
And the National Hurricane Center is saying that if you take a look at the area that could have flooding, it's where millions of people live. That's the potential monstrosity of this storm. It covers an area in which millions of Americans live. There could be various types of flooding, including, just as you were saying, up to 11 feet there of storm surge flooding in some areas, Fred.
All right, Josh Leves, thanks so much. Keep us posted. Of course, right now, Sandy is kind of hugging the coast of North Carolina. We're going to take you to North Carolina momentarily, as well as to Ocean City, Maryland, where they're bracing for the worst. All right, welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Sandy. President Barack Obama is suspending his campaigning, now back to the primary duties of his job as the country's leader. Just moments ago, he was at FEMA headquarters in Washington, D.C., talking about the hurricane. Let's listen in.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Obviously, all of us across the country are concerned about the potential impact of Hurricane Sandy. This is a serious and big storm. And my first message is to all the people across the eastern seaboard, mid-Atlantic, going north, that you need to take this very seriously and follow the instructions of your state and local officials, because they are going to be providing you with the best advice in terms of how to deal with this storm over the coming days. We've just had an excellent meeting with the FEMA team here, the various agencies that are in charge, including the Department of Defense, Department of Energy, and others that are going to need to respond very quickly. Under Craig Fugate's leadership here at FEMA, we've had a chance to talk to the regional officials as well. And I just had a phone call with the governors of potentially impacted states, as well as some of the major cities in the region. At this stage, everybody is confident that the staging process, the pre-positioning of resources, commodities, equipment that are going to be needed to respond to the storm are in place. But as Craig has emphasized, this hasn't hit landfall yet. So we don't yet know where it's going to hit, where we're going to see the biggest impacts, and that's exactly why it's so important for us to respond big and respond fast as local information starts coming in. I want to thank all the members of the team for the outstanding work that they're doing, but the other thing that makes this storm unique is we anticipate that it is going to be slow moving. That means that it may take a long time not only to clear, but also to get, for example, the power companies back in to clear trees and to put things back in place so that folks can start moving back home. So my main message to everybody involved is that we have to take this seriously. The federal government is working effectively with the state and local governments. It's going to be very important that populations in all the impacted states take this seriously, listen to your state and local elected officials. My message to the governors as well as to the mayors is anything they need, we will be there. And we're going to cut through red tape. We're not going to get bogged down with a lot of rules. We want to make sure that we are anticipating and leaning forward into making sure that we've got the best possible response to what is going to be a big and messy system. So, again, thank you, everybody. Craig, would you like to add something?
Again, as the president says, it's going to really come down to the public heeding those evacuation orders, taking protective measures. If they haven't gotten ready, they can go to ready.gov, get information on how to protect them and their families, but also check on your neighbors. This is going to be a big storm. We need to be there for each other.
Okay. Let me emphasize that again, ready.gov. For the general public, if you need to know how to respond, that's where you can get centralized information. But I think Craig's point is exactly right. In times like this, one of the things that Americans do is we pull together and we help out one another. And so there may be elderly populations in your area. Check on your neighbor, check on your friend, make sure that they're prepared. If we do, then we're going to get through this storm just fine. But we're going to have to make sure that we are vigilant and vigilant for a couple of days. Don't anticipate that just because the immediate storm has passed that we're not going to have some potential problems in a lot of these communities going forward through the week. All right? Thank you very much, everybody.
Again, President Obama there at FEMA headquarters warning that this storm, Hurricane Sandy, is one that will be, quote, slow moving. And you also heard from FEMA's head, Craig Fugate there, who says the key to all of this is people heeding the evacuation orders that they get from their various localities. So tens of millions of people along the East Coast preparing for this monster of a storm that is expected to create extremely dangerous conditions from North Carolina all the way up to New England. The outer bands of Hurricane Sandy already pounding the Carolinas right now. The storm is about 250 miles southeast of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina, carrying 75-mile-an-hour winds. Sandy is moving north, of course, and expected to turn toward the East Coast tomorrow and collide with a cold front, producing a dangerous mega storm. You heard from our Chad Myers earlier. To the west of this storm, with that cold front, could also mean several feet of snow that might be dumped in West Virginia and Ohio. And the big threat from this storm that it may knock out power, if not for hours, possibly days, maybe even up to a week in some locations. And the storm could dump up to several inches of rain. And in the Appalachian area, it could be as much as a foot of snow, as well as the other areas that I mentioned that have that cold front kind of hovering. So we have reporters all over the region covering this major storm as it bears down on the eastern seaboard. We'll hear from all of them straight ahead. But first, let's go to North Carolina. Our George Howell is in Kill Devil Hills, where they've been feeling the effects of this storm for some time now. And it is a slow mover, apparently, as we've been seeing, as we heard from the president there. You're still being pounded by a lot of wind and rain.
Well, Frederica, you know, and I want to talk about what we just heard from those officials with the president saying that this is going to be a big storm. Now, keep in mind, you know, the center of the storm, hundreds of miles away from where we are now, but we are still within that wind field. And on the edge of that wind field, where we are here on the Outer Banks, we're feeling these wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour. Think about what it's like closer to the center of that storm, and then think about that storm moving up and then making that hook to the left into those major metropolitan areas. What we're seeing right now here on the Outer Banks, what we're seeing around North Carolina in these counties that have declared states of emergency, this is a taste of what's to come as this storm, again, a big storm, moves into those metro areas and then merges with that cold front. It will be a nasty situation. But here what we're dealing with, again, the strong winds, sand, and Sandy, in fact, living up to its name, kicking around a lot of sand. And take a look at what's happening back there. I mean, when you look at the ocean, it's choppy, rough waters. There was a beach out there. We walked that beach yesterday. Frederica, the beach is not there now. The storm surge here expected to get up to 4 to 6 feet on this side of the Outer Banks. And then on the south side, you can see flooding anywhere from 3 to 5 feet.
All right, George Howell, thanks so much. Appreciate that from Kill Devil Hills. All right, let's move further north to Maryland, already under a state of emergency ahead of Sandy's arrival. Let's go to Ocean City, Maryland. That's where we find our Sandra Endo there, braving the heavy wind already.
Yeah, similar to what George just said, Frederica, we've been feeling a steady wind all day long, about 25 miles per hour here in Ocean City, and we just came off of low tide. But check out the waves here, a very rough surf. Luckily, if anything, Ocean City is not experiencing their peak tourist season right now, so that may be the only silver lining of this whole storm, but they're certainly bracing for the worst. The mayor here ordering a mandatory evacuation downtown Ocean City, as well as a voluntary evacuation for low-lying areas. Also, non-visitors, or non-residents, I should say, are also being forced away from Ocean City right now as they prepare for this storm. And we watched a lot of local residents board up their businesses, board up their homes, because the real combination, the threat of this storm, is the high tide, which is about to hit in about 5 hours, and the effects of this storm. Again, a lingering long duration of rain and wind, plus the high tide cycles. That's a combination for disaster. Frederica.
All right. Thanks so much, Sandra Endo. Hold on to that hat. The wind kicking up there in Ocean City, Maryland. Okay. Well, this storm is very serious. So much so, of course, the presidential candidates are suspending their travel plans. Both were planning to be in Virginia. Ann Romney was planning to be in New Hampshire. All of those plans have now changed as a result of the path of Hurricane Sandy. We'll bring you an update on the campaign trail after this. We'll get back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Sandy in a moment. Meantime, on the campaign trail, Mitt Romney will be now campaigning in the all-important state of Ohio. President Obama is now staying close to Washington as he continues to monitor the developments of this storm. But let's talk about Ohio and why it is particularly a close race there. We asked likely voters who their choice was for president. Barack Obama has a 50% to 46% margin over Mitt Romney in this latest poll, which is why Mitt Romney and Paul Ryan are stumping there today after modifying their plans. They were going to be in Virginia, but because of the storm, now they're in Ohio. As you see here, the two rallied supporters just a short time ago in Salina, Ohio. They both have spent several days in the Buckeye State and have more on their calendar. Let's talk a little bit more about the direction of that state and the voting electorate. Stephen Koff is the Washington bureau chief for the Cleveland Plain Dealer. His paper's editorial board has endorsed President Obama. And you have your own new polling out this morning showing a dead heat there. Obama and Romney both pulling 49% of support among likely voters. This is in line with that tightening national race, according to a number of major polls. So why is, or is it your view, that Ohio is kind of the microcosm of the country?
Ohio is, indeed, Frederica. It always is. It's tight this time. But if you were to compare, let's say, Texas or Utah with New York and put them all in one state, you'd have Ohio.
So the president has traveled to that state, at least 24 times. Mitt Romney, somewhere more than 40 times this year alone. Both of them clearly know it's a very important state. But at this juncture, as the two still will descend on Ohio with just a few days left before Election Day, if everything goes according to plan, what do Ohioans need to hear from them?
I think they need to hear assurance from the president that things are going to get better, that they know things have been bad, everybody is aware of that, but that things are going to improve, and they'll improve relatively quickly, that the worst of it is over if he can convey that effectively. Governor Romney needs to continue to persuade voters that Obama has had his 4 years. It's time for new leadership. They're both making that case, and it's really about getting then those voters who have made up their minds or who are really close to voting for one or the other out to the polls. It's a ground game now.
So now what about the undecideds? We keep hearing about the undecideds. Is there a significant populace there in Ohio?
It's a tiny populace at this point. I mean, our poll found 1% of undecided. It's really minute.
1%. Wow. Okay, so if we break down the state, the northern portion of that state is traditionally one that would vote more Republican. It seems as though, according to some polling and some of your articles, that is the portion of the state that is leaning toward Romney. But that's also the portion of the state that's heavy on manufacturing of ships and cars, especially since Obama has been getting a lot of credit for helping to save the U.S. auto industry. That doesn't seem to make sense.
Right. Well, actually, the northern part, especially the northeastern part, is traditionally Democratic. The northwestern part has been Democratic, but if you move away from Toledo, it gets to be a little bit less so. And so it's consistently, really, especially Northeast Ohio, Cleveland area, Akron area, that's traditionally Democratic. It's really a matter of whether President Obama can keep up with those margins that he had in 2008 there.
800,000 Ohioans have already voted. Early voting is really kind of maybe changing the landscape of this election season. Is there any way of knowing to whose advantage this will be, Romney or Obama?
Yeah, there are two ways to tell that. One is our poll. It seemed about almost 1 in 5 voters had said they'd voted early, and they were definitely going for Obama in the early polling. As well, you can look at where the returns are coming in. You can't tell who voted for whom, but you can look at, for instance, our Democratic strongholds seeing more ballots returned than Republican strongholds. And it would appear that that's the case. Of course, the Romney people say, so what? These are people who are going to come out to the polls on Election Day anyway. They're voting early. That's not the same as lining up other people who are still to be slightly persuaded or need to be persuaded a little bit more and get them to come out. So they say none of that matters.
All right, can I talk to you about weather real quick? You're there in Washington. You definitely are going to be impacted by the weather with Hurricane Sandy. But for your fellow Ohioans, when we hear our Chad Myers talking about several potential feet of snow because of the cold front that will be hovering over Ohio, is there a big concern that that's going to impact Election Day?
I think it's too soon to know about Election Day. It's certainly going to impact the next few days. They expect it to be rather cool in the 40s, high in the 40s by Wednesday. And so I'm sure that will affect early voting at least.
All right. Stephen Koff, thanks so much of the Cleveland Plain Dealer. Appreciate your time and insight.
Thank you.
All right, Washington, D.C., let's stick with that for a moment as it pertains to Hurricane Sandy. Guess what? Public schools there will be shut down ahead of the storm. We'll find out what else in the area might be impacted from Hurricane Sandy. All right, if you have travel plans to the Mid-Atlantic or the Northeast, you need to think again. Change your plans. Chad Myers here to explain that Sandy is going to make a real mess of anyone's commute. Yeah. Short or long? Right, short or long. Airlines are already saying, you know what, give us a call if you can. If not, get online. We're gonna waive those fees. We know you can't get there. We know the planes are not going to be there. So plan accordingly. And you can go to your website there, to your local airport, whatever airline, wherever you're going to fly out, and find that out, because we're just getting those 1 minute after minute for airports being added. Philadelphia, Newark, LaGuardia a little bit slow today, but literally this is nothing compared to where we're going to be. These airports are going to come to a grinding halt. Here's JFK's plane, still 128 in the air to JFK, so things are still moving. It hasn't stopped just yet. But when you see this, and you see wind gusts that are going to be 60, 65, 80 miles per hour. There's not going to be one airline that wants to fly a plane into that kind of weather. They don't even want the planes on the ground waiting through the weather to clear. So there may be nothing on that tarmac. There'll be no planes at all on some of those gates with some of these airlines. So keep that in mind. It is going to be a difficult travel for airline travel, and then driving travel may be very difficult through, this is Virginia, West Virginia, all the way down to Tennessee. 4 feet of snow likely in some of these passes. And then you talk about some of the trains, planes, and other things going up here. Most of the metro areas of New York City, those transit things are going to start to shut down around 7 o'clock. You need to get to where you want to go now. It's that simple. It really is. All right. Thanks so much. Chad Myers, appreciate that. You'll be joining us again momentarily. Meantime, let's go to one of those Mid-Atlantic states, Maryland. Annapolis specifically, that's where we find our Athena Jones. So, Athena, we already know that early voting has now been suspended just 1 day after people were excited about voting early there on a Saturday. For Maryland, not today. What else is taking place?
That's right. It's being canceled for tomorrow. And I can tell you that we're here in Annapolis. This is one of those places that's really particularly prone to flooding because it's so low. It just started raining here a few minutes ago and the wind is picking up. But this is one of many communities all up and down the eastern seaboard that is preparing for Hurricane Sandy. Annapolis resident Kim Kimball is hoping the sandbags she's collecting here will protect the museum where she works from rising waters.
That's the one that's most vulnerable, 77, because it's closest to the water. When it comes up, it'll flood the basement. So it's just one of the problems with living in a city that's on the water. So
she's been through this drill several times. Her friend Jack is a novice.
This is my first time doing the sandbags, so I'm sort of playing out how does it go.
In Washington, authorities are handing out sandbags and store shelves are being emptied. This region knows bad weather. The derecho last summer knocked down trees and cut off power to some communities for more than a week. Northern Virginia resident Ann Hargrove isn't taking any chances.
I went to Safeway, Rite Aid, and Walmart. There were no batteries, C's or D's to be had. Finally, when I got to Walmart, I got 4 jugs of water. But basically, I got water, toilet paper, paper towels, paper plates, paper cups, flashlights.
Rich Heilman, who owns a hardware store in low-lying Alexandria, Virginia, says the surge of customers began Thursday. They cleared him out of many basic supplies.
Alexandria's had a couple bad storms over the last several years, particularly 2 this year where people have lost power for an extended period of time. So I think they're a little bit smarter this time.
Pepco, the power company serving Washington and parts of Maryland, warns the damage could be significant.
I think everyone needs to recognize that a hurricane-style event is going to be a multi-day event.
And so you heard from Pepco there at the end talking about power. That's another one of the concerns just right here by the docks. We've spoken with a few businesses here. One of the ice cream businesses, for instance, says that if they lose power, that ice cream is only going to last a short time. They could lose everything. And a coffee shop here told us that in the past, they've been able to bring coffee from another location to here if the flooding's not too bad, so they can continue to get coffee and caffeine to the folks around here. Fred?
Okay, well, lots of businesses and those historic landmarks. Protections being put into place, but quickly, how about where people live there in that low-lying Annapolis area?
Well, really, as you saw at the beginning, sandbags are what people are coming to get. They were handing out sandbags until this morning, and so people have stocked up. That coffee shop I mentioned had a whole pile of them. They were going to be starting to put them out later on as the rain really picks up. But we did speak to some residents. There is a hill. It goes uphill pretty quickly around here, and so if you're higher up, you're going to be better off, of course. But the other folks are going to be hoping that the sandbags will do the trick. Fred?
All right. Fingers are crossed for all of them. Thanks so much, Athena Jones there in Annapolis, Maryland. Appreciate that. We're going to continue our coverage of Hurricane Sandy right after this. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Sandy. I'm Frederica Whitfield. Tens of millions of people along the East Coast from North Carolina to Maine are on alert as a huge storm threatens to cause major destruction. The outer bands of Hurricane Sandy are already pounding the Carolinas right now. The storm is about 250 miles southeast of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina, carrying 75-mile-an-hour winds. Sandy is moving north and is expected to turn toward the East Coast tomorrow. We'll be right back.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Welcome back. I'm Frederica Whitfield in Atlanta. Hurricane Sandy is already causing a lot of preparations to get underway all along the East Coast from North Carolina up to Maine. Let's bring you up to date on already some of the cancellations that have been put in place in some of the northeastern cities as well as mid-Atlantic. Now let's focus on New York, where already subway and commuter train service has been suspended for tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern time. There are already in place mandatory evacuation orders of low-lying areas. Evacuation centers are going to be open in 72 public schools. You'll have to check your listings locally. And the Port Authority says train stations will be closing at midnight, and public schools in New York City will be closed tomorrow. Let's move on to now the state of New Jersey, where a state of emergency has already been declared. Mandatory evacuations in parts of the state are already underway, and many of the tolls are suspended in the Garden State area so that people are able to safely and slowly evacuate. Buses are being sent to Atlantic City and other low-lying areas to help out in the evacuation. And now if we move even further south to the state of Maryland, where that state has been declared a state of emergency. Voluntary evacuations are already underway in low-lying areas, and mandatory evacuations taking place on the coast there in Ocean City. And in D.C., public schools have been canceled for tomorrow. So you've got to check your local listings to make sure you're up to speed on all the cancellations involving your transit, schools, etc. Chad Myers with us now to give us an idea of where this storm is. Still hovering kind of the North Carolina coast?
Yes, still out there. And it's still in warm water. And it still could get a little bit bigger before it makes landfall. Everybody say it's a Category 1, settle down. Yes, it's a Category 1, but it's going to combine with a mid-latitude low. A mid-latitude low that could make a snowstorm all by itself. All of a sudden you have a mid-latitude low, just a regular, just call it a snowstorm. You get that, and then you add a hurricane into it. Then all of a sudden you have extra charge. You've had 1 + 1 = 3 on this one because you're going to get a super low pressure center. Even though it's 75 miles per hour, it has the pressure equal to a Category 2, even a Category 3 storm. That means the surge is going to be significant. The width of the wind, tropical storm winds 400 miles on both sides of the eye. So you're talking an 800-mile swath of tropical storm winds. And tropical storm winds can put down winds high enough, gusts high enough, that will knock down trees, will knock down power lines. Could you imagine an 800-mile swath with all the power out, or at least half the power out? It will take a long time to put all this back together. If the infrastructure is going to get damaged, there's no question about it. We just hope that you pretend that this thing is not a Category 1. Just make sure you're thinking of 2, 3 as you're making your preps, especially if you're along the coast.
Because storm surges, that's where a lot of danger and trouble can result. I mean, we're talking about storm surges up to 11 feet in some areas, and people are hearing, oh, Category 1, I've been through something like that before, it's no big deal. But when you talk about storm surges that are pretty significant like that, along with the winds, power lines down, it's a terrible combination.
And a surge is not a tsunami. A surge is not some big wall of water that comes on shore, then washes everything in and washes everything out. This rises over time, 1 foot and then another, and maybe 1 foot per hour. And we're looking at some of these numbers that are 4 to 6 feet higher than Irene in New York Harbor. Irene didn't make flooding. But if you think and you take Irene and you add 4 more feet to the top of that surge, you're well over Battery Park. You're well up above the seawalls on both the East River and on the Hudson. And then you think about the other side. You think about Hoboken. You think about back in there and you shove all that water to the other side, maybe over toward the Amboys. You could get 12 feet of water higher than normal. And what would that do to the property? What would that do to the refineries over there? There's a lot of ticking parts in this thing.
And so where is it making that left turn? I mean, while it's kind of hugging the East Coast for a while, are we talking about that Delmarva area, or is it just north of that, or is that part of the quandary here?
That's the $64,000 question, and I've got 41 cents. It is going to be difficult. This is the key. We know that this storm is still going straight. It's not forecast to continue straight. It will turn left, and it will hit U.S. If it turns quickly, it will hit the Delmarva and truly affect Washington, D.C. with a significantly bigger punch than what the forecast calls for right now.
With hardly any drainage.
And that's why we have a reporter in Annapolis. You push all that water up the Chesapeake, and all of a sudden you have a significant basin there that will take water, and it will go up quickly. Now, that's not the forecast. If it goes farther to the north, it takes longer to turn. Then it goes over Long Island. Then you're piling all of that water into Long Island Sound and again through the East River. And all of that water system, and they're talking about it right now. They're concerned that the water may go into the New York subway system, just like we were concerned in Irene. It just didn't happen. This is a more important storm than Irene was, and Irene was a $15 billion event.
Wow.
So there you go.
That was significant. And that was Connecticut hit very hard.
Connecticut, Vermont, Rhode Island, New Hampshire, and even all the way into New Jersey.
Power was out for more than a week in some locations. All right, thanks so much.
You're welcome.
Chad Myers, appreciate that. We'll see you again momentarily. All right, let's check in on a state that is feeling the fury of Hurricane Sandy right now, and that's North Carolina. The Outer Banks getting kind of the worst of it. Maybe the worst of it is actually hitting our George Howell. So, George, you're in Kill Devil Hills. What's new?
Well, you know, let's talk about what's happening here on the Outer Banks. Let's talk about the state of North Carolina. When you look at the radar, this is the state. You have 40-plus counties that have all declared states of emergency because when you look at the bands here, these bands on the western side, the northwest side of this storm, they are affecting this area. And what you're getting the strong winds. Here we're getting the sideways rain mixed with sand here along the ocean. And I also want to talk about storm surge. Chad was talking about that a minute ago. You know, when you look at what's happening back there, Frederica, there was a beach out there yesterday. We walked on the beach. The beach is gone. And the storm surge out here is expected to be anywhere from 4 to 6 feet in this area. On the other side of the island, there's a possibility of 3 to 5 feet of flooding. People here know the areas that typically flood. They've gotten to higher ground, but everybody's keeping a very close eye on the storm as it passes by this area.
All right, George, Chad Meyer's still with me now. Chad, you have a question for George?
Well, what I was mentioning earlier about how Irene didn't hit New York City very hard. It didn't hit New York City very hard because it got the stuffing knocked out of it when it hit North Carolina. Irene really devastated parts of that Outer Bank. They are still fragile. The weeds, the seagrass, not back where it should be. So any type of surge will quickly erode that beach again. It takes a few years for all of that, all those sea oats and all those things to come back to protect that. I know they put up snow fence and that kind of stuff. But George, are you expecting that water to come over that barrier island and into the sound behind you?
There is a real concern, Chad, about the storm surge on this area where we are, obviously 4 to 6 feet. That will cause some flooding, and it will get over the water. There was a temporary bridge, a bridge that was washed out from Irene.
Right.
People are worried about that bridge. There is a temporary bridge there now. They're worried about what will happen as we continue to see the ocean push up. They're also worried about all the water, Chad, that gets pushed into the sound and then comes back out and causes that flooding on the sound side. We're talking near where we are, Kill Devil Hills area, 3 to 5 feet. But the further you go south along this island strand, they're looking at a possible 7-foot storm surge. So absolutely, people are concerned that this storm could cause major flooding, major damage.
Hey, George, the water that you're wiping from your eyes and off your face, is it salty water or is it fresh water?
It's salty water,
yeah.
And it's also mixed with sand, and I typically like to just see what's coming at me, so I like to keep a good view of what's ahead as best I can.
Not today.
That's why I don't wear the hood. But, you know, it's been like this throughout the day, sustained, I would say. It's been like this, gusts right around 40 miles per hour, the stronger gusts. And, Chad, you know, you were talking about that wind field. We're on the edge of that wind field. So when you think about what's going on closer to the eye, and when you think about, you know, these hurricane force winds coming into those metropolitan areas, it's definitely something that people should take heed of. You know, look at what's happening here, and definitely take precautions if you live in those areas, New York City, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C. area.
You are hundreds of miles from the center, maybe 300, and that's what you're getting. And by the way, all the rain that's coming down, for people out there, all the rain that's coming down is fresh water. Rain coming out of a hurricane is fresh water. The salt that he's tasting is the mist and the spray coming off the waves and the foam of the ocean and into his eyes and in his face. I really would appreciate if you did get some goggles on, though, sir. I know when that sand gets in the air, it feels like you're getting stung by a sandblaster. So please be careful out there. It is going to be a long night tonight and a longer one tomorrow.
All right, George Howell, thanks so much. And of course, people need to be reminded why North Carolina, the Outer Banks, are always hit so hard. As we saw that map there, it's just kind of like a little hook that sticks out. And whenever there's a hurricane that hugs the Atlantic coast in that area, Outer Banks almost always get a brush of it. If anything, if they don't get, you know, the devastating surge, then they at least get the wind, they get the rain, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. But of course, we always wish the best for the folks there and the property owners of the Outer Banks.
You see the yellow arm that's coming off of the center?
Yeah.
The center is above the word ring and hammer ring. That's where the center is spinning. Well, we have that big yellow band. It's an outer band that is slamming North Carolina right now. If you go 50 miles, 60 miles closer to the eye, where that band isn't, it's calm. And George wouldn't be feeling anything. So when every band comes by, the weather gets bad. When the band leaves, the weather will improve.
All right.
For 36 more hours.
All right, Chad, we're going to travel north now. Let's go to New Jersey now. And Governor Chris Christie is preparing for the worst there, hoping for the best, of course, when it comes to this hurricane. And he's doing everything possible to get his state ready. Allison Kosek is on the Jersey Shore in Seabright. So, Allison, it almost looks picturesque, but we know that people are bracing for the worst. In what form?
Yeah, they definitely are preparing, especially as you feel this wind get stronger and stronger as the day goes into night here. Look at this ocean. It is certainly getting angrier by the minute, that's for sure. These waves are certainly picking up. The rain has stopped, but the winds once again are picking up. You know, I talked with the sheriff of Monmouth County here in New Jersey. He said there are two big concerns for this area. He says the wind and the storm surge, which is expected to happen tomorrow when the hurricane does come ashore. The big worry is that this whole area will flood. His big worry is it could flood anywhere from 3 to 4 feet through here. Of course, they got a taste of this morning when high tide happened. Over here is the Seabright, the town where a lot of the stores are, a lot of where all of the residents live, and they certainly got a taste of high tide. There's a river on the other side of these buildings. It certainly overflowed this morning, gave them a taste of what's to come. It certainly is worrying at least one store owner that I talked with who owns a business that's only been open about 2 months. She's been boarding up and she's concerned.
We're a little nervous about this one. You know, everything we've been watching on the news looks like, you know, this one might really get us. So we're definitely worried about it. We're worried about our business and we're worried about our home, which is right over on the other side of the river. But we're doing everything we can to prepare, and hopefully she'll spare us. So we'll see.
And a little moment of levity here as we stand out here in the cold wind and rain. There you see a pumpkin. Yes, a pumpkin getting ready to be washed out into the ocean. Just another indicator that Halloween very well, Frederica, could be a washout. Frederica.
Oh, no. I know the little kiddies are going to be very disappointed about that. Chad Meyer's with me now. So, you know, Chad, as you look at what may potentially come for New Jersey, I guess what kind of advice could you give to the New Jerseyans right now?
The thing you have to look at is where the eye is going to make landfall. We don't know yet, but when it gets closer, if you are south of that eye and you're boarding up your windows that face the ocean, you're boarding up the wrong side of your house. Because the winds are going to come off this, not from the sea, they're going to come from land. And so 70 mile per hour, 80 mile per hour gusts will blow the windows out on the wrong side of your house that you're not boarding up. There's so much to think about. And so many things go wrong. People that think they're doing the right thing sometimes do the exact wrong thing. So you have to, if you're preparing, I want you to sit down for just 10 minutes. Think about worst case scenario, what am I forgetting before I leave, and then get out. Do what you forgot and get out.
Yeah, all right. And
make sure people talk about medicines. They talk about medicines, right? Make sure the medicines that you put away for Hurricane Irene are still good. Because if they're expired, then all of a sudden your emergency medications aren't emergency medications anymore. You may have to get a refill somewhere today.
Oh, my goodness. All right, great advice, Chad. Thanks so much. And, of course, Allison will be checking back with her there out of Seabright, New Jersey. All right, now let's move over to New York, where the mayor, Michael Bloomberg, plans to hold a news conference at 4 o'clock Eastern Time on the storm preparations. About 45 minutes from now, we'll bring that to you live. Also up next, I'll talk with a Coast Guard admiral to find out how they are planning to protect the nation's ports and waterways all along the East Coast ahead of the storm. Billions of dollars in commerce flow through the ports up and down the eastern seaboard. How is the U.S. Coast Guard safeguarding the ports and waterways from this impending storm called Sandy? Admiral Stephen Rutte is the 5th District Commander of the U.S. Coast Guard. He's joining me right now on the phone from Portsmouth, Virginia. So, Admiral, if there is a way in which to prepare for this storm, how do you go about this? Because we're talking about an awful lot of waterways, many ports. You're talking about commerce ships, and then, of course, you're talking about leisure ships, maybe many of whom didn't know that this storm is coming.
Well, certainly, Frederica. We start by being prepared all the time, and really the Coast Guard really concentrates on that. But if you look at this particular storm, it's really been on our radar screen since before last weekend. We flew a search and rescue mission with a C-130 out of North Carolina, started down in Georgia and went all the way up to New England, overflying the waters in the Atlantic to warn people about the pending storm. So I think anybody who is unaware of the storm really hasn't been paying attention. Most mariners are pretty well prepared, and we're not so worried about all of the mariners. We've warned them pretty well, and we've taken action on what we're doing with our ports to ensure that our ports are also going to be safe.
So then, given that, what's your biggest concern, or what's the greatest measure that you're able to take at this juncture?
Well, you know, a lot of people are talking about this storm and saying, is it a hurricane, is it a tropical storm? And from our perspective, it really doesn't matter, because Sandy has a tremendous amount of energy in the system. There's a lot of rain, wind, And depending upon where, when, and exactly how it comes ashore, it could be bad or it could be devastating. I've heard other people talk about the storm surge, the tide, and how the timing is critical, and where you are in relation to the eye, and that's exactly true. But it's so far out that we don't know exactly where it will hit. So I say we need to prepare now.
And Admiral, our meteorologist Chad Myers is with me now. He's got a question for you as well.
Well, we talk about this surge, and there's a number 0 to 6, and this surge is over 5.5, which is significant. They think the surge is more important than almost anything else. This surge you're talking about through the Chesapeake, through where you are, all the way up through and into the Delmarva Peninsula and into New York Harbor. If New York Harbor gets 11 feet of surge, what happens?
Well, Chad, I'm certainly not the expert to talk about what will happen in New York City, but that would be significant. I know that they are taking steps up there, and the 1st District Commander, Dan Abel, up in Boston, will probably be talking with you later about the specific steps that New York is taking. But depending upon how and where it hits, it could really be devastating. So some of the action we've taken, for instance, off of the Virginia and Maryland coastal areas, we've gone to what's called Port Condition Zulu. We have closed all of those ports. No ships, by order of the captain or the port, are allowed to enter or leave because it's not safe to do so. And as the storm goes on, I think those conditions will continue to move up the coast.
What about retying or double tying ships and barges that may come loose and bump into bridges? What's the rule of thumb on that?
Well, it depends upon the particular port. There are many places where that's what's being done. The Navy here, Commander Fleet Forces, initially was looking at sorting, sailing all of the Navy ships out of here, and based on the projections said, okay, let's hunker down here. So many of the ships have moved to the safest moorings possible, and with the Coast Guard ships, we've done the same, and our purpose is so that we can reconstitute immediately after the storm and fall in and figure out where there is trouble and where people need our assistance.
And Admiral, even though you say, the notice has been out for, at least a week, most mariners would know, and for anyone who wouldn't know that this story was on the way, they perhaps were not paying attention. Still, do you have a concern that there's going to be a certain level of search and rescue that you'll have to engage in?
Well, certainly, Frederica, there's always that level of concern. And, we get certain types of calls all of the time. Sometimes we're able to correlate it to vessels in distress, and sometimes they're not actual vessels in distress. So almost all of the time we will send somebody to determine what's happening, and as that type of situation occurs closer to a storm, we really have to assess the risk and say, are we sure somebody's in distress? And if so, do we have an appropriate asset, either a fixed wing or a cutter, that is able to get to the location?
Admiral Chad, again, I want to just go back to your thought process about hunkering down the ships rather than sending them out. Did the size of the storm and the wind field being 800 miles across for tropical storm force, literally, you may not think you could steam out of the way fast enough, did that have something to do with it?
Well, that's correct. And, I think, for instance, if you look at the Hampton Roads Tidewater area where I am, I think if ships did not sortie out of port, unless they're very fast ships, they probably needed to leave Thursday or maybe as late as Friday, and if they waited till Friday evening, they probably could not get out ahead of the storm. And the danger of trying to get ahead of the storm is if the seas become rougher, you cannot make the same speed you would make in calm seas, and if you can't get out ahead of the storm, or if the storm were to, in fact, start heading to the east, you'd be in the middle of it, and no mariner wants to be in that situation.
Admiral Stephen Rutte of the U.S. Coast Guard, thanks so much for your time and all the best over the course of the next few days. It's going to be very busy, we know. All right, so the Delmarva...
So many moving parts.
It's incredible.
So many people depend on the water, are attached to the water in some way, their lives, their jobs, and so is our Susan Endo right now.
That's true. In fact, that's right. She is in Maryland. She's in Ocean City.
Yeah.
And apparently that area is being pounded pretty hard right now, including that of our Sandra Endo. Sandra, what's happening?
Well, I can tell you've been talking about the storm surge. That is the big concern here in Ocean City. You can see it's about 2 hours from high tide right now, but already very rough waves out here and constant steady wind at about 25 miles per hour, Fred and Chad, and that's not including the wind gusts, which are much more strong. And local officials here are just worried about high tide plus the long duration of this 36-hour storm just hovering over this area, pouring down rain, and that's really going to be the big concern. Flooding and the storm surge, possible power outages, downed wires as well. That's why they've ordered a mandatory evacuation for downtown Ocean City, as well as visitors of this area, and a voluntary evacuation for low-lying areas. So they're really bracing for Hurricane Sandy, preparing for the worst, and a lot of residents and businesses are boarding up as well, preparing for this storm. But you can see we're already feeling the effects, and it's not even close to this area as of yet. So clearly the worst is yet to come.
Right. Still many hundred miles away from the Maryland coast, right? Because we've been talking about it being just a couple hundred miles off the coast of North Carolina, and still you have to move further north in order to get to that Maryland coast. Hopefully, Sandra, you didn't lose that hat with all that wind and you just decided to take it off, because last we saw you, you were holding on to that hat for dear life. You know, Sandra mentioned a lot of those businesses have been boarding up. Hopefully they are done with their boarding up, because at this point, it's just a little too late to have the semblance of doing that.
I'll tell you, they're done.
Yeah.
Whether they got all the boards on the house or not, they're done. Because you cannot handle a 4x8 sheet of plywood when the winds are blowing 20 miles an hour.
No,
and that's 45 or 50 miles per hour. What I did like about that shot was that there was nobody in the water, including Sandra.
Thank
She
goodness.
kind of got to the edge of the foam and was like, stay out of the water. Because you know what? The rip currents that are out there right now are tremendous. They're flying over, the water flying over the sandbars, and that water just rushing out to sea. And it would take anybody out there as fast. Even if you're on a board, if you're on a surfboard, you might have to be back trying to paddle another mile back to shore. And that would be a really hard paddle.
And it is so tempting because, you know, we know this is a dangerous storm, potentially dangerous storm. It is still so beautiful and inviting. I spent many of my summer weekends in Ocean City, Maryland, and very seldom did you get a chance to enjoy that kind of surf. But it's gorgeous, but it is potentially dangerous. So I'm glad, too, like you, there's no one out there trying to belly board or surf or anything of that nature.
Well, I couldn't afford Ocean City, so I had to go to Rehoboth and Dewey.
Hey, well, that's all right. That's our neighbors. That's all one big, you know, stretch of family beach.
Love the shore there.
I know. I love it, too. All right. Thanks so much, Chad. Appreciate that. Our coverage of Hurricane Sandy is going to continue, of course. We're expecting to hear from the New York mayor, Michael Bloomberg, at 4 o'clock Eastern Time, just about 30 minutes away. He'll bring us up to date on the preparations being made in the Big Apple as the storm surges. It could be indeed a long night for so many East Coast cities. We'll bring you up to date. All right, Hurricane Sandy already causing lots of changes. We've got school closings, we've got closing in transit service, and we're even talking about now Broadway going dark. Our Josh Levs is at the hurricane desk with the latest on all of this taking place. Josh.
Yeah, hi again, Fred. So incredibly many moving parts to this storm, even before it gets all the way actually to the coast. Take a look at where we are right now. We're in the middle of the newsroom, and this is now our CNN hurricane desk. We've got teams of people following every state, every city that can and most likely will be impacted by this storm. Let me tell you a piece of information that just came in. New Jersey is now asking the federal government for a pre-landfall emergency declaration. Now, folks, keep in mind the context for this. First of all, most important thing, keeping everybody safe, having all the resources needed to take care of everyone. Also, this is happening against the backdrop of a presidential election, and there will be a lot of eyes on how the federal government handles this. So you've got New Jersey asking the federal government at this point for a pre-landfall emergency declaration. Also, Fred, you mentioned Broadway shows. We do have a piece of information about that right now. We have found out that Broadway shows will be canceled tonight and also tomorrow night. One more thing to let you know here, school closings are now covering more and more young people out there. One of our producers here has determined at least 1.8 million kids will be out of school tomorrow. And for everyone else, even if you don't live in that area, you might be impacted because flights will be impacted everywhere. Take a look. I got a screen for you here of how many flights will be impacted all over the country. We've been talking to all the airlines, trying to get the absolute latest numbers for you. American Airlines tells us 1,500 flights canceled. Delta has not given us a number, but they're saying that all Monday flights for New York City and Philadelphia have been canceled, and flights for tomorrow morning elsewhere as well. United's canceling many flights already, including from New York City and Dulles. And just before I came on the air here, I got that JetBlue has now canceled more than 1,000 flights. So, Fred, you can expect impacts all over the place. And before I go here, I want to show you all this. Take a look with me here.
All right.
You know, we've been talking about the evacuations in New York City. Not everyone is clear on whether they are in that area or not. Well, we have an interactive map for you that I've linked up at Twitter that shows what the evacuation centers are, the evacuation orders, rather, for New York City. And we also have information on evacuation centers that people can go to. And I'll also just mention, we have some really powerful photos coming in from iReporters in various parts of the country. I'll tell you more about them next hour. Folks, if you are in a safe place to take pictures, look at that. Wow. Go ahead and send them to iReport, and we'll be sharing them with you as long as they were taken safely. Fred will be sharing some of these amazing photos that we're getting throughout the evening.
Wow. And Josh, we talked to our Chad Myers earlier, who was talking about, the width of this storm. We're talking about 800 miles, including the center. So on each side, more than 400 miles of its wind reach, and the potential, devastation that comes with it. It's pretty extraordinary. So all up and down the East Coast, particularly from North Carolina up to the Northeast, Maine, are all bracing for what could come, whether it's storm surges, whether it's rain, or whether it's heavy winds that can bring down power lines, etc. Exactly. So these kind of pre-landfall emergency declarations make a whole lot of sense, just to keep as many people out of harm's way as they can.
And people, we all need to cast a really big net in following where the storm could be, obviously, and in following the officials that we're looking at out there. As you know, at 4 o'clock coming up, we'll be hearing from New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg. Again, we'll be hearing what that city is doing, and we are talking to officials all over the place. I encourage everyone to keep it here, because as news breaks, Fred, we will have that information.
That's right. We're going to carry that live. In fact, New York Mayor Michael Bloomberg. So maybe about 30 minutes or so from now. Josh Loves, appreciate that. All right, so you heard Josh underscore how many schools are now closed and how many jurisdictions. We're talking about millions of kids who will not be in school tomorrow, whether it be in D.C. or in other portions of New York, etc. We're keeping an eye on all the developments for you as a result of this impending storm, Hurricane Sandy, after this. Hello again, I'm Frederica Whitfield. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Sandy. Right now, it is a pretty sizable storm, and it's hugging the coast of North Carolina. Let's bring in our meteorologist, Chad Myers, to give us an idea of where it is exactly, its track, its power, and its potential.
It's hundreds of miles from anywhere. And you're still feeling the effect. We're still seeing these live pictures already from the shore. And we're still 36 hours, maybe a little bit less, from making landfall. So such an impressive storm because it's so large in size. Not because the center of the eye is a Category 4, but because the hurricane winds extend so far out from the middle of it. And the tropical storm force winds extend 800 miles and a diameter around this thing or across this thing. So that's the potential. It's not that it's a 75-mile-per-hour storm, so do not focus on that. You must focus on the size, how long it's been in the water, how low the pressure is, and what the tremendous storm surge is going to be as this water piles up along the shores of New Jersey and also into New York Harbor, and the water comes up and over. Now, it could be a little bit farther south if the storm turns to the left. That would be the Chesapeake. So far, that's not quite the forecast. The winds from the Chesapeake should be blowing out to sea. So in fact, if you're in the James River, you may actually see some of those areas get lower than normal rather than get higher than normal, because the surge may actually drag water out of the Chesapeake Bay. Also snow. Honestly, I don't even have a real number of how much snow could come down. I would easily say 60 inches. 60 inches of snow could be with this storm. It's just an incredible number, and it's so early in the season, and some of the trees still have leaves on them. So here we go. Here's our 6 to 11-foot surge all the way through the Sound. And then you have to understand what this water is going to be doing in the East River and what it's going to be doing up through the Hudson and back toward the Amboys as well. We could even see surges higher than that number 11, 4 feet. If we go a little bit farther to the south into Atlantic City, 4 to 8 feet. Our Sandra Endo there at Seaside, I'm going to get her out of there as soon as I can, because all of this area is going to be overwashed. All of those barrier islands in New Jersey, the water will be coming from the ocean over the sand and into the Sound, or into the area behind it, near where they put near Tom's Cut and all that there. And then a little bit farther down to the south, 2 to 4 feet. And then the surge here right now is because the wind is already coming on shore here in North Carolina. And understand that the surge will come up for the coastal areas here of the Delmarva, but then as the storm goes here, the winds will blow out and it'll take that water back out to sea. So there's so many moving parts with this because it is so very large. And you're still not out of the question for Boston and New Hampshire and Vermont. If the storm decides to not turn in time, then all of a sudden it's like a Hurricane Charlie, that it turns so quickly, missed Tampa, but hit Punta Gorda. These things do not forecast. They don't work on the computer model because they don't even know we have computer models. If there's something up here, if the storm does get farther north into Boston, out of the cone, out of all the forecasts, not out of the question, then you could get surge up in here at Narragansett and even up toward the Cape. But look at all this rain. 4 to 6 inches, and some spots could pick up 10 inches of rainfall before it's all done. That's what the center of the storm looks like. It's a ginormous, I can't use any other word because that's all I got. It's a huge low pressure center that's going to interact with the high pressure center to the west that's over here, and even winds in Michigan, Ohio, even into parts of Indiana could approach 60 to 70 miles per hour.
And I guess that accumulation is in large part because of what we heard the President of the United States say earlier today when he was visiting FEMA headquarters, that this is a slow-moving storm. So it's dumping a lot of rain central to those areas. Chad, thanks so much. Let's check in with our George Howell, who's been whipped around quite a bit there on the coast. There in the Outer Banks. He's at Kill Devil Hills, and yes, it continues. You continue to get pummeled there pretty badly, George. Have you seen anybody who has ventured out in your purview?
No, just us. You know, we're out here. Everyone's inside. Everyone's making sure to stay out of the way of this thing because it is pretty rough out here. The winds come and go. We've seen gusts 40 miles an hour plus. And I just spoke with officials with the Dare County Emergency Management, and they said, look, this is going to be a deteriorating situation through the next few hours, through the night. They expect the wind gusts to get stronger. Also, what we're seeing, you know, we are on that area of land, that part of the state that juts out into the Atlantic. The storm is moving up and then will move into those metropolitan areas. But as it gets closer to us, we're getting closer to the stronger winds in that wind field. So that's the big worry out here. And also as these winds start to shift. So it was coming in from the east, the winds. Now coming in more from the north and then somewhat from the south. Officials say the problem here, when you start talking about the sound side, that's where you see a lot of flooding as the winds push this water around, push it into areas, and the water comes back out, causes flooding on the sound side. That's where they see a lot of flooding, typically, especially when Irene came through. That's what they're worried about here. These low-lying areas that are prone to flooding, officials are keeping a very close eye on it.
And you can hear that wind, that rain coming down hard as well. All right, thanks so much, George Howell. Appreciate that from Kill Devil Hills. Our Hurricane Sandy coverage continues in about 20 minutes or so from now. We're going to hear from New York Mayor Michael Bloomberg update folks on preparations that will take place there. Both New York and New Jersey are taking the threat of Hurricane Sandy very seriously. The governors and mayors from both states have been keeping everyone posted constantly on preparations, evacuations, and closures. Nick Valencia has been monitoring all the information. So New York, New Jersey, they really are kind of working in concert to make sure that everyone gets the word. All their residents get the word no matter what.
Yeah, and speaking of the residents, Fred, you could notice some sort of fatigue. Similar predictions were made for Hurricane Irene, now Hurricane Sandy. I think some people are sort of, why do we need to pay attention to these preparations if last time we didn't get hit as hard? But Mayor Bloomberg, in his press conference, he really stressed, Fred, that there's a difference here. With Irene, it was wind and rain damage that was the big concern there. This time around, it's storm surges. And Governor Andrew Cuomo of New York was very specific addressing those storm surges in his press conference earlier and how it might impact transportation in and around the state of New York. Take a listen.
The suspension of the service is for three main reasons. Number one, it is unsafe to operate the trains in high winds. Second, we don't want the equipment damaged. And trains are designed to deal with a lot of tough duty. They are not intended to be submerged. And we don't want to damage the equipment and then have a real problem getting the system up and running. And thirdly, we don't want to encourage people being up and about. We want people staying in their homes, be prepared, and stay at home.
Stay at home, prepare. There are similar concerns in New Jersey as well. Chris Christie also held a press conference earlier today, but even before that press conference, he stepped out on his Twitter to get the word out in that different unconventional avenue. He tweeted earlier that New Jersey Transit will begin a gradual system-wide shutdown of all bus, rail, light rail, and access link service starting about 4 p.m. And Fred, that'll go through overnight hours of about 2 a.m. So you see New Jersey and New York, like you said, working sort of hand in hand to get that word out. Preparation.
Meantime, Governor Christie's colleague in Newark, New Jersey, the mayor, Cory Booker, he had a different approach to conveying a message as well, didn't he?
Yeah, we heard a different tone in his press conference. He was very straightforward, very blunt about addressing what his principal concern was. And I think it's first responders, not getting those first responders in an even more dangerous situation than they have to be. He addressed the residents directly in his press conference. Take a listen to this.
The biggest thing we're concerned about right now is individuals not taking this storm seriously enough. The human error that often comes from a lack of preparation or a lack of sobered understanding of what is going to happen to the state of New Jersey. And many of the crises we've had to respond to in the past, most mark people not adequately preparing for the crisis.
And back to New York, Fred, they're not taking any precautions. They're not taking any chance there, I should say, about precautions. They sent residents updates to their iPhones and to their smartphones, talking about these mandatory evacuations that we've been reporting in Zone A.
Wow, incredible. And speaking of New York, we're going to hear from Michael Bloomberg, the mayor of New York City, momentarily, maybe about 10 or 12 minutes from now. And, of course, we're going to hold that press conference live as it happens for an update on how the city of New York is preparing for Hurricane Sandy. All right, Hurricane Sandy already brushing parts of the Maryland coast. Let's go outside of Washington, D.C. to Athena Jones. Yeah, she's in Annapolis, Maryland, where it's a little placid there in comparison to what we were seeing in Ocean City, Maryland, which really is getting kind of pummeled right now. But it looks as though you're getting a little bit of rain right now.
That's right, Fred. It just started raining here, the wind picking up in the last hour or so. But I wanted to point out that we're here in Annapolis. This is one of the low-lying areas along the coast that's particularly prone to flooding. You can see just how close the water already is to street level, and so it only takes a few inches to send it over. And in case there's a storm surge, people are getting ready here. They were handing out sandbags earlier to people and to businesses. We were able to speak to a coffee shop owner who said that he hopes that they don't get a big brunt of this flooding, but he's preparing all the same. Let's listen to what he had to say.
What we're expecting is we're not expecting floods coming up, but we have some sandbags here just in case, which we'll be putting in front of the doors and on the sides there, just to keep if any rainwater, heavy winds blew the rain toward the building and keep us dry.
So you heard from him, storm water, flood water they're worried about, and also losing power. We spoke with an ice cream shop that is, of course, going to lose everything if they end up without power for several days. Fred?
And so, Athena, let's talk about politics a little bit. Maryland was enjoying its first day of early voting yesterday, but now that's been suspended, right, as a result of the storm.
That's right. Governor O'Malley said that the early voting for tomorrow, for Monday, will be canceled. But this is also having wider impacts on the campaign, or everything campaign related, I should say. Vice President Biden had to cancel an event in Virginia on Saturday. Governor Romney canceled events in Virginia today, and President Obama canceled an event that was planned for Virginia tomorrow. I should also say the Romney campaign says that they are suspending fundraising emails in Washington, D.C., in Virginia, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and New Jersey. So big impact on politics, Fred.
Yeah, the Romney camp moving its campaigning, Paul Ryan and Mitt Romney, to Ohio over the next couple of days. But there, too, they might find themselves in the middle of a whole lot of snow, because that's what's expected there, while the East Coast deals with a lot of wind, rain, and damage from Hurricane Sandy. Thanks so much, Athena Jones. Appreciate that. All right, momentarily, maybe about 6 minutes or so away, we understand the New York mayor of Michael Bloomberg is expected to have a press conference about the preparations that are underway there. But first, let's go to our Josh Leves. Yeah. He's got some new information from the hurricane desk.
It keeps coming in, Fred, as we've been talking about so many moving parts. I'll tell you this, we're also in the next hour going to be hearing from the governors of Massachusetts and Pennsylvania, and we'll be bringing you whatever the absolute latest information is as it comes in. I am at the CNN hurricane desk, which is right here in the middle of the CNN newsroom, and everyone you're seeing is engaged in the process of making calls, reaching out to find out everything you need need to know about what's happening with this storm. I will tell you, when I was on with you earlier this hour, we were talking about flight cancellations. We've just gotten another piece of information on that. We were hearing that United Airlines has now canceled about 3,700 flights over the next several days. And we're going to keep updating that for you as the time comes along. I wanted you to take a look, since we're going to be hearing from New York. I want you to see these figures I have for you here of how many millions of people are already being impacted by the transportation changes that are going on in New York as a result of what's being shut down. Look at this. On a typical day, New York City subway has 4.3 million rides. The Metropolitan Authority has about 8.5 million riders a day. And Amtrak's Northeast Corridor, we don't know how much of Amtrak is going to be shut down, but we do know that 750,000 riders a day generally take that Northeast Corridor from Amtrak. So you've got a lot of people who are already impacted just in that area alone. And before we disappear, I want to show you two things quickly that you should check out online. One is, no matter where you are, if you go to the main page of CNN.com, you can take a look at the various possibilities for how this could impact you and how much rainfall to expect. And finally, for those of you on Twitter, I have created a Twitter list that has officials from all of the states expected to be impacted. If you go to my Twitter right now, Josh Lev CNN, just join in. You'll see what you need for your area. Fred.
All right, thanks so much, Josh Lev. Appreciate that. Okay, minutes away from New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg and his update on preparations being made in that city. Next.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Hello, welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Sandy. I'm Frederica Whitfield. Tens of millions of people along the East Coast, from North Carolina to Maine, are on alert as a huge storm threatens to cause major destruction. This is what we know right now. The outer bands of Hurricane Sandy are pounding the North Carolina and Maryland coasts right now. The storm is about 270 miles southeast of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina, carrying 75-mile-an-hour winds. Sandy is moving north, of course, and is expected to turn toward the East Coast tomorrow and collide with a cold front, morphing into a dangerous mega storm. Here's what's going on in all the affected states that we know of thus far. In New York, we know that subway and commuter train service is being suspended later on this evening at 7 o'clock Eastern time. Mayor Bloomberg is expected to have a press conference any moment now. We'll take that live as it happens. And then, of course, the power company, Con Edison, is bringing in 700 contractors to help out with potential power outages. And then we understand in other areas like New Jersey, which has already been declared a state of emergency, there are mandatory evacuations taking place in certain parts, the lower-lying portions of the state. Tolls have been suspended on parts of the Garden State Parkway to help out evacuees. And even buses have been sent into Atlantic City to aid in the evacuation. And then on to Maryland, where it, too, has been declared a state of emergency. There are voluntary evacuations in the lower-lying areas. And then in downtown Ocean City, there are mandatory evacuations already underway. And we understand that some of the other states are helping, including that of Louisiana, which are helping out the state of Maryland. And then in D.C., public schools have been closed. Sandbags are being distributed. So an awful lot is taking place. And as it pertains to the race to the White House, Governor Romney had some expected rallies that were planned for Virginia. That's been canceled. He's now moved on, he and his running mate Paul Ryan, to the state of Ohio. But guess what? In Ohio, there may be a whole lot of snow in which to contend with while folks on the East Coast are dealing with wind and rain. So let's get a better view of this big storm now kind of threatening a good portion of the East Coast. Our Chad Meyer is with me now. So, Chad, we're talking about, you know, these preemptive declarations of states of emergency.
Sure.
And in large part, to really send a serious message to people that you don't need to be complacent. Yes, it's a Category 1, but really anything can happen with this storm.
It also gives authorities and the police and the fire some specific extra ability to move people if they need to, like where our Sandra Endo is on Seaside Beach. She's not going to be there for the storm. And neither will anybody else, because that's mandatory evacuation. Yeah. All 38 islands, all barrier islands, you have to be off, because the water is going to wash over the island. It may wash under your home if it's on stilts, that's great. But, you know, we saw some of our live shots, one from Kill Devil Hills. The center of this storm is still 300 miles from Kill Devil Hills. It's still 500 miles from Ocean City. It's 500 miles from Annapolis. Wow. And so the wind field is so enormous. From about 250 miles from the center and out, you're going to have 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts. Both sides, north and south, as the storm drives itself either into Long Island, into New Jersey, or possibly down toward the Delmarva. It's still 36 hours out, and there are models all the way from hitting Ocean City with an eye to all the way up into New York Harbor with the eye. And so that's why this cone is still a little bit left and right. At least a couple, 300 miles still wobble left and right, and that's what you get at 36 hours.
And because it's so slow moving, it too means that this storm is very ominous and threatening, and that's why you're talking about this kind of water, whether it's the storm surge in collaboration with the rainfall, could cause some real problems of flooding.
There's a tremendous low pressure with this, 951 millibars. There's enough pressure with this, enough low pressure to cause a Cat 2 or Cat 3 hurricane. But there's no eye. There's not a big eye, so we don't have those type of winds. Now, I know we're waiting for Mayor Bloomberg.
In fact, I understand he's just walked into the room right now. So let's go straight to New York City and hear New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg as he assembles folks there and getting in position to inform everybody of the kind of preparations to take place.
Lydia Callis, our signer for the day. Thank you very much. We are here at the evacuation shelter at Seward Park High School, one of the 76 evacuation shelters located in public schools around the city. There are already more than 90 people here who've evacuated from homes in Zone A, and there are hundreds more in shelters across the city. First, I want to thank those for taking quick action to ensure their own safety and to make it easier for the rest of us. I want to thank all the people here working. They are volunteers and doing a phenomenal job. And I'd like to give everybody a little more of an update on the city's preparations for Hurricane Sandy right now. The forecast for a large and dangerous storm surge is the same as it was this morning. Earlier today, I signed an executive order for the mandatory evacuation of homes and businesses in Zone A, low-lying coastal areas of the city. To reiterate, what are the low-lying areas? Zone A includes Coney Island, Manhattan Beach, and Red Hook, and other areas along the East River in Brooklyn, all of the Rockaways, and also Hamilton Beach and Broad Channel in Queens, almost all the coastline of Staten Island, City Island, a small patch of Throgs Neck, and another patch of the South Bronx, Battery Park City, and stretches of the West Side waterfront and of the Lower East Side and East Village in Manhattan. There are two maps on display someplace here, which we have or we're trying to get, which will show you the areas of Zone A, but the bottom line is the other map shows the 76 evacuation centers. If you live in Zone A and have not yet evacuated to a safer location out of the zone, it's crucial that you do so as soon as possible. Time is running out. If you're not sure if you live in Zone A, find out by calling 311 or going to nyc.gov, where you can find a map of the zones or type your address into the zone finder. The zone finder may be slow because we're just getting inundated with requests, but just have some patience and hang on. It does work, and it will tell you where to go. I can't stress enough that this is for your own safety, and that if you refuse to evacuate, you're not only putting yourself at risk, but also the first responders who will have to assist you in an emergency. Everyone must keep in mind, especially those in Zone A who have not yet left, that mass transit service is going to be suspended tonight. The last subway will run at 7 p.m. The last buses will run at 9 p.m. They will remain closed until further notice after the storm passes. If you have not yet left Zone A, please to get to public transportation as soon as possible. If you have friends or family you can stay with outside of Zone A, that's your best option. If you live in Zone A and don't have the option to stay with friends and family out of the zone, shelters like the one we're in right now are available for your use. There are 76 of them in public schools around the city, and they are open, fully staffed, and fully supplied. They provide a safe place to sleep, meals, and you can also bring your pets. You can find their locations by calling 311 or, as I said, find her on nyc.gov. If you're going to use one of these shelters, we strongly urge you to get there via public transportation, and that has to be obviously as soon as possible, but there really aren't facilities to park cars. All of these shelters have at least one entrance usable for wheelchairs. If you require further information, you can also visit the OEM website or the website of the Mayor's Office for People with Disabilities, which will provide information about accessible transportation. If you cannot evacuate yourself and need assistance, call 311. And if you go to a shelter and use regular medication or require medical equipment like oxygen tanks, be sure to bring them with you. Also bring the name and contact information for your doctor if you need medical care. Buses provided by the Department of Education have been sent to all 26 public housing developments in Zone A. They are available to take the 45,000 plus residents in these developments to dedicated shelters. Flyers have been posted in every one of these developments, and NYCHA staff is knocking on doors to alert residents about the mandatory evacuation and to let them know the location of buses to shelters. NYCHA is also making calls to residences telling them to leave. The NYPD is making announcements on those in those developments and throughout Zone A on loudspeakers in some of the squad cars. Residents can also call 311 to find out where to get to those buses and to get help with evacuation. As I said earlier, let me remind you one more time, 7 p.m. Subway stop, 9 p.m. buses, and in the NYCHA housing, 7 p.m. all elevators in those 26 developments will be shut off. Heat and hot water will also be shut off. So if you live in one of those developments, it's imperative that you get to a safe location out of Zone A before then. As was announced earlier today, all public schools are closed tomorrow morning, Monday. All school-based after-school programs are closed tomorrow as well, as are most other after-school programs. Let me give you some other updates on city operations. The Department of Homeless Services has enhanced street outreach to encourage people on the street to seek shelter. Street outreach will continue during the storm, safety permitting. Senior centers will be closed early on Monday and will remain closed on Tuesday. The Coast Guard has closed New York Harbor beginning tonight, and all cruise ships originally scheduled for arrival Monday and Tuesday have been diverted. The Staten Island Ferry will operate until 8 p.m. from St. George Terminal and 8:30 from Whitehall Terminal this evening, after which service will be suspended until further notice. Let me also remind you that East River Ferry service has been suspended. All outdoor filming permits are suspended for tomorrow. No city-authorized filming will take place. The 3 public library systems that cover all 5 boroughs will be closed tomorrow. That's the New York, Queens, and Brooklyn public library systems. We'll continue to give updates today and tomorrow. You can visit nyc.gov for updates or call 311. You can follow NYC Mayor's Office on Twitter. But the most important thing I can say right now is if you live in Zone A, you must evacuate. We have a plan to keep you and New Yorkers safe. If you follow that plan, we'll get through this storm just fine. If you don't, people's lives are in danger, not only yours, but the people who might be called to rescue you in an emergency. Let me summarize in Spanish. Esta tarde pedí una evacuación obligatoria de la zona A. Si usted vive en zona A, tendrá que salir ahora. Todos los caminos.
All right, you're listening to New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg underscore that evacuation orders have been put into place in the low-lying areas of Manhattan, of the city of New York. He's talking about Coney Island, Manhattan Beach, all Rockaways, Staten Island. He also reemphasized that 7 p.m. subways will be closed. 9 p.m. public transit in the form of buses will also end. He also said, as an added deterrent, heat and hot water will be shut off in those low-lying areas, also known as Zone A. That's that map that you saw a little bit earlier. And the Staten Island Ferry will stop at 8 p.m. So the mayor underscoring he really wants people to take heed and evacuate if they are in that Zone A area. And pets are permitted for residents who go to these evacuation centers, so there is a lot of incentive in which to meet the needs of the city, all those being underscored by the New York mayor. We're going to check in with our Chad Myers momentarily, too. You were listening to that press conference, and we both were like aghast, when we heard that hot water and heat shut off. So they don't want people to stick around in those Zone A's. Meantime, let's look at this piece from Mary Snow, because she kind of spells out the worst-case scenario if Hurricane Sandy does indeed hit and kind of devastate the New York City area. Let's listen in.
If anyone is worried about a hurricane hitting New York, it's coastal geology professor Nicholas Koch. And to understand why, he took us to Southampton, New York.
And this is actually where the 1938 hurricane broke through and made Shinnecock Bay a branch of the ocean.
Koch says most New Yorkers forget that it was here that a powerful Category 3 hurricane made landfall in 1938. It was called the Long Island Express, and it caused widespread damage, even in New York City, some 70 miles away.
Even if New York City is spared a direct hit,
it's going to have massive flooding. Yeah.
For years, Koch has been sounding the alarm about how vulnerable New York City is because of its topography. He says storm surges could trigger massive flooding in low-lying areas, particularly lower Manhattan. Consider this simulation done by NOAA, showing what a Category 2 hurricane could do to a tunnel linking Brooklyn and Manhattan. Donald Crescitello with the Army Corps of Engineers mapped out some worst-case scenarios. A Category 1 hurricane, for example, could flood the subway station at the southern tip of Manhattan with 3.5 feet of water. A Category 2 storm, he says, could put JFK Airport under 5.5 feet of water.
If a storm were to occur, could be catastrophic, given the population density in the Northeast.
High winds are also a big concern, and city officials have evacuation plans at the ready. Despite all the preparations, Koch says it's not the hurricane he's most worried about.
what's your biggest concern?
The New Yorker.
Why?
Because they don't listen. Right? You can always tell a New Yorker, but you can't tell them very much.
Mary Snow, CNN, New York.
All right, New Jersey, of course, bracing for this storm. We're going to check in with our Allison Kosek, who is in Seabright, New Jersey. Already there are, in some places, long lines for gas, long lines to get out. New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg just spoke moments ago. Evacuations have been put in place in low-lying areas in New York, including Coney Island and even Staten Island. And then onto New Jersey, there are evacuations taking place in Atlantic City and in many of the other low-lying beach areas as they prepare for the worst. Allison Kosek is in Seabright, New Jersey. So, Allison, evacuations, have people been heeding the warnings? Have they been, lining up to get away from the coast?
You know, I've seen a few people come this way. Here's one guy taking pictures. He's finally leaving. There's a police officer here in the parking lot close by telling everybody to evacuate because, as you said, there is a mandatory evacuation here in Seabright. And as I'm standing here, I'm feeling the spray off the ocean. Look at these waves. They're certainly coming closer and closer. A good portion of the beach at this point is getting covered by water, and it's not even high tide yet. High tide is in about 5 hours. But the folks who live here in Seabright, they got a taste of what it's going to be, even at high tide. There was a high tide earlier this morning, so just beyond those buildings that you see there is a river that crested a bit this morning and started flooding the main area there. So those who live there, those who work there, got a good taste of what's to come. I did speak with one woman who owns a hamburger shop there. She's been in business about 2 months. She boarded up her place, put some sandbags, and is hoping for the best.
We're actually more worried about the river than the ocean because we know it's high tide, we have the full moon. It's already up to the top back there. We just went and looked at it. So we know, it's coming at us from both sides. So we're not in the best place to be right now. But, we're praying and we're hoping that she spares us.
And when she says both sides, she literally means it because the river is over here, the ocean is over here, and then, of course, is the second worry, the storm surge on Monday when a wall of water anywhere from 4 to 8 feet is expected to fall over right where I'm standing. Frederica.
Oh, my goodness. All right. Everyone has to brace. Thanks so much, Allison Kosek there in Seabright, New Jersey. We're going to continue our coverage of Hurricane Sandy when we come right back. Hurricane Sandy is not only impacting people all along the East Coast, it's affecting both presidential campaigns. This at a time when every moment counts for both tickets. Now canceled. President Obama's campaigning in Virginia and Colorado early this week. The president instead monitoring the storm from the White House. Romney, well, he's canceled his events in Virginia today and instead is joining his running mate on a bus tour of Ohio. So Mitt Romney has now an important endorsement out of Iowa. The Des Moines Register has chosen Romney because they say it's all about the economy. It marks the first time in 40 years that the newspaper has backed a Republican in the presidential general election. Meanwhile, President Obama has added the New York Times to his endorsement column. The editorial page listed Obama's achievements like saving the auto industry and health care reform as reasons for the endorsement. The Times also endorsed Obama back in 2008 and has not backed a Republican since Dwight Eisenhower. All right, Ohio, considered quite the prize that could win either candidate the White House. Barack Obama will be making more stops there as Election Day nears, all pending this storm. His running mate, Vice President Joe Biden, is also planning more events somewhere within the next 9 days. Obama is scheduled to leave Washington. Well, he's not scheduled to leave Washington today. In fact, he's staying close to the White House because of the storm. All right, the newest poll in the state of Ohio shows Mitt Romney may have reason to be concerned. As we've said, it's a close race there. We've asked likely voters who their choice is for president. Barack Obama has a 50% to 46% margin over Mitt Romney, which is why Mitt Romney and Paul Ryan are stumping in Ohio. As you can see here, the two rallied supporters earlier today in the town of Salina. They both have spent several days in the Buckeye State and have more on the calendar. All right, critical information for millions of people to know. As Hurricane Sandy approaches the Northeast now, our Josh Levs at the CNN Hurricane Desk with the latest details as they come in. Josh?
Yeah, Fred, new information coming in by the minute. And since we're going to be hearing from Massachusetts in just a matter of minutes, let me tell you a little bit about what we're getting from there right now. First of all, where I am right now is the CNN Hurricane Desk, for as long as that's what it needs to be. And what you're seeing here is just part of our team of people throughout the country, and including right here, who are gathering new information, letting us know when things get announced like that, including changes at the New York Stock Exchange. Let me also tell you a little bit about the new information we're getting from other states throughout the region, including, well, great information. So also new information on Massachusetts. Let me tell you a little bit about that. One of the many places that's had to close schools is Boston, and we've now crunched the numbers. We are looking at more than 2 million young people that will not have school in the coming days. Also, another thing to know going into Deval Patrick, Massachusetts is one of many places that did face some criticism in the wake of a previous storm. And right now, you're going to find that throughout the entire eastern seaboard, states are trying to do absolutely everything they can in advance to make sure that people are not left without power for days on end or even for weeks on end. And a lot of people in Massachusetts are going to be listening closely to Governor Patrick there to see what he has to say about what will be done differently this time. Let's go into my screen here. I want to show you all a couple things that are coming in from our coverage of the storm. First of all, I wanted to start with this because while we are focusing on preparations right now in the northeastern United States, we have also already seen a deadly storm. Keep in mind, folks, Hurricane Sandy was deadly when it passed through Santo Domingo, which is the picture we're seeing right here. We've also got a picture here for you out of Kingston in Jamaica. And what you're seeing there is a fire that was sparked when a generator apparently was faulty in the midst of the storm. So obviously we want to keep in mind what a lot of people all over the country have faced. And what I'm showing you here now is a spread of photos that have come into us here. All of this is up at CNN.com. No matter where you are, we encourage you to go to CNN.com, see the absolute latest details. We've got a blog for you called CNN Just In, which is showing all the numbers. We've also got for you photo spreads. And if you are in a position to take photos or videos safely, go ahead and send them to us at iReport. It will help us tell the story. We will not be showing any from people who violate evacuation orders. So obviously do everything local officials tell you to do. But you will find that even though we are in a lot of places, we can't be everywhere. And our iReporters do a great job, Fred, of bringing us into the scene during these preparations and ultimately during whatever it is to come. So keep it here on CNN.com. And Fred, I'll be back, I guess, a little bit later this hour with some more details for you.
Okay, we'll look forward to that. Thanks so much, Josh. Let's appreciate that.
You got it.
We'll continue our coverage of Hurricane Sandy after this.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Well, welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Sandy. I'm Frederica Whitfield. Take cover and take this storm seriously. The words from President Barack Obama just a short time ago as we all watch this supercharged storm make a closer encroachment of the East Coast. The president earlier speaking at FEMA headquarters and warning this is a slow-moving storm. Let's right now check in with our meteorologist, Chad Myers. And because it's a slow-moving storm, that's why we're talking about the potential danger of an accumulation of a whole lot of water.
Yes, snow and rain, and also the puddling of the water under the storm, the bubbling up of the water called storm surge. So when the storm does roll on shore, this little bubble of water will come up onto land. And so one wave after another, and it takes an hour or two to maybe go up a foot. But we're talking 11 feet possibly up into New York Harbor for the Hudson River, all the way over even toward the East River, and I'm even thinking over toward the Amboys. So you try to shove all that water into one little spot that gets smaller and smaller up a river, the water will rise.
And that's why you're seeing these mandatory evacuations for those low-lying areas in New York City and parts of Jersey and Maryland.
And even though wind is not going to be a major part of this, we'll still get winds to 75, maybe 80. That's not a category anything except 1, so people are taking it lightly. The issue with the reason why the trains are going to stop tonight at 7 o'clock is because they're afraid power lines, power poles, or trees may fall on the tracks. You don't want to have a train running into a tree that's already on its track. And I listened to Governor Cuomo earlier. He goes, trains are made to run on the tracks. They're not made to be submerged. And so they don't want this in case the water does get into the subway system. And it's a lot more likely this time than it was with Irene. And we were concerned with Irene because it was a big storm, but it didn't and still wouldn't have the storm surge that this lumbering storm that's been in the ocean for a long time could push water onto the shore and keep pushing it until it moves on land. And then it interacts with the low pressure that's already there, and it gets big. 1 + 1 = 3 when it gets there. And that's why there's snow in Ohio, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia, and maybe even flooding in all the other states. Think about even this. Even though the winds are only going to be maybe 55 or 60 where you are, Pennsylvania, New York, Vermont, you get 20 inches of rainfall, 15 inches of rainfall, all those trees are going to be saturated. All those roots are going to be soft, and those trees are going to be falling, and millions will be without power.
And you mentioned Irene. While that was a year ago, and while New York City did not get pummeled by Irene, even though people had preparations underway, it was Connecticut that did get hit hard. They were out of power for more than a week, and you heard the mayor of New York City. He's urging very seriously to take this warning of this storm, and that's why there's going to be no hot water. There's going to be no heat in those low-lying areas. He seriously is encouraging people to go to those evacuation locations or seek higher ground, find a friend, etc., who is in a higher level place.
You know, I felt for the mayor. I felt for the mayor like when I was working in Lincoln, Nebraska, doing my first weather show, when you call for the radar. Okay, here's the radar. Can we see the radar? Is the radar there? And it never showed up. The mayor talked about Zone A the entire time, and it never showed up. His graphic never came.
But we put it up.
But we made one here for you to see what Zone A really looks like. We're talking about the beaches and all of the low areas that would be flooded if we do get this 8 to 10 foot surge. And if we get to Zone B, and I sure hope we don't, then all of a sudden we have a whole other list of things to do. And like you said, in all of those projects, all of those housing, the public places, they are going to turn off the heat and the water and the AC. It won't need AC because it's going to be a cold storm. And they want people out of there. They truly do.
Wow. All right. Thanks so much, Chad. Appreciate that. And just as we were talking, we have some new information that came in involving the New York Stock Exchange suspending physical trading and floor operations on Monday. Of course, that's Lower Manhattan due to Hurricane Sandy.
Very smart.
And then, that's right. And then while we are talking about this storm and how it's impacting individuals all along the East Coast, it's also impacting the candidates, those who are racing for the White House, just 9 days away, or actually less than, until Election Day. They have their work cut out for them. They've had to change their strategy on their stumping plans. We'll get an update right after this. we are just 9 days away from Election Day, and both President Obama and Mitt Romney are leaving nothing to chance. They and their vice presidential running mates have been crisscrossing the country, but all that's changing now with the Hurricane Sandy now pending. A.B. Stoddard is with us now, editor of the Hill newspaper, joining us from Washington. So, A.B., the president returning to his job as the country's leader, trying to address all that may come with Hurricane Sandy. Mitt Romney, he's changed his campaigning plans from Virginia and New Hampshire to now focusing on Ohio. So give me an idea. You think this has kind of become the October surprise, this weather system, which is changing the course of direction for both candidates?
This is definitely the October surprise, and it comes at a time where there's still no clear frontrunner in the race. You can see a lot of polls that show that Mitt Romney is closing in on the right states to win. A lot of polls that show that President Obama has the structural advantage in the swing states. They need to be in Virginia. They need to be in Ohio. This storm will affect certain states where they really need to be there in person. And there's no more critical time to campaign and hold rallies and be there in person than the week before the election. So this is tough on both candidates.
Yeah, if there were one to have an advantage, however, wouldn't it be the president, because he is still front and center, and the country is able to see him essentially do his job in a moment of crisis, whereas Mitt Romney, while he's campaigning in Ohio and has the attention of Ohioans, not necessarily the rest of the nation?
Well, they're both worried. Both campaigns are worried that the people are just most interested in watching TV and finding out when the power company is going to turn the lights back on and just really focus on the storm and its aftermath. The Romney people are hoping that everyone will be so grumpy after having no power for days that they'll be in the mood for change if they get in the car on Election Day. But I think I really think that the president, though he can be monitoring the storm and making pronouncements about emergency declarations and resources that the federal government would share with the states that are affected, I still think that Mitt Romney is going to find the time to make sure he's getting his voters out, and that's what matters. Obama will be doing the same. And I think that generally people, in a storm, don't really care how presidential someone's acting. They're just thinking about themselves and how they're going to get to work, how they're going to get their clothes clean, and keep their frozen chicken from going rotten.
Now, this storm already is, going to have an impact on the early voting. It's doing that right now. Maryland, Virginia, both were enjoying early voting on Saturday, yesterday, but now it's being suspended. So how do you see this kind of changing the pace or the potential impact of early voting in some of the states that where residents wanted to take advantage of that this week?
It definitely affects it. It will depress the numbers of people who file early, and that's really a problem. President Obama has really been intent on banking all this early vote because he is concerned that his supporters are soft supporters. They could be disappointed one day with a new jobs report or a GDP estimate or something, and they wanted to rack up those numbers early. They made a huge effort to do that. They said that's put them in the right place. But this last week, as you said, is the critical time for people who are going to get those last-minute votes in to do so. And as we said, any time after a storm that you can plan to do anything that's going to inconvenience you it's just not a good time. So November 6th, Tuesday, he's got to get those people that couldn't get out this week.
Yeah, lots at stake, A.B. Not only that contingency plan of, especially for electronic balloting, if power is still out in some of these important eastern states come November 6th. And at the same time, you've got that big jobs report that's coming out this week, Friday, just 4 days before Election Day. All of those things could impact this election year. All right, thanks so much, A.B. Stoddard. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right, meantime, as it pertains to this Hurricane Sandy, the Red Cross, American Red Cross, well, it has hundreds of volunteers in position as this storm gets closer to landfall. I'm joined right now by Trevor Riggin. He's the Vice President of Disaster Operations for the American Red Cross. He's with me now on the phone from Washington. So what is the plan that you have in place? Where do you have the majority of your volunteers spread out?
Well, good evening. And as you know, this storm, Sandy, is a rather large storm, and the impacts are going to be felt hundreds of miles away from the center of the storm that's being projected. And to mobilize, we've launched a multi-state response that's encompassing this full area. Our Red Cross chapters throughout the area have mobilized hundreds of workers. We're readying shelters. We're coordinating response efforts with our community partners and local governments, and specifically in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New York, Maryland, Delaware, Connecticut, and Virginia. Right now, we have folks finalizing preparations. We're opening shelters starting this evening, and relief supplies like cots, blankets, shelf-stable meals, and snacks are in place now to make sure folks have what they need when the storm comes. And then in West Virginia, we're also taking a look at the potential snowfall that can come with the back end of the storm and the effects there, and we're doing our coordinations with state and local officials to make sure they're ready and our units are in place.
And so, Trevor, is that one of the big obstacles, how you coordinate with some of these cities and metropolitan areas as it pertains to shelters and needs? Because when just, last hour, top of the hour, we heard from New York Mayor Michael Bloomberg. He talked about the evacuation centers and the shelters that have opened. At the same time, the American Red Cross has its plans in place for people. How do you coordinate with these cities so that you're not kind of stepping on each other's toes, and at the same time conveying the message to people so that they know what their options are?
You're absolutely right. The coordination with our government partners is absolutely critical, and we place Red Cross volunteers and staff in each of the state emergency operations centers and the county emergency operations centers alongside our government partners, so we're sharing information back and forth in real time and coordinating our efforts to make sure the public knows exactly where they can go to get help. And again, like you said, we're not stepping on each other's toes, but the information is clear and available to those in need.
Is there anything the public can do, those who are not in kind of the bullseye areas, the potential bullseye areas there on the East Coast, how can they help you out?
Absolutely. There's a couple of ways. One is to go on either to the Apple App Store or the Google Play Store and download our Red Cross Hurricane app, and there's lots of tools on there and getting prepared and telling your family you're safe. And finally, this will be a large and costly relief operation. We have multiple states, hundreds of volunteers out, and we need your support. To donate, you can visit redcross.org. You can call 1-800-RED-CROSS or just simply text the word Red Cross to 90999 to make a $10 donation. We'd appreciate all your support.
Excellent. Trevor Riggin, thanks so much, Vice President of Disaster Operations for the American Red Cross. Appreciate your time. All right, as we mentioned, Hurricane Sandy could be making an impact all the way from North Carolina all the way up to Maine. And let's check in with what's taking place, what kind of precautions are being conveyed there in Massachusetts right now. Governor Duval Patrick momentarily will be taken to the microphone. Let's listen in.
And we will be prepared to support requests for evacuation assistance and search and rescue assistance should the need arise. But again, we are urging communities to consider evacuations of people that are at risk so that we do not have to mount large-scale search and rescue operations. And the final note, we are working closely with the Red Cross. Tonight at 8 p.m., regional shelters will open both in the south and in the east to support people that need to move out of their homes and into shelters. People who are looking for shelters can call 211, Mass 211, to find the locations for shelters, and all of the coastal communities are also tied into that shelter plan.
Great. Thank you, Kurt. To help keep the roads clear for emergency personnel and to keep people safe from flying limbs and debris or from downed power lines, I am first of all requesting all schools, including colleges and early education programs, to close tomorrow, Monday, for the safety of students and employees alike. I'm directing all non-emergency state workers to stay home tomorrow and to work from there to the extent you can. State office buildings will be closed tomorrow throughout the Commonwealth. And I am encouraging private employers to follow our lead and have their workers stay home as well. Beginning tonight and throughout the day tomorrow, we're asking everyone who can to stay off of the roads. Those drivers who must travel tomorrow on the Southeast Expressway should take note that the HOV lane, the high occupancy vehicle lane, will not be open. The predicted high winds make use of that lane, a safety hazard for travelers. The vast majority of overnight maintenance and construction work will be suspended on the public roads and sites secured tonight. Because of the high wind associated with this storm, there is a high likelihood of power outages. Although the MBTA will operate normal subway and trolley service for as long as it is safe to do so, customers should expect service disruptions. Ferry service will not operate through tomorrow. I ask people to check mbta.com or to call 617-222-3200 before going out. Better still, if you can, stay home. Check with your airlines. if you have a flight scheduled. Many of the airlines are waiving fees for making flight changes. Amtrak has canceled all Northeast service starting at 7 p.m. tonight and through tomorrow. As I mentioned, the high winds make power outages very, very likely tomorrow. The National Weather Service expects that we may have an even larger impact on service than during Hurricane Irene. We continue to be in close communication with the utility companies on their preparations. Secretary Sullivan received his latest briefing just a few hours ago, and I'm going to ask him now to relay what he has learned. Mr. Secretary?
Thank you, Governor. As we have said,
All right, that's Massachusetts Governor Deval Patrick there, re-emphasizing that Amtrak stops its Northeast service beginning at 7 p.m. this evening. And, of course, he's urging all non-emergency state workers to simply stay home, given this storm is just hours away. All right, the Washington, D.C. area is right in the path of Hurricane Sandy. We'll tell you what officials there and residents are doing to get ready for this storm.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Sandy. Already that storm is beginning to hug the Maryland coast. We've seen that it's whipping up winds and rain in Ocean City, Maryland, but not far from there in Annapolis, Maryland. It seems a little calmer. Athena Jones is there. Athena, it's not going to be long, though, before you feel what our Sandra Endo has been feeling in Ocean City, Maryland. What's happening right now?
Hi, Fred. Well, I can tell you it did start raining a few hours ago, but it hasn't really picked up. It's still more or less drizzle, but that does not mean that we're not beginning to see a rising tide. Some of this water has risen a little bit already just in the last couple of hours and is beginning to splash over. That's really the big issue here. We're being in a flood-prone zone. But I should mention that President Obama, just a few hours ago, visited FEMA in Washington to get a briefing there, and he also made some comments. Let's listen to that.
At this stage, everybody is confident that the staging process, the pre-positioning of resources, commodities, equipment that are going to be needed to respond to the storm are in place. But as Craig has emphasized, this hasn't hit landfall yet. So we don't yet know where it's going to hit, where we're going to see the biggest impacts. And that's exactly why it's so important for us to respond big and respond fast as local information starts coming in.
So there you heard the president say they have to be able to respond big and respond fast, and that's what people are doing all up and down this coastline, getting ready. I should say the president also made a phone call to governors and mayors from states and cities around the region that are in the path of this storm. Fred?
All right, Athena Jones, thanks so much from Annapolis, Maryland. All right, precautions being taken all along from North Carolina all the way up to Maine. We'll bring you the latest after this. All right, momentarily, we'll be getting an update on the storm, Hurricane Sandy, from the National Hurricane Center. We'll have that for you, plus all the other breaking developments after this.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Welcome back. Hello, everyone. You're in the CNN Newsroom. I'm Frederica Whitfield. Almost the entire mid-Atlantic and northeastern seaboard staring down the mouth of a monster storm, that is. Hurricane Sandy is charging north now, and a new advisory released just moments ago may give us a better idea of where that storm is heading, where it might make landfall. Let's check in with our meteorologist, Chad Meyer. So we've been talking about the kind of Delmarva Peninsula, maybe other portions of the Northeast, like New York, Connecticut, etc. Any idea where that kind of cone is narrowing?
Every time the storm gets closer, you start to see the cone get smaller, because you would expect that, because the cone is a cone.
Yeah.
It gets wider the farther you get away. So the farther you get away in time, the bigger the width of the error could be. Now the error is getting smaller and smaller. And now the error is somewhere between Ocean City, Rehoboth, all the way up to New York City, where the center of the cone being somewhere north of Cape May, Atlantic City. But I just don't want you to focus on those two cities. You have to focus on the entire width of the cone, left turn, right turn. Does it make that turn left in time? That's what we're worried about. It's that left turn, because it isn't going left right now. And sometimes they wait. You know, sometimes computers aren't perfect. And why aren't they perfect? Because we don't have a lot of data out here. The Atlantic Ocean is a kind of a vast, empty space where we'd love to know where the winds are going, but we don't have perfect weather out there. We don't have weather balloons out there. We have dropsondes out of NOAA weather radios or NOAA weather airplanes, but it's not perfect. So the closer we get to land, the more perfect the forecast will be. Here it is, Category 1, about an 80-mile-per-hour storm right now as it makes landfall tomorrow night. And if there's any change to the forecast at all, I would say that it's a little bit faster. The numbers probably bring it in landfall, the eye, around 8, 9, 10 o'clock tomorrow night. Could even be a little faster than that. But don't focus on 8 o'clock because a lot of the storm will be onshore. Half of it will be onshore even before the eye gets there, wherever it gets. So you have to understand that things are going to start to go bad from here. This is as good as it's going to get for the next 36 to 48 hours. And by 8 o'clock tomorrow night, that's when that surge is going to push on the right side. And that's why no matter where we are in here, this side of it is so dangerous because the winds are coming in here, and that wind field will push all the water up into New York Harbor, on up here into Perth, on in the Amboys, on up all the way here into Toms River. And then all of this has wind this way. The winds in Washington, D.C. will be 55 or 60 miles per hour, but from the opposite direction, from the north and from the northwest. And an awful lot of rain is going to come down with it. And as it interacts with the next storm system, there's a low here. When those two actually combine, then we'll start to see the snow on this side because it's cold over here. The snow will come in and the whole thing will wrap up. This will not, for anyone, from New York to Vermont, New Hampshire, all the way down to North Carolina, this will not feel like a hurricane. When it's a hurricane, it feels like a 75, feels like it's tropical. This will be a cold storm. You get wet, winds are going to blow 60, maybe more where you are, and the temperatures are going to be 45 or 50. This is going to be a brutal storm to be outside. I'm sorry?
You're saying nor'easter-like.
Absolutely. That's what this is going to turn into. This is almost a perfect storm, like we had back in 1991. The difference with the perfect storm is it caused billions of dollars in damage. The perfect storm never made landfall. It stayed out here in the ocean. Yeah. It never made landfall. So there really wasn't that impact of coastal surge. This storm does make landfall. It will be a coastal surge. We just don't know quite how much.
Oh, my goodness. All right. Thanks for the warnings on that one. We'll check back with you. Meantime, a big warning coming from the President of the United States earlier today. He made a visit to FEMA headquarters, and he said the resources are in place to deal with the storm, and he expects fast response to any damage once that storm does hit. But he added, people really need to be prepared.
You need to take this very seriously and follow the instructions of your state and local officials because they are going to be providing you with the best advice in terms of how to deal with this storm over the coming days.
The president also held a conference call with governors and mayors of all of the areas that are in the storm's path. So emergency management officials in North Carolina, they too are heeding some warnings. That state is getting hammered already with heavy rain and strong winds from Hurricane Sandy's outer bands. CNN's George Howell is in the Outer Banks right now. Even though that storm is a few hundred miles off the coast, you're feeling the effects of that storm in Kill Devil Hills. George.
Definitely, Frederica, and we are also keeping in close contact with emergency management officials here in Dare County. The latest from them, obviously the winds are strong out here. We're talking about wind gusts anywhere from 40 miles per hour plus, and I can tell you the plus is definitely in effect right now. These wind gusts, if you're not careful, can knock you back, so the winds are coming in. It's that pelting rain mixed with sand at times. Also, when you look at what's happening out on the Atlantic right now, very rough waters. They are keeping a close eye on that. On this side, as long as the winds continue to come from the west and the north, they're worried about storm surge on this side, 4 to 6 feet. On the sound side, they are worried about the winds shifting, moving water around, then pushing it back out into the sound. Up north, on the northern side of the Outer Banks, they're thinking a 3 to 5 foot storm surge. South of us, it could get up to 7 feet. That's what they're watching out for along the Outer Banks. And also we know that they canceled ferry services have been canceled in several different places. Also Highway 12, it's, Frederica, the only way in and out here on the Outer Banks. There is overwash on Highway 12 in several places, which means that people are holed up, until the storm passes through.
All right, George Howell, thanks so much. Appreciate that from Kill Devil Hills with rain that's coming down pretty aggressively. So the Delmarva Peninsula, which is made up of parts of Maryland, Delaware, Virginia. It, too, is getting hammered by Sandy. Parts of Ocean City, Maryland, in fact, are already under a mandatory evacuation order. Our Sandra Endo is live there from what is usually a pretty nice vacation spot. Today, it is picturesque because you've got some serious surf kicking up.
Well, Frederica, yeah, you can see the waves behind me. They're pretty fierce right now, and it's not even high tide, but that's exactly what local officials here are worried about when that high tide approaches and the effects of Hurricane Sandy. The combination between those two means storm surge, and the National Weather Service is anticipating that the storm surge from Hurricane Sandy could rival Hurricane Gloria back in 1985, which destroyed and damaged the boardwalk here in Ocean City. So that's certainly something local officials will be keeping a watchful eye on. And right now, the mandatory evacuation order is in effect for downtown Ocean City. Residents have about a couple of hours to get out of town, and the deadline remains in effect. And clearly, this is a very rough area right now already. We're feeling the winds, we're feeling the rain, and there's also a voluntary evacuation for low-lying areas as well. They're telling all visitors to get out of Ocean City. They've closed down Route 50 coming into Ocean City already, so they're very prepared for this. But, you know, talking to the mayor, he says that every storm is different, and the personality of Sandy is one that this storm is going to hover and linger for a long time, and that's the real concern here.
All right, Sandra Endo, thanks so much from Ocean City there on Hurricane Sandy. Appreciate that. All right, our hurricane coverage continues as the storm surges. It is going to be a very long night tonight for many people along the eastern seaboard. The worry now is what happens if power goes out in a very big way. It happened just a year ago, leaving millions in the dark.
This is CNN Breaking News.
All right, Hurricane Sandy continues to barrel its way along the East Coast, threatening the Delmarva Peninsula in particular, which includes Maryland, Virginia, Delaware. It could be hit especially hard by this storm that threatens to promote quite the storm surge. Joining me right now on the phone, Delaware Governor Jack Markell. Governor, I understand that you are on the boardwalk at Rehoboth Beach. Give me an idea what it looks like there.
Well, I put it this way: even though this storm is still hundreds of miles away, and the center of it's still hours away, it's rough. I mean, it's rougher than it normally is, even at the height of the storm.
How concerned are you about evacuations, about people? Sometimes we see complacency, especially when they hear Category 1 and you're in a coastal place like Delaware. People feel like, oh, I've been through this before, so they're not taking it that seriously.
Well, we are concerned, and the message is if you live in an evacuation area, the time to leave is now. In fact, it ends at 8 o'clock tonight. That's the end of the evacuation period, so you got to get out in the next few hours. The problem is if you stay, you could very well be cut off, and that's, you put yourself in harm's way, you could put others in harm's way as well. So we're really recommending people get out.
So in many cases, you've got evacuation routes that are open, which means many of the routes heading right toward the coastal area, the beaches, are closed. Is that the case there in Delaware?
Well, we haven't gone to one-way traffic, but for people who want to leave, the evacuation routes are open. But we're already seeing flooding. In fact, we had to right between Dewey and Bethany Beaches, that road is closed. So there are other evacuation routes for people, but now is really the time.
All right. Already seeing some flooding, hopefully very slight, but still, quite pertinent, right?
We're seeing more flooding than we would have than you normally do, and particularly since the storm's not here. We have opened 7 shelters across the state, so we're providing that. And they're already starting to get people there, which is good. Businesses in the evacuation area have to close by 6 p.m. Tonight, but bottom line, again, people in the evacuation area, it's time to get out.
And what kind of concerns do you have for, the beaches, for those hotels? You're there at Rehoboth Beach, the businesses that, generally will be relying on visitors, but of course they're not going to right now.
I can't quite hear you, but, there are some essential businesses that are staying open, but for the most part, the businesses in the evacuation area are closing and people are leaving.
All right, and given that it's fall, this is kind of your off-peak season anyway, but Governor Jack Markell, thanks so much. Appreciate your time, and stay safe. All right, people along the East Coast indeed bracing for the hurricane surge, but utility companies, they too are trying to get ready. Last year, millions lost power, and preparations are underway just in case there's a repeat.
This is CNN Breaking News.
As the East Coast braces for Hurricane Sandy, one of the biggest concerns is keeping the power on for millions of people in the path of that storm. David Owens is the Executive Vice President of the Edison Electrical Institute. He's joining me right now from Washington. Good to see you. So preparations have become indeed a collaborative effort with this storm, but to what extent?
We have what we call a mutual assistance program whereby utility crews throughout the United States work together. So when one utility has a difficulty, other utilities pitch in and send crews. I would liken this hurricane, this substantial storm, if you, for example, compared it with Hurricane Ike, where we had over 50,000 workers that were there to restore power, we're going to have far more than that. We have people coming as far west as California. In fact, we are flying in personnel from those regions. We're flying in trucks. Because we think that this storm has great severity, and we're very, very concerned. We have not probably experienced anything like this. They say this is a storm for 100 years, and we're certainly prepared to deal with it in that context.
So you mentioned reinforcements from California. I also understand from Canada and even Mexico.
From Canada, from Mexico, from Texas. We mobilize together as an industry in order to bring electric service back to our customers. It's a partnership that we've always had. This partnership has existed since 1955, and so we're dedicated to the safety of our customers and restoring power to them.
And this is a big undertaking in large part because of what we just saw, maybe just this past summer. People in the mid-Atlantic area were without power for a very long time because of a storm, and then it was just last year with Hurricane Irene that brought a lot of power outages for a very lengthy time to the state of Connecticut.
That's right. I would contrast this storm from the derecho that we experienced this past summer, whereby it came upon us all at once. We didn't have the opportunity to stage our crews. This time we've had several days warning. We're staging our crews. We're prepared. But again, this is going to be a very, very severe storm. We're hopeful that we won't have extended outages, but we can't control Mother Nature.
Okay, Mr. Owens, meteorologist Chad Myers with me now, too. He has a question for you.
Yeah, this is going to be a big storm, Mr. Owens, and it's going to be windy for a long time, and so people are going to lose power at the beginning, and then they're going to get very impatient, but the winds are still going to be blowing 60. You won't put crews out there to put power lines back up until what mile per hour? You're obviously not going to put men in buckets at 60.
That's right. We'll wait until the winds die down, as well as the severe rain. We understand we're going to have very severe flooding. The safety of our crews is paramount, and so obviously we're only going to have those crews seek to restore service. You first have to assess the damage, and we believe that there will be some substantial physical destruction of our infrastructure. We're going to have to assess that damage. We're going to have to bring energy back to our essential facilities first, our power supply facilities, our transmission lines. We have to bring back our critical loads, our hospitals, our police, our fire departments, our main arteries where people can shop, can get food and other essentials. So we've experienced storms in the past, but this is going to be a storm of tremendous punch, of a tremendous magnitude.
And when you talk about assessing the damage, we're talking about assessment that doesn't take just hours. Sometimes it takes days as well.
It certainly does.
All right. David Owens, Executive Vice President of the Edison Electrical Institute. We know you've got your work cut out for you. Thanks so much for taking the time. Appreciate that.
Thank you for having me.
All right. As you heard Mr. Owens say, you know, this is likely to be a historic storm. What exactly does that mean to folks up and down the East Coast? We'll update you after this.
This is CNN Breaking News.
All right, welcome back. Amtrak Northeast service canceled tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. And then in New York, mandatory evacuations are underway in Zone A areas, including Staten Island and the Rockaways. Let's bring in meteorologist Chad Myers to talk more about Zone A. A lot of folks maybe don't even know that they live in Zone A in the New York area, but Mayor Bloomberg making it very serious that, you know what, we're cutting off hot water and heat in those areas, so you better find another place to stay tonight.
And it will be cold.
Yes.
This won't be a hurricane where it's 75 degrees. This is going to be 45 degrees. Wind's going to be blowing 60, and all of a sudden you have all this storm surge coming in. So the low areas called Zone A, and hopefully you know where you are. I hope you know when you bought your apartment that you're in this or you're not in this. But let's go right into this. This is Breezy Point, Coney Island. Up to a little bit up there, there's JFK Airport. You see the two runways. They're the JFK. Then we turn to Battery Park City, all the way up Manhattan, all the way up the Hudson River there, and then to the East River here. This would be South Street Seaport, the financial district, and then over to the other side. Now, that would be Brooklyn, Queens. We're talking about just up the East River, and then down a little bit farther is Red Hook. That's right there. These are all the low-lying areas that will be inundated with the expected surge. And then across Staten Island, there's a bunch of stuff there. And there, even with Zone A, you have to understand that we're only showing that borough there. That's New York, okay? This flooding isn't going to stop because it's not going to go on the other side of the river. There's going to be evacuations from New Jersey as well. We just don't have them plotted on there because we don't have them. We don't have a PDF file for that just yet. But if you're anywhere, if you know that you live less than 10 feet above sea level, in the New York metro area, Connecticut, Long Island, New York City, Hoboken, you need to get out of there. It's just that simple, because that's how high the water's going to be.
Right, and for example, that Staten Island ferry, it stops at 8 o'clock. So you better have a contingency plan.
There are so many people that are going to be...
how to get out of those areas.
Yeah, and there are going to be people stranded in places they don't want to be. You know, you wanted to be on the 8 o'clock Acela train from D.C. to New York. It's not going to be there for you. And there's the transportation nightmare now continues. And then you're going to be in places, or you're going to be stuck someplace where you don't really know the topography. And maybe you don't know that you're in Zone A. Literally, I mean, all these people,
you just got there.
They're going to be transplanted in places that they don't want to be, didn't think they were going to be there, and they're stuck to hunker down for the next 48 hours with this storm.
Yeah, it's very serious because we're talking about the storm surge in large part that is threatening these low-lying areas.
And I believe surge is going to start at Cape May and maybe even up into Wilmington, certainly maybe even to Philadelphia as the water runs up the river. But you start and you take a look at the right side of where the eye makes landfall, and you're going to say anywhere from Wildwood, northward, all the way up to Seabright, where our reporters. Then you have all those barrier islands. Those barrier islands are going to be overwashed with water. You're going to literally see things disappear that used to be on those islands. If you're not on stilts, some of those homes are going to go away.
Oh, my goodness.
And it's and I think it was really telling. I wasn't in here for the interview, but I heard it in my ear that when you talked to them, was it the mayor of Rehoboth or was it the governor?
Yeah, it was the governor of Delaware.
Of Delaware, right.
He was in Rehoboth
And
Beach.
he said, we had no idea it would be flooding already, which means that this surge may even be worse than we think because they weren't ready for it. And I wanted to ask him, I couldn't run out too fast. Was it storm surge from the ocean? Was it rainwater flooding? But it truly doesn't matter. If it's flooding, you're in trouble if you're there. There's so many other parts to this, and we have all night to go through this, and we'll be here all night. I want to talk to you about what happens in Boston, what happens in Connecticut, what happens in Rhode Island, what happens along Long Island Sound, and we work our way all the way down because every place will be different. You know, what happens in Wilkes-Barre is not going to be the same as happens in Boston. The effects will be different depending on how cold the air is on one side, how warm it is, how much wind, and how much flooding. In West Virginia, how much snow.
And which is why people really need to pay attention. If they have their NOAA radios, their battery-operated radios, stay informed.
Your local National Weather Service office will be able to tell you more about your local area than I can. I can tell you the overall scope. I can try to do that in 5 minutes. I can't go state by state, city by city. You know, it would just take too long. So your local authorities know everything about where you live and what the local conditions are going to be. That's who you need to listen to.
Well, you're laying it out. It really is going to be a transportation nightmare as well. You talk about the storm surge. It also means that railways are not going to be working like people want them to. Roadways, we know that there are lots of cancellations and flights as well. We're going to check with Josh Leves, who has a lot more on that from our hurricane desk right after this.
This is CNN Breaking News.
All right, we're keeping a close eye on Hurricane Sandy as it charges up the East Coast. This is the latest word from the National Hurricane Center. Sandy is churning out in the Atlantic about 270 miles southeast of Cape Hatteras, and we believe it's also about 530 miles, according to our Chad Myers, from the New York City area. And as it makes its way to the mid-Atlantic and northeast, that system will be colliding with a cold front. between Virginia and Connecticut sometime tomorrow night. And thousands of people in the low-lying areas right now are already evacuating from North Carolina all the way up to Maine. People who are staying put are stocking up on supplies, preparing for widespread power outages as well that could last days. So New York already updates now that the subway and commuter train service has been suspended tonight beginning at 7 o'clock. Mandatory evacuations of low-lying areas are in place. The stock exchange will remain open, but only electronic trades, nothing in person. And we're going to update you on that one because I actually think that's not correct. That's going to be closed as far as we know. Broadway performances have also been canceled. Then on to New Jersey, where a state of emergency is already underway. Mandatory evacuations are in place in parts of the state. All state offices are closed tomorrow, and the New Jersey Transit is shutting down at 4 o'clock. And then Virginia, we understand schools have been canceled in Arlington. The National Guard has authorized up to 500 personnel will be put in place. A state of emergency has been declared there as well. And then in Maryland, also a state of emergency. Voluntary evacuations are underway in low-lying areas, except mandatory evacuations are in place for places like Ocean City. And we also understand that that early voting that had kicked in Virginia and Maryland yesterday, well, in Maryland, no early voting for the general election taking place tomorrow. And then Washington, D.C., public schools are closed tomorrow. Sandbags are being distributed to residents. And then Pennsylvania, it too is looking at this storm and putting precautionary measures in place. Disaster area, an emergency disaster declaration has been put in place for Pennsylvania and Massachusetts. A state of emergency has been declared, and we heard from Governor Deval Patrick that Amtrak service in the Northeast will be suspended starting at 7 p.m. This evening. So lots of precautions being put into place all along the Mid-Atlantic as well as the Northeast. So planes, trains, buses, all grounded for a good amount of time. Josh Levs is keeping a close watch on things from the hurricane desk. Josh, bring us up to date.
Yeah, I will. And that list, I mean, you covered it in a lot of ways. I will tell you that it keeps on growing, and I've got even more for you that's just come in. Let me set the scene for all of you right here. I'm at the CNN hurricane desk, and what you're seeing around me are people who are reaching out to every state, every city, every area in this country that could be impacted by what's going on with this hurricane as it approaches land. Let me give you some of the latest details we have. Before we go into transportation, Fred, this is really interesting to me. The U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission has announced that it's sending inspectors to all the nuclear power stations that are in the path of Hurricane Sandy. Now, anytime I say nuclear on the air, I want to give you a big caveat about this. That doesn't mean that they're predicting any kind of disaster. What they are doing is sending inspectors to be at these facilities just to make sure everything is okay and to be able to act quickly if the worst were to happen, if there were to be a problem at a nuclear site. So the commission's saying that. We're talking transportation here. This is going to impact not just all of you who are in the path of the storm itself, but everyone else around the country, too, who wants to fly somewhere, who has any travel plans. I will tell you the latest we've gotten now just came in from Southeastern Pennsylvania Transportation Authority. They're announcing that they are shutting down their bus service for a while as well. So folks in that entire section of Pennsylvania will be affected as well by the entire transportation system, rather. Now, I want to give you some numbers just to help you understand how many millions of people we're talking about. So let's go to the screen we put together here that's going to help you understand how many millions of people we're talking about being impacted. The New York City subway system alone has 4.3 million riders every day, and that's been closed. The Metropolitan Transportation Authority, the system in New York and New Jersey, has about 8.5 million riders a day. That's closed. And I've confirmed with Amtrak, something you were just talking about, Fred. Amtrak does say that for tonight and at least through tomorrow, they're closing the Northeast Corridor, and that is 750,000 riders a day. Now, let's go to the next screen. I want you guys to see what's happening with planes all over the country. A lot of flights are being shut down. We've been checking in with the airlines more than once an hour just to get these numbers. American Airlines, at least 1,500 flights canceled. Delta and U.S. Airways, last I checked, didn't give specific numbers, but said a lot of flights being canceled. United Airways, 3,700 flights canceled. And JetBlue, 1,000 flights canceled through Wednesday. We are keeping you up to date on all of this here on air and also on CNN.com. And while I'm talking about CNN.com, I want to show you something that's just popped up. Google is now working with New York, and we'll see whether they work with other places as well. This is an interactive map that shows evacuation areas in New York. Watch what happens if I click right here. Those red dots that appeared are evacuation centers. So if you're in the New York City area, you need an evacuation center to go to. That's what you do. Now, this is the biggest reason I'm showing you this map. Watch what happens when I click storm surge probability. Yowza. This is a look at the current forecast for the kind of storm surge that we could be seeing. And obviously, we're hearing a lot of great information about this from the National Hurricane Center and from Chad Myers as well. Now, if you are in a position to take photos or videos safely, you can contribute to our iReport coverage of what we've got going on. I'm not going to show any iReports from anyone who violated a mandatory evacuation order. Do not do that. We check with people first, make sure you didn't take any risks. If you're in a position, though, to take images safely, contribute to our iReport coverage right here. We are getting some powerful shots right here, whoops, that I will just click through for you, that are showing us different parts of the country that are being impacted already. I'm really struck by that one because you can see a flooded area with apparently a family that was all set for Halloween. That was out of Ocracoke in North Carolina. In the meantime, keep it with us on CNN.com. I've also got a lot going out to you on Twitter right now, very often. I'm tweeting like crazy right now at Josh Levs, CNN. And Fred, we'll be back in a little bit with even more new breaking details.
Okay, great. And we're going to be right back, too, with more on the mass transit shutdown in New York City right after this as well.
This is CNN Breaking News.
All right, desperate times calling for desperate measures. That's how authorities in New York City are responding to Hurricane Sandy. They're suspending public transportation in a city of millions just hours from now to keep people safe. Joining me right now on the phone is Joseph Latta, chairman of the New York Metropolitan Transportation Authority. So, Mr. Latta, I'm talking about bus service that's going to be suspended starting at 9 p.m. and subways, which are going to be shut down at 7 p.m. Is that right?
Yeah, at 7. Yes, hello, Frederica. 7 p.m. Tonight, we're going to begin the shutdown of the subway system. No guarantee that you'll be able to get a ride on the subway past 7 p.m. tonight, but we're going to go all the way through to 3 a.m. in the morning when it will be completely shut down.
Okay, so I understand Hurricane Sandy is about 530 miles away from New York City. Why is it, and how did you come about these hours as the best recommended time to kind of stop MTA?
What's really important to understand in this decision that was made to do it now, it's not necessarily where the hurricane is right now. We're pretty confident that we're going to be having a water surge as well as high winds. What we really needed to do is to make sure that all of our people were safe, all of our passengers were safe. But what's more important, if we had service on Monday morning and brought everybody into New York, I can tell you right now we wouldn't be able to get them home, and that is a problem. 8.5 million people are on the MTA every single day, and you can't have that many people stranded in New York.
And how concerned are you about all of those evacuations? Zone A to evacuate, mandatory evacuation. We heard that from the mayor just a few hours ago. How concerned are you that they may not be able to make it?
I'm not concerned. We're working very, very closely with the city in the evacuation process. Right now, that's only about 325,000 people. Believe it or not, for the MTA, we know how to handle that level. As long as the folks there are prepared to move, we're prepared to help in that process.
All right, clearly 325,000 people, nothing compared to your 8.5 million who count on you every day. All right, Joseph Latta, thanks so much, chairman of New York's Metropolitan Transportation Authority. All the best. Thanks for your time. So all states along the East Coast, particularly mid-Atlantic up to the Northeast, taking the threat of Hurricane Sandy very seriously. The governors and mayors of so many of those states have been keeping everyone posted constantly as best they can on preparations, evacuations, closures. Nick Valencia is here to kind of break it all down for us because we're talking about a very concentrated metropolitan area from as far south as North Carolina all the way up to Maine.
Yeah, and we heard from the Connecticut governor earlier today, and it seems like the worst case scenario there, Fred, maybe the one that's most likely to play out. There was little, if any, good news that came out of this press conference. Already mandatory evacuations for parts of Stamford, Connecticut. The governor there, Governor Malloy, took it a step further. He said historic flooding and possibly some major damage there as a result of Hurricane Sandy. Take a listen.
We are talking about extensive flooding, maybe the worst that we have seen in 70 years. The most significant threat we're facing right now, is the fact that we will be experiencing 4 high tides from the time the storm starts until it ends, with the worst one being late tomorrow night. The amount of water the storm is expected to push into Long Island Sound is far more than the Sound shoreline can handle. The numbers that we are starting to look at right now suggest, in a worst-case scenario, that we will see water surges unlike Connecticut has seen in more than 70 years, referencing the 1938 storm.
He brings up that 1938 storm, which caused hundreds of deaths and was a risk of a very big problem there in Connecticut. But you know, Fred, the problem is that we're dealing with residents that have gone through this before, right? Fatigue's there. People have gone through this, been in the eye of the storm.
Just last year.
Hurricane Irene. And there were similar predictions there, but of course that problem was wind damage. It was rain. This time it's storm surges. So we're seeing from these local governors and officials some sort of a more aggressive approach to get the word out. In fact, Governor Chris Christie, even before his news conference, took to Twitter to try to get the message out. I believe we have one of his tweets. New Jersey Transit. He's saying we'll begin gradual system-wide shutdown of all bus, rail, light rail, and Access Link service. That starts at 4 p.m., goes to the overnight hours of 2 a.m. So you see all avenues being used here to get the message out to residents, Fred.
And what about Newark Mayor Cory Booker? He's a big tweeter.
Yeah, he is a big tweeter, and he was also very blunt and up front with the audience and with the residents there during his press conference. You know, he said that the biggest concern there for him is the people that aren't prepared.
The biggest thing we're concerned about right now is individuals not taking this storm seriously enough. The human error that often comes from a lack of preparation or a lack of sobered understanding of what is going to happen to the state of New Jersey. And many of the crises we've had to respond to in the past, most mark people not adequately preparing for the crisis.
Different methods and avenues being used to spread this information far and wide. In New York, they're actually sending messages to residents' phones. We talked to a resident there earlier today. She got a message on her iPhone of these mandatory evacuations that we're talking about in Zone A that's going to affect hundreds of thousands of people. Also, a little while ago, free web access from the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal to spread information to people that want to go on there, but hopefully they're watching us for the latest information here on CNN.
All right, so the access to information, it's all there.
It's out there.
Bottom line. All right, Nick Valencia, thanks so much. Appreciate it. All right, weather conditions indeed are deteriorating along the East Coast. We'll bring you the very latest on Hurricane Sandy, where it is and where it might be heading. Next.
This is CNN Breaking News.
All right, more on Hurricane Sandy now. We're talking about it being a couple hundred miles off the coast of North Carolina, about 500 miles off New York City's coast. So let's check with meteorologist Chad Myers. All of these cities from North Carolina all the way up to Maine are very concerned about what Sandy might bring. Storm surge is the biggest concern.
Of course, because the water is so heavy. Even standing at the beach and getting knocked down by a 3-foot wave when you're having fun on the beach is nothing like you're going to feel with the weight of this water, where the water may be 12 feet higher than usual. Plus we have full moon. The full moon will make the normal tides a couple of feet higher than normal or than a low tide. So that's good for the low, because that will make the water go down when we have the low tide, at least a little bit. And then it's bad for the high tide, because then you have the high tide added to the storm surge. There's the storm right now, and you made some reference to about Kill Devil Hills. That's about 300 miles from there, maybe a little bit less, and 500 miles from New York City. The forecast is for it to do something like that, and then like that. But the cone is still here and here. So let's get to it, because we always have to talk about the cone until it makes landfall. Nothing is in stone until it makes landfall. It's raining now in Annapolis, raining in D.C. and Bowie, and also all of the areas here in eastern North Carolina. The storm anywhere from about Long Branch all the way down to, that's the border between the Delmarva there, that's Delaware, and to Virginia. And the cone gets smaller. Notice how small the cone is when it's very close to where it is, and the cone gets bigger as it moves away. And the problem, another problem is, there's another low pressure system that's swinging in from the southwest here that will grab this thing and spin it around. It'll almost stall it for a couple of days. It moves it a little bit from here to here. But if you think about rain in this shield, and it rains for 48 hours there, we're going to get flooding. We're also going to keep the wind going 50 or 60 miles per hour, and then you're going to see the trees get knocked down because, well, the ground is wet. all of a sudden the trees are blowing 50 and the trees are going to come down, and so are the power lines. There'll be millions of trees down, and there'll be millions of power lines down with it. There's a couple forecast models still up toward New York City, a couple here still down here. That would be Wilmington, that right there, that's Rehoboth. And then you just talked to the governor down there in Rehoboth. And then right through here, most of the mass of them right across New Jersey. It isn't going to miss something. It's going to hit something, and it's a big storm. It's so big that no matter if you think of the center, like you think of a hurricane like a Cat 2, 3, 4 in the center, that's not the issue. This storm is 500 miles wide on both sides of this storm with winds over tropical storm force. So the winds will still be gusting to 60 in Maine. They'll be gusting to 60 in Washington, D.C., 80 here across parts of New Jersey, and even through here, because the big high pressure is back here, and the low will be here, that wind is going to howl through Detroit, howl down Lake Michigan. Could even see some lake effect snow there, but an awful lot of snow through parts of West Virginia. Some of the new computer models I'm looking at saying 60 inches of snow, and now blizzard warnings just posted.
Wow. Well, given you talking about the circumference and the width of that storm, no matter what, with that whole spaghetti map, while one place may not get a direct hit, it's still going to get the impact of that storm because it's just so wide and seemingly so monstrous.
Yeah, you know, there's nobody from Maine to Virginia that's not going to feel something. And it's just a matter of where you are into the center, whether your winds are going to be east, north, south, or west. And they're going to be blowing hard. They're going to be blowing hard for days, and the power is going to be out for days in many spots.
My goodness. All right, thanks so much, Chad Myers. Appreciate that. We know you're going to keep us posted throughout the evening. We'll have much more right after this. All right, we continue to watch Hurricane Sandy. It's roughly about 200 miles off the coast of North Carolina, roughly 500 miles from New York City. But places from North Carolina all the way up to Maine are bracing. In fact, we've got a few updates. D.C., federal offices will be closed to the public tomorrow. We already know that Washington, D.C. public schools are closed. More on Hurricane Sandy. Straight ahead, we know that mass transit from buses in New York will be closed they'll shut down starting 9 o'clock this evening and 7 o'clock for the subway system. That's impacting a whole lot of people. Much more of the newsroom straight ahead with Don Lemon. This is a monster of a storm because it really could take so many different directions. And so as a precaution, states and cities are taking all kinds of measures to make sure that people are safe. And people can't be complacent because that's what happens oftentimes.
And they should be. And you heard some of the people saying, the mayor saying, if you, it's almost too late to get out now in some places if you haven't gotten out. But my gosh, you've been here, what, since 2 o'clock on the air?
Yeah, and you've got the long haul, too. You're going to take us into the evening.
Goodness.
Things will be changing on a dime. We know that.
Yeah. We got a lot of people out there. So thank you, Fred.
Excellent.
Have a great evening.
Have a great evening.
Yeah.
Thanks so
great
much.
evening. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. It's the top of the hour. I'm Don Lemon here in the CNN newsroom. 2 words for you that are going to dominate the news right now. About to make life miserable for millions of people. I'm talking about Hurricane Sandy. Look at that, sideways rain and a wall of wind. The Outer Banks of North Carolina are just starting to feel the first punch of this hurricane. Now, this storm is huge, and it is headed for shore. And there are some questions for you. Where exactly will it make landfall, and will the people who did not evacuate be prepared to handle it? President Obama got a full briefing at FEMA headquarters today. Look at it.
This is a serious and big storm. And my first message is to all the people across the eastern seaboard, mid-Atlantic, going north, that you need to take this very seriously.
The President saying take it very seriously as well. You should see an severe weather team in place. Reporters all along the shore, and also Chad Myers here with me. Sandra Indo is in Ocean City, Maryland, coming to you in a minute, and then Chad Myers coming to you in a minute as well here on CNN. But we want to update you on something first, and we want to go to the Outer Banks, where George Howe is on the beach. He's in Kill Devil Hills, North Carolina. So, George, tell me how the conditions have changed in the past few hours. I've seen you very wet, getting pelted, and I've seen a little bit drier. What's happening now?
Don, look, look, you know, while you were talking, we had a bit of a break, and then the wind came back. And when we're talking about the winds here, we're talking about winds up to 40 miles per hour, plus just lost a light. We'll keep going, though. Strong winds that keep coming through this area, and also the rainfall. Now, when you look at the radar, Don, we are in an area right along one of the biggest bands. It's the entire Tidewater area. We're talking about Norfolk. We're talking about Virginia Beach. We're talking about the Outer Banks here where we are. This area has been getting hit, has been hit hard, I should say, by this storm for the last 24 hours. Don, from what we understand, it will continue through the night, get a little worse through the night, in fact, before it starts to get better. And the winds are starting to shift. The winds initially were coming in from the east, now coming in a bit from the north, and we will start feeling winds from the west. I'm sorry, from the east, from the north, and then from the west as the storm continues to pass through this area, Don.
Hey, George, stand by. Let's talk to Chad real quick. We're going to go out to the reporters, but Chad, he is getting pelted there. It's really moving through. What's happening where he is right now?
300 miles from the center.
Really?
That's what he's feeling. And that's the rub with this storm.
Yeah.
You can't focus on the eye because it doesn't even have an eye.
Right.
You focus on the width of the wind, and 300 miles either side of the center of this hurricane, winds are tropical storm force or greater. That's a 600-mile swath of damage.
Hey, George, do you feel it intensifying, like how, from their last live shot, do you feel it continuously? The shot is dark. It's okay. We can still go to him. Can you feel it there? All right. Okay, we lost his shot because of the weather. All right, let's move on. Let's go to Sandra Indo now. Sandra Indo is in Ocean City, and she's about 200 miles north of where George is. What are you seeing there as you talk to me and to Chad Myers?
Well, Don and Chad, we've been feeling the effects of Hurricane Sandy already here in Ocean City all day long now. Steady winds up to 27 miles per hour. Steady rain just pelting down all day long. And we're here on the balcony of an oceanside hotel to give you a perspective of what you're seeing right now. We're close to high tide, and you can see the fierce waves behind me right here along the shore. And this is really what local officials are worried about, the high tide and the combination of this long duration of the storm that they're expecting. They're expecting about 36 hours for Hurricane Sandy to really come through this area. And just to show you over here as well, they've evacuated this entire area of downtown Ocean City, and that evacuation deadline is fast approaching. We've seen people flee town all day long, and they have opened up local shelters in this county. We're hearing about 40 people have resorted to those shelters already, but clearly they've been preparing for this and also have learned from last year's Hurricane Irene. Here's the local mayor. All right, well, we talked to the local mayor here earlier, and he said that they've been preparing. They're under 24-hour operations right now, trying to keep those lines of communications open with residents here who chose not to evacuate, as well as keeping up to date with everything that's going on in terms of emergency responses and any type of damage that may come because of Hurricane Sandy. Don and Chad.
All right, Sandy, stand by. We have Chad Myers here again. And Sandy, you can play along in this as well. So we have Sandra, Chad is in Ocean City, Maryland, 200 miles north of George. George is getting pelted at this point. How long before Sandy starts to feel what he's feeling?
There are arms on this storm.
Right.
They're almost like, you know, you see a picture of a hurricane, you see these spiral bands. That's what we have with this storm. Let me walk over here because I want to describe what you're going to look at. You're going to look at this for the next 36 hours. So I want you to know when you see it, what you're seeing. There's the center of the storm right there, Don. But wherever there's color, that's where it's storming. That's where it's raining. And that's when the rain will bring down the wind. So when you get a cell, there's even one right there coming onto Long Island. When you get a cell that has a little bit of color, a little bit of rain, it will translate all of this wind back down to the surface. Now, it's not windy right here. It's not windy here. Even though this is much closer to the center than this, it is windier here because of the storm around it, the arms around it, and these will rotate around, and the winds will eventually go right through New York into Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and the like.
And the size again of this thing?
It is 300 miles from the center to the edge of the 50 to 55 mile per hour gusts.
Yeah. As Fred last said when she was handing off to me, she said it's 200 miles from North Carolina, about 500 miles from New York City, and then people all the way from Maine, from North Carolina to Maine. When was the last time, or have we ever seen a weather event like this on the East Coast in this magnitude?
No, we have not. The last thing that was even close was the perfect storm. Yeah. Because there's not only this hurricane, there's another low pressure that's going to energize it more. We've got a low here that should make a snowstorm, and it will. And then all of a sudden you have a hurricane coming in, and they're going to merge. So we have not seen this except for the storm, perfect storm. The difference between this storm and perfect storm never made landfall.
And this will.
It stayed in the ocean the whole time and did that much damage. This will make landfall and make more damage.
And we're sure it's not going to be a fish storm because of the models. It's going.
I don't see
You don't think
that.
it'll be?
It's going to hit something. I'm not totally convinced that it's going to be into D.C. I think it'll be north of there, Cape May into central New Jersey for the eye. But here's what I just said. The problem is, don't worry about the eye. It's not windy in the eye in some spots. It's windy away from the eye wherever these storms are, and those storms reach out 300 miles from the center.
When you say Cape May is almost like Grand Island, Louisiana. It sticks out. Cape May sticks out in New Jersey, and so for every storm, when I worked in Philadelphia, everyone would go to Cape May because that's where you get the best pictures. Help me talk to, speaking of best pictures, help me talk to George Howell now. George is back. Yeah, and George, you are where probably the best pictures we have now. We said you were getting pelted. You lost the light because of the rain, I'm sure, and now your shot went down because of the weather, and you're back. How intense is this getting moment by moment? How are you feeling the intensity moment by moment here?
Don, absolutely. Again, we're feeling these wind gusts anywhere from 40 to 50 miles per hour at times. And you're right, this is the area that has really been getting the brunt of this storm. When you look at the way the storm has been traveling, most of it offshore, as Chad described, but right there on those outer bands of the wind field, we're feeling these strong winds as they come in, and that's what people will start seeing in the metro areas as this storm hooks a left. So again, what we're seeing here in North Carolina, and now more here in the Tidewater area, this is what will be coming as the storm makes land.
Hey,
so,
George.
Officials here are keeping, yes.
I don't want to complicate things for you. I'm not sure if your photographer can hear me, but show us around. Show us where you're standing and show our viewers what you're seeing from your vantage point there.
And Don, we'll do the best we can with the lighting. Everything kind of blends back there, but I'll show you what's happening with the Atlantic. Take a look back there. If you can see the water out there, it's rough. It's really rough. There was a beach out there, Don, yesterday. We walked that beach. The beach is gone, and beach erosion is going to be a big issue here with this particular storm system. Also, when it comes to the storm surge, Don, that's what a lot of people are concerned about on this island. Storm surge where we are could get anywhere from 4 to 6 feet. Also, on the other side of the island, there's a concern about flooding on the sound side, flooding from all of the water that the storm pushes in, and then it comes back. That causes a lot of flooding, and that's what people saw here with Irene when it came through.
All right, George, stand by. Don't go anywhere. Do we still have Sandra Indo just to show her picture, the difference, Chad, between Sandra's picture and George's picture? And if you can put them together side by side, you can see it's still sunny. Sandra, you're on now, but it's still, I guess it's sunset happening where Sandra is, and then look at that, just 200 miles away. That is definitely a contrast there.
And Sandra, I know you can hear us because you're looking at the camera. Your beach is gone. About 2 hours ago, you had 300, 400 feet of sand between you and the water. Where did it go?
Yeah, that's what local officials and the National Weather Service is actually concerned about, beach erosion here. And they're comparing and anticipating Hurricane Sandy to Hurricane Gloria back in 1985, which destroyed the boardwalk. So they're certainly going to look for the storm surge damages that could possibly happen because of Hurricane Sandy and, of course, beach erosion. With the mixture of high tide, again, and this long storm, that is what they're really concerned about, because the storm surge could affect this region devastatingly, and certainly they are hunkering down, bracing for the worst, and of course the worst is not going to hit this area for another 24 hours or so.
All right, well, stand by, Sandra. Thank you very much. Don't go anywhere. We'll be getting to Sandra, George Howell as well, of course, our meteorologist, Chad Myers. Chad is in charge. He's going to be helping me here. We're going to be on for a long time, Chad, so get rested. Bathroom break, take it now. All right, thanks, everyone. More on this when we come back, but with hurricane season reaching the end, a lot of people weren't ready for this. We're going to talk with General Russell Honore, who has dedicated his life to helping others be prepared after his experience with Hurricane Katrina. Remember that? He's live in studio with me just moments away. And you know, this storm is throwing a big monkey wrench into the race to the White House. Battleground states are in Hurricane Sandy's path. Which candidate does the storm help or hurt? This is your place for breaking coverage of Hurricane Sandy and the election. We will be carrying this at least until 11 p.m. Eastern tonight, possibly longer if it warrants, because this storm is forecast to be a monster when it makes landfall. Don't go anywhere. A lot of people said they're holed up in hotel rooms. They are stuck at airports, and they're watching us, and we're going to carry you through this until it is over. So let's, this is a live picture now from Kill Devil Hills, North Carolina, courtesy of our affiliate WSOC. Look at the surf. You know, we're keeping a close watch on Hurricane Sandy for you, but we want to take a minute to update the race for the White House right now. We have a new CNN national poll of polls to tell you about, an average of 3 new daily tracking polls. It shows Mitt Romney with a very slim lead over President Obama, 48% to 46%. Hurricane Sandy playing havoc with the travel plans for both President Obama and Mitt Romney, both those campaigns. The president is leaving D.C. tonight before the weather worsens, and instead of tomorrow, as first planned, to get down to Florida. Mitt Romney also having to change his itinerary, and that's where we will, that's why we're going to go now to CNN's Jim Acosta, always with the Romney campaign. He's been traveling with them. So, Jim, the storm already having an impact on where the candidates are going, isn't it?
That is right, Don. I think for the final 9 days of this campaign, you can throw out the white, dry erase board and perhaps take the Doppler weather radar and lay it over the battleground map, because that's going to be how we track this campaign heading into the home stretch here. Both campaigns, if you add them together, have scrapped roughly a dozen campaign events so far between the president and Mitt Romney. Mitt right now is heading to this gymnasium here in Marion, Ohio. He has an event here tomorrow morning, and then he's getting out of this state. But, Don, it's going to be very interesting to watch the final days of this campaign because of this storm. You saw the president also canceling events here, not here in Ohio, but his campaign events that were scheduled for today. Instead of those campaign events, he went to church and then went to the Federal Emergency Management Agency to check on storm preparations there. Now, the very interesting question that comes up next in this final stretch of the campaign, Don, is where these candidates head next. We know Mitt Romney's going to be in Ohio tomorrow morning. He goes to Wisconsin after that. But then it's sort of a guessing game. A senior Romney advisor was asked by reporters earlier today, you know, what are you doing in terms of watching this storm? And they said that's basically what they're doing right now. They're watching the storm. They're assessing where they're going next based on this campaign schedule that's been thrown up in the air. And, Don, what is also going to be interesting is the optics of the final days of this campaign. Will the president get out there and be surveying storm damage instead of campaigning? And at the same time, what will the weather do to early voting? That is something that we're also going to be looking at in these final days. Obviously, the Obama campaign has expressed some concern about that. We heard David Axelrod on CNN State of the Union earlier today saying that that may have an effect on their campaign. So, Don, we're going to be watching all of this as we head into the final days. It is one of those situations, you know, 2008 was a wave year for the Democrats. 2010 was a wave year for the Republicans. The wave this year is from Hurricane Sandy.
Hurricane Sandy. And it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out, how this affects the election. If people don't have power, what they do. It's unprecedented. I think we're going to check on that and talk with our political folks to see if there's any precedent when it comes to storms and changing the election or what difference it makes. Jim Acosta, traveling with the Romney campaign. Thank you, Jim. We'll get back to you. You know, with forecasters calling for a day and a half of hurricane-force winds, imagine that. Rain, even snow. How are people supposed to prepare for this? We're going to talk with General Russell Honore, the man who commanded the military in the chaos after Katrina. There he is in action, and he is live in studio with me moments away. Welcome back to CNN's continuing coverage of Hurricane Sandy as Hurricane Sandy barrels toward the eastern seaboard. Live pictures now from Kill Devil Hills, North Carolina, courtesy of our affiliate WSOC. Also want to get you live now to New Jersey and show you what is happening there. It's just a podium now, but moments away, New Jersey Governor Chris Christie will be giving a live briefing to his residents, really to the nation. New Jersey expected to be right in the path of this storm. Chris Christie holding a live press briefing moments away. We'll carry it for you live here on CNN. You know, a lot of people said that they weren't expecting a storm this big, this late in the season. Now the rush is on, as always, to get supplies and to do it at the last minute. Some stores already running low. People looking for bottled water. They were finding some empty shelves there. Look at that boat. Trying to get them out and get them safe. And despite mandatory evacuations in areas of New Jersey, Delaware, some people are bound to stay in their homes, as they always do. And we know the answer to that is that that's a bad idea, right? With me now, General Russell Honore. I'm sure he will second that. General, you commanded the military in New Orleans as a general there. Should people prepare differently for this storm than they do? Because there are different elements with this. Is there a different preparation for this storm?
Well, we have gone into this storm for the last few years since Katrina, encouraging people not only to have 3 days supply at home, but maybe have 3 to 5 days supply of food and water on hand for an event just like this.
Because usually when you have this event, it's further south, warmer, right. There's no snow involved. This is cold weather, possibly snow, and power outage for days.
Right. We have the combined effect of wind, surge, rain. All of this can cause flooding along the coast, with the backside of the storm creating snow and ice.
Yeah.
So unlike the normal summer hurricanes we face,
right.
when the storm come through, cut the lights out, everybody survive. Now you have to survive through cold weather on the backside of the storm. One that this generation of Americans probably have not, most of this generation have not experienced in the past. A cold front with snow and ice on the backside of the storm. So being prepared or going to a shelter, if you're home, if you don't have some redundancy in your home, like a generator, or if you have anyone in your home at risk, an elderly person, young child, or someone that's sick.
Yeah, well, at the very least you could do is get out of the way of this storm, right?
Absolutely.
If you're not going to... What about people, and just look right into the camera and tell me, what about people who aren't expecting this storm to be big? They will say, General, every time you guys tell us it's going to be big and then nothing happened, the last one to hit the eastern seaboard wasn't that big. What do you say to those folks in that camera right there?
Yeah, listen to the experts. This is like saying, well, I don't need to wear my seatbelt. Nothing ever happened. This is coming. It's going to be big. Expect the worst case scenario. Expect this storm to turn the lights out, keep you in your home for 2 to 3 days because of the sustained wind. It will knock power lines down. And much of this is we have a lot of trees in the northeast quarter. We have a large, millions of people that all with the same objective, wanting to leave. And if they try to leave too late, the road's going to get congested. So when you're going to shelter in place, stay in place, work with your neighbors, make sure, check on your neighbors and the people on your block, and form that local citizen team to take care of one another.
Don't underestimate this. So when dealing with Katrina, the issue was, remember, evacuating people, getting them on buses, getting them out of the city. They shut down the subway system, mass transportation, public transportation in New York City, subways, trains, buses. Doesn't it make it harder for people to leave if you do that? But at some point, I guess you've got to just shut it down.
There come a point in time when you have to close it down to not put that infrastructure or that structure in danger of losing it longer than you have to on the backside of the storm. But, you know, when we say mandatory evacuation, what that means, Don, is it's a big suggestion to people that you leave.
Right.
Because most of our constitutional laws doesn't give the government, elected official, the authority to force people to leave. So what government does do, control the transportation, control the roads, control the buildings. So this is a way to encourage people to leave.
And when they tell you, you know, to basically to get out, that means to get out because they've done all they can.
Right.
And someone like Chris Christie, we have that little box up there on the screen because we're waiting on Chris Christie, the governor of New Jersey. He said it last time when there was, you know, when there was a hurricane barreling towards New York, New Jersey. He said, I'm telling you, get out. If you don't, I'm paraphrasing.
Clear message.
You're not right. If you don't, I don't want to say that a bad word about people. So listen, you have this new book called Leadership, where you talk about making decisions in the wake of Katrina and other decisions you've made. As you're watching all of this preparation, you're watching people like Michael Bloomberg, the mayor of New York City. You're watching the people down on the eastern sea, on the coast. Are they making the right decisions?
They're going in the right direction. In today's world, where we have large numbers of people living in concentrated areas, in very dangerous places where water can easily get into and cause flooding and mass destruction, leaders must have decision superiority. And many of them are demonstrating that. See first, understand first, act first. And these are not popular decisions because you're getting people to do what they don't want to do, which is to leave their homes and when the storm's coming. And this storm is not like any other this generation of people have seen in America. They must listen to those leaders. And the leaders must talk effects, Don. We must see how many feet of water we expect to surge where. We must say, this is how many inches of snow we're going to get here. This is how fast the wind's going to come through. Your lights will be out. So don't talk category and codes. Talk effects.
Talk to what people can understand.
Talk effects.
Thank you. It's a leadership in the new normal. I keep it on my nightstand. I read a little bit of it every night, but it's about making decisions. And the general says it appears everyone's making the right decisions so far when it comes to this storm. General, stick around with us. You're the man to help us through this for the coverage. And General Honore is going to be with us throughout the evening here on CNN. Thank you, sir. Back with you in a moment. Hurricane Sandy forcing the presidential campaigns to make some detours. Ahead, we're going to look at how the storm could help or hurt the candidates. All right, everyone, half past the hour now, almost half past the hour, and we're in the early hours of what everyone says will be a seriously destructive storm when it crashes into the East Coast. So far, Hurricane Sandy is just dumping rain on the Carolinas and Virginia, but things will go from bad to worse very quickly in the coming hours, so make sure you stay tuned. We're going to cover it for you. Power already out in places along the eastern seaboard, and in about 30 minutes, all subway service in New York City will stop. Emergency officials there are taking no chances, and they're preparing early for possible flooding. We're going to get more details from New York. That is coming up. New York and New Jersey in a full-fledged state of alert right now. A state of emergency has been declared in New Jersey, and Governor Chris Christie was the first to announce mandatory evacuations, and state offices have been closed for tomorrow. Live now, pictures, there you see it, West Trenton, New Jersey. Governor Chris Christie to hold a press conference coming soon, and we're going to go now to Allison Cossack, Asbury Park, New Jersey, where she is watching this storm. They are under a code red there for evacuations, Allison. So tell us what it's like where you are.
Exactly. There are mandatory evacuations up and down the Jersey coast, especially right where we are in Asbury Park. And, you know, it is dry. There's no rain, but the wind is certainly picking up. The gusts are getting much stronger, almost knocking me over a little bit. Over my shoulder, that's the Atlantic Ocean. You're seeing it churn even stronger now. You can't see it because day is turned tonight, but take my word for it. It looks like an angry sea at this point. So here at Asbury Park, there's their movie theater here, their restaurants. I've seen a casino along the way here as well. All of it is shut down, and same with gaming in Atlantic City. Gambling, the casinos in Atlantic City all shut down, and that's a huge economic driver, so that's a big deal that those facilities have closed down, along with public transportation. The commuter rails here in New Jersey have shut down as well. Don, you know what? I talked with the sheriff of Monmouth County, the county where I am in right now. He said the two big concerns for this area, especially right here along the Jersey Shore, are the wind and the storm surge. The storm surge expected to come tomorrow. The big worry, of course, that 4 to 8 feet of water could slowly cover this area, flooding the area. That is a huge concern, of course. And, of course, the wind, the big worry there is knockout power. Don?
All right, Allison Cossack. Allison, stand by, because as the governor gives a press conference, I'm sure we're going to want some reaction from the ground from you to hear what people are saying in New Jersey. And as we keep watch on Hurricane Sandy, I want to take a minute to consider how this storm, really, how it's going to affect the race for the White House. Have you thought about that? If power's out, how are people going to get to the polls? There's a live picture of the White House right now. You know, there are two men vying, one to stay in that residence, and another one wants to be the president, the person who lives there. Mitt Romney, President Obama. So I'm sure they're watching this very closely at this hour. This has really changed their travel plans. They were living in some of those swing states along the coast, had to move their operations out and go further inland, Ohio, Wisconsin, and then now back to Florida since they are out of the storm's path. CNN contributors, Anna Navarro, LZ Granderson here. LZ, also a senior writer at ESPN. Anna, of course, is a Republican strategist. So, guys, welcome back. Great conversation last night. Let's continue on now and talk about this storm, how this storm is going to affect President Obama, Mitt Romney, beyond where they hold campaign rallies. First to you, Anna.
Listen, Donna, I'm from Florida. I'm a veteran of hurricanes, and hurricanes are political seasons. It is hurricane politics 101. You have to be in charge. I think the best thing President Obama can do right now is exactly what he's doing, which is suspend some of the campaign events and be in the White House, be in charge. I want to give him kudos on one thing, which is that the administrator of FEMA that he picked, Craig Fugate, is a man who worked here in Florida. He was in charge of emergency management services in Florida, well known to Floridians. He worked under Jeb Bush, actually, in Florida, is a real pro. I think President Obama deserves points for having chosen somebody that is a professional instead of a political crony. But it is very important. It can make or break careers. There are points where politics and hurricanes meet, and it can help, or they can collide, and they can break careers. We all remember Governor Blanco in Louisiana, what a disaster that was.
Yeah, we remember all of that. And so listen, a Republican praising the president, a Democrat. It happened here on CNN. LZ, so let's talk about the ground. Let's stick with the ground game here, because this, we're talking about the imaginary, scenarios for after the disaster happens. What happens after? Can people get to the polls? Will the power be out? Will there be blockage in the roads? All of this, we don't know. I mean, it's pretty far to forecast out, 7, 8, 9 days from now, an actual election day. But this is really throwing a monkey wrench into the plans that not only the candidates have, but also people going to the polls and voting. Some people don't know what they're going to do because they're out of their homes.
Absolutely. And, it's not really about 7 or 9 days ahead. I mean, some of these states that might get impacted later on in the week are looking at some of the early voting states, right? So, for instance, Maryland has already canceled their early voting for Monday. If you were planning on voting not on next Tuesday, but sometime during this week, power outages could impact your plans. And it may, if you were planning on voting earlier and you may find yourself out of town, you might be scrambling now for an absentee ballot. And if there's no power, how do you get a ballot for that? So this has long-term effects that we'll start seeing much sooner than next week.
And I'm going to go back to you, LZ, because Anna talked about, it was Craig Fugate, right, who is the emergency management down in Florida. Do you remember last time during Isaac, when down in Louisiana, Mitt Romney hit the ground, got there faster than the president? The president, said he had to balance his duties of the nation to a storm, and was criticized for getting there late. This time, he visited FEMA already, so they're well aware of what the optics are like in this situation.
Well, and you may also remember that Mitt Romney got there early, but he also left with criticism because reportedly he told a woman whose house was submerged underwater to go back home and call 211. So hopefully, if he does decide to go and show up at some of these locations, that he has a message that's a lot more compassionate, but doesn't look as if he's definitely trying to be compassionate, but just trying to be himself. That would bring the nation a lot of comfort as we're trying to deal with this horrific storm. And you're right, the president deserves to be criticized for that, because in a campaign season, what you can't do is look as if you don't care about the people you're supposed to be serving. And not being on the ground early after that hurricane made it appear as if he didn't care about the people as much as himself and his own political ambitions.
And you kind of responded to this saying, there is a balance here in your last statement, so I don't have to get you to comment on that. But what I do want you to talk about is what I talked to LZ about. What about the ground game? What about the early voting? What happens? I know these are all imaginary scenarios, but as far as early voting goes, as LZ said, this is affecting that right now. Election day a little bit further out, but there are some people who can't get there to early vote, and they may not ever make it to a polling place.
Well, Don, that's a hypothetical question, as you will say, and it's a bridge we'll have to cross when we get there. You could probably, you might see changes in the early voting hours. There might be extensions of early voting. There might be more days added. There might be more days to get your absentee ballots. I mean, it all depends on just how bad this is, how long it lasts, what the effect is. But, it's something that I think at this point it's where the ground game becomes very important. Obviously, President Obama is not going to be able to be campaigning in some of these states. And we're talking about at least 2, Virginia and Pennsylvania, swing states being affected but possibly much more than 2. We could see New Hampshire affected depending on how high this thing goes. We could see Ohio affected depending how far in it goes. So it is a very significant thing for presidential politics and also for state politics. We've got some very close races in places like Connecticut and like Massachusetts.
Stand by, guys. We have to get to other stuff, but I want to say here, federal law says the election has to be held on the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November. So end of discussion, I think, except for what Anna said, maybe some late votes, they'll extend that. We don't know. We don't know. Okay, guys, thank you. We'll check back in with you. You know, much of the East Coast already being drenched by Sandy. Ahead, we're going to tell you what areas are bracing for the worst of this storm. Don't go anywhere. All right, here it is. As we told you, New Jersey Governor Chris Christie holding a briefing there on Hurricane Sandy. Here's what he said so far. It just started just a moment ago. He said he's spoken to the president. He asked President Obama to make a pre-landfall state of emergency for New Jersey. Done. And he said he obviously had a conversation with the president. He is filling people in on what he would like to see happen. Chris Christie, listen.
Outside the home. And inside the home, sheltering should be your first option. If you feel the need to be sheltered outside the home, first try to go to friends or relatives. If that does not work, go to your local OEM, see if they have a local shelter that is available and has space. If they don't, go to the county shelters, which are listed again at nj211.org. If that's not available, when you get to a county shelter, if it's filled, the state will be able to transfer you to a state-sponsored shelter somewhere else in New Jersey. Also, if you're being evacuated and you have a pet, bring your pet with you. We'll get you to a pet-friendly shelter so that you don't have to worry about leaving your pets behind. She'll also bring supplies with you, clothing, whatever comfort needs you might have. Try to bring those with you. Of course, don't load your entire house onto the back of your onto your back and try to carry it. It'll be difficult for you to move and for us to move you. But things that you might need for a couple of days would be acceptable. For senior citizens out there and those who are disabled, if you're being evacuated, please immediately tell the emergency staff about whatever special needs you might have. We need to know that up front so we get you to the right place. Bring any medications or any special devices that you need with you so that we don't have to worry about trying to supply them to you once you're sheltered in place. So if you haven't already, I say the next few hours, the next 4 to 5 hours are your last chance to get ready before the storm gets going. By tomorrow morning, we're not going to want people going out on the roads to try to prepare themselves for the storm. That's why I started talking to folks yesterday. So got a few hours left, 4 or 5 hours left, and then things will start to get a little bit dicier out there. Tomorrow morning, the weather is going to turn ugly here, and we want everybody to stay off the roads. Again, you know, we can't emphasize this enough. You know, don't try to go out there and be a hero or act as if there's nothing going on here. Something is happening. It's important, and we need to have you stay inside for the day tomorrow. Tomorrow and tomorrow evening will be the worst times of this storm. State government offices will be closed tomorrow, with the exception of emergency personnel involved in hurricane preparation and response. State government staff should stay home tomorrow. Unless called in to help us with the hurricane, please, state employees, please stay home tomorrow. As I said earlier, decisions regarding whether schools will be open are made at the local level. However, I was briefed by Commissioner Cerf just a short time ago that he has been conducting conference calls today with county superintendents of schools regarding decisions to close schools. Of the 590 school districts statewide, as of about 20 minutes ago, 350 of those districts have decided to close tomorrow, and 247 have decided to close on Tuesday.
All right, that is the governor of New Jersey, Chris Christie. And I think the quote here is, don't go out there and try to be a hero tomorrow, because he said the weather is going to start getting progressively worse, and especially tomorrow morning. He said if you haven't already evacuated in the next 5 or 6 hours, you need to do it. You need to do it within the next 5 or 6 hours. Again, the governor saying that he called the president, spoke with the president today, and asked for a pre-landfall state of emergency, which was declared. He said all state government offices in New Jersey closed tomorrow. And that probably, Chad Myers, Probably means early voting as well if it's a state government office, but we'll get further clearance on that. So Chad Myers is here. Obviously, this is a massive storm moving very quickly. You said pretty much unprecedented in the perfect storm sense because now you've got wind, rain, surge, snow, power outage. What else?
You put all of that over the most populated part of America.
Yes, which is Manhattan.
There you go.
Or the Northeast Corridor.
Philadelphia, Wilmington, D.C., Baltimore, Washington, D.C., and all the way up to Boston. You take that whole I-95 corridor, how many millions of people? It seems like over 67 million in the path of some damage.
And
that's
of course,
just incredible.
And you heard the mayor, Michael Bloomberg, he said, what was it, Zone 1 or Zone A, he said, when he's getting them to turn the water off in the building, shut the power down. He's saying mass transportation done within a few hours in New York City.
Right. And if you're going to evacuate, you have to think about where you want to go, not just any place. Because you want to go, if you're evacuating because you're afraid of storm surge, you want to evacuate to someplace much higher. And then all of a sudden, the swath from Maine to almost North Carolina for damage. You don't want to get yourself in more trouble. You don't want to evacuate into someplace else that's going to have something else because we're going to have so many trees down. There'll be millions of trees down. There'll be millions of people without power. 4 days, if not weeks. Can't put all those power lines back up. Plus, if it's windy for 48 hours, and that's the forecast, the linemen aren't going to be back up there putting those power lines back up. So this is going to go downhill rather fast. And so many people are going to be affected. We have never seen something affecting so many tens of millions of people. Let's go to Zone A, New York City.
That's the zone I was talking about.
There's Lady Liberty. Here's Zone A, all the way from here right away to Coney Island, all the way up to Rockaway, all the Rockaway beach areas. We'll fly you on over here to the other side, right here. Here's Battery Park City. Here's Battery Park, probably underwater with this storm. Didn't go underwater with Irene by a foot. This is forecast to be feet higher than Irene, all the way up, down, and here's the East Side River. Here's the East Side. We'll talk about South Street Seaport, on up here, under the bridges, all of this along the waterway, at least flooded if we get that 11-foot surge. And then we're back up here. This is Belmont Island, Roosevelt Island. We're okay. As we turn up here, Red Hook would be right here. That's where Red Hook is. All of these areas are in that Zone A where you must be gone. They are going to turn off power. They're going to turn off the heat and all this. And all of a sudden, if all this water surging into New Jersey as well, I know this says Zone A, that's New York. On the other side of the river, it's going to flood as well. Keep up to date.
Chad Myers, good stuff. Chad, don't go far, because I need you here to help me out. Chad's standing right behind me. That's why I'm looking over my shoulder here. If you've ever, any of our audience, if you don't live in New York, if you've ever visited New York City, you know how huge the subway system, mass transportation, how big the city is there. This is no joke. When they close down subways, buses, a mass transit system in New York City, they're not playing around. That is a huge undertaking. It rarely, if ever, happens. And people, you know, they're rushing to stack up as many sandbags as possible before the storm, but that may not stop the floods from ruining homes. We're going to look at the frantic preparations that's straight ahead. Live pictures now. This is Ocean City, Maryland. Look at that surf. If that doesn't tell you that there's something impending, I don't want to say doom, Chad Myers, but look at that surf. What does that say to you as you look at it?
High tide and it's full moon. That's rough.
And there's a hurricane on the horizon. Okay, hey, look at this. This is Kill Devil Hills, WSOC. That's our affiliate reporter. We're not talking to him. They are talking to him. But we just wanted to show you, look at, he's out in the elements there. And just to show you pretty close to the beach, how he's getting whipped around. And this thing is still hundreds of miles, at last check, about 200 miles from North Carolina. And there is that reporter getting whipped around. This is what's heading his way, up the eastern seaboard, this monstrous hurricane that they are saying now is a perfect storm, because not only will it have rain and wind and surge, it's going to create some snow. And nor'easter, I don't know what you call it. I'm not a meteorologist, but it's certainly going to be interesting. So everybody, sit tight. Watch the coverage. If you're in a place where you don't have to evacuate, I should say, sit tight. If they're telling you to get out, you need to start making preparations within the next couple of hours, depending where you are. We're going to continue on with our live coverage now of Sandy, and also how it's affecting the election, because President Obama has declared a state of emergency in Maryland, where up to a foot of rain is expected there. Now people are racing against time to protect their homes, and that's where we can find Athena Jones. She's in Annapolis. Athena, obviously you're getting rained on there. It doesn't appear to be as bad as it is in North Carolina, Kill Devil Hills. The storm surge, though, could be huge for people. Are they worried where you are?
Hi, Don. Well, you're right. I mean, the rain did pick up a few hours ago. It's lessened a little bit now. People say that this is an area that floods very, very easily. You hear a lot of talk about what happened in Hurricane Isabel. Businesses have plaques on their walls showing how far the water came up. Right now, people earlier today were getting sandbags to protect their homes and businesses. We were able to speak to a coffee shop owner here who said that he's hopeful that they're not going to get the worst of the flooding, but he was getting prepared anyway. Let's listen to that for a moment.
What we're expecting is we're not expecting floods coming up, but we have some sandbags here just in case, which we'll be putting in front of the doors and on the sides there, just to keep if any rainwater, heavy winds blew the rain toward the building and keep us dry.
And Don, certainly that coffee shop owner and all the other businesses around here are hoping that he's right and that it doesn't end up being too bad here, but we're just going to have to wait and see. Don? All
right, thanks, Athena. In Annapolis, from Annapolis to North Carolina, to New York, to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Boston, all over, we've got it covered. There you're looking at live pictures. Lady Liberty, and look at this. This is Kill Devil Hills again as Hurricane Sandy rolls in. Live to North Carolina, to the coast. Next. Just shy of the top of the hour, shy of 7 p.m. Eastern here on the East Coast. And as of right now, the subways in New York City are shut down. There's a lot going on. In 2 hours, the buses will shut down. The city is in emergency mode, getting ready for the arrival of Hurricane Sandy, the most populous city in the U.S., virtually shutting down. No Broadway shows tonight, of course. Same for tomorrow. The United Nations closed tomorrow. Stock exchange closed. For physical trading, I should say, and that's tomorrow. All schools canceled tomorrow. Extra ambulances, the National Guard, they're headed into Manhattan. But that's New York City. That's just one city. Millions of people up and down the coast preparing for the storm in every way they can. So let's get the very latest now from for Sandy's track. Chad Myers is here. Still a Category 1.
Right.
Still but we shouldn't let that number fool us, right? It's very dangerous.
It's as deep, pressure-wise, as a Category 2 or 3.
Right.
But one thing we're not talking about this storm, as we were talking about Irene, if you remember, rattling windows in New York City,
right.
Windows blowing out of high-rises, we're not going to see that type of wind event because it's turning into a hybrid storm. There's cold air. There's cold air in Atlanta. There's cold air all up and down the East Coast. That cold air is wrapping into this storm, and you would expect that to kill it. But actually, it's turning into a nor'easter that actually turns to the left and comes right on shore. Not unlike
a hurricane that turns into a northeaster.
Yes, yes. Or think of it this way. A storm that would be a snowstorm that's coming down right through here that sucks in all of this humidity, moisture, and energy of a hurricane. They combine and they become more than the sum of the parts. It's like 1 + 1 = 3 with this system. There's the center. There's not even an eye. It hasn't really gotten much deeper for many, many days now. Same story. But everywhere that you see this convection, that's where the winds are really picking up. There's more wind 200 miles away from this storm than there is 50 miles away from the storm because there's no convection. It's spinning, but it's not impressive. It is a storm that will come on shore and make so different opinions on where this thing's going to go. Such different winds coming in here in Boston. There'll be waves that'll be 25 feet. 25 feet. I mean, you're seeing breakers coming here on Cape Cod. And then we're talking about the storm surge that may fill in here. We're talking 12 feet of water that may pour into the East River and also into the Hudson River and maybe back toward the Amboys. And then we're talking about flooding through here because we could see 10 inches of rainfall. The wind blowing away from land here as it makes landfall somewhere plus or minus 50 miles from Atlantic City. And then snow back out on this side where West Virginia may pick up 60 inches in the higher elevations. It's so difficult to get your mind wrapped around the potential for this storm, and we've been watching it for days and days and days. It's still going to be an 80-mile-per-hour storm as it makes its way onshore, a very convincing storm. And then it doesn't move much for 48 hours. So if it's raining, it's going to continue to rain. If it's snowing where you are, it's going to continue to snow. And if it's blowing, and it will everywhere, trees are going to continue to blow down. As the trees blow down, Don, they're not going to be able to put line crews in the way of the wind to put your lines back up. Once your power is out, it's going to be out for a couple of days no matter what.
When it's done, it's done. And Chad, stick around. Chad Myers is going to help me out throughout the hour here. We're going to be here, obviously, until this is over. We may be on the air live here from this vantage point until midnight. So, Chad Myers, thank you very much. I just want to tell our viewers, listen, Chad's not playing around. The officials who have come out not playing around with information. Before we go to Kill Devil Hills and George Hall, I just want to say the wires that are coming in, this is just the advisory wires, people, and Chad. Right now, the advisory wire is telling us President Obama is going to return to the White House following this event in Orlando, his event in Orlando on Monday to monitor Hurricane Sandy. And then, so we're not sure if he's going to make any more campaign events. That's how serious this is. And then as you go down, it gives all the listings, and these are coming in moment by moment. U.S. government says non-emergency federal workers granted administrative leave on Monday due to hurricane. They really want people to get out. President Obama declared a state of emergency for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts as a result of Hurricane Sandy. U.S. federal offices in D.C. closed. Philadelphia, the Southeast Pennsylvania Transit Authority, SEPTA as it's called there, from living there, I know, will suspend all services effective at the end of Sunday service due to Hurricane Sandy. Listen, they're not playing around. If you're in any of these areas, you need to listen to what your officials are telling you. George Howell is in one area that is about to be devastated by this, I'm sure, because we can see it coming ashore. Kill Devil Hills, North Carolina. George, you have been out there all day. Tell me how the weather has intensified.
Well, Don, I can tell you right now, we are actually getting a break in the wind. The winds are dying down a bit, but they are also shifting. We can tell that's happening. And that strong rain, it's backing off, but this storm continues to move to the north, and it is changing hour by hour. Here within the last few hours, we've been in touch with emergency management officials here in Dare County just to find out what they're dealing with. They're dealing with the flooding that's happening throughout the tidal water area, flooding along rivers, flooding near the coast also, and they're keeping an eye down on the storm surge. Now, as this storm continues to move north, that's the problem, because it will push water along to the coast, push water into the sound, and cause flooding in places that typically flood, and maybe even surprise some people. So officials are keeping a very close eye on what happens, even as the storm moves out of this area.
All right, George Howell, stand by. Don't go anywhere. Allison Kosick is standing by in Asbury Park, New Jersey. Sandra Indo is in Ocean City, Maryland, as well. We have our teams throughout this, all throughout the Eastern Seaboard. We're going to start with Sandra. You saw Allison there. Well, let's start with Sandra. We're going to begin with you. Sandra, we understand the mayor there ordering everyone who lives there, everyone downtown at least, to get out within the hour?
That's right, Don. The mandatory evacuation order has been in effect all day long, and that deadline is fast approaching. He wants everyone in the downtown Ocean City area to leave town. There's a voluntary evacuation order for low-lying areas as well, and non-residents have to get out of town as well. Route 50, the way into, or one of the ways into Ocean City, is already shut down, and here's why. Take a look at the waves behind me. It's not even high tide yet, and they are fierce, and the high tide combined with the length of this storm is the combination that local officials are really, really afraid of. So they're taking every precaution. And as residents are taking precautions, gearing up, bracing for this storm, CNN is also making sure that we're doing this safe. I'm here with two photographers. Eddie Gross is on the ground with me, and he's also fighting this wind and the rain that we've been feeling all day long. Up there, I just want to show you in the balcony is another photographer, Dave Ruff, who is also hunkered down, bracing himself along the wall here. And these are the conditions that a lot of us are working under to make sure that we stay safe out here in the field. But again, residents here obviously preparing for the worst, Don, and making sure that they're boarding up their homes, boarding up their businesses. And keep in mind, we're already feeling the effects of Hurricane Sandy, and it's you know, it's not even expected to hit here in more than 24 hours.
Hey, listen, Sandra, don't go anywhere. I have Chad. I know you have to run, and you've got to do other reports for other parts of this network, but stand by just for a moment here. I'm not sure who's up on the balconies, at Dave Ruff or what have you, but take that shot. You mentioned earlier, if we can get that balcony shot back, you mentioned earlier that the last time you spoke to Sandra, Chad, that the beach was there and now it's gone. And it appears that it's getting even smaller if it can disappear anymore. The water may come up to that level where she is soon when they get that surge.
Oh, I think so. I'm not sure how far that is above mean sea level. But the problem is we're at high tide when you talk about a full moon. Full moons are already high. And this is going to be high and low, a big series of them. Within 36 hours, we're going to get 3 or 4 high tides, up and down, and this water is just going to push right into that area. I believe where she is high enough, but I would say there's going to be overwash certainly into the parking lots.
All right, stand by, Chad. I need you to help me out with Allison Constant, Asbury Park, New Jersey. We're going to go now. Understand evacuations are being recommended for residents in flood-prone areas there. We heard from New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, Allison. He said, don't try to be a hero tomorrow. If you haven't gotten out, you need to get out within the next 5 or 6 hours. They're not messing around there. What are you hearing?
Exactly. And a lot of people are heeding the warnings, Don, that we've talked to today. They are getting out of these mandatory evacuated areas. You know what? They believe this could be the real deal. Appetizer, a sort of taste of it today, at least in the Seabright area. That's a little bit north of where we are right now. It was high tide earlier this morning, and they saw one of their rivers come up over its banks, and they saw the flooding potential that could happen there. And that's before the main course happens tomorrow, when Hurricane Sandy is expected to come ashore, when there's expected to be that storm surge of 4 to 8 feet of a flood coming over right around where we're standing, below where we're standing. So, you know, we are seeing a lot of people heed the warnings. We also saw a lot of people boarding up their businesses, especially in Seabright, putting up sandbags. I spoke with one store owner who's only been in business for 2 months, and she's worried and hoping for the best.
Okay, well, we don't have that. Thank you. Hey, thank you very much, Allison. Do we still have George Howell? Is George still up in Kill Devil Hills?
I'm here.
Yep. George, what can you show us? I'm standing here, I'm talking to Chad, and he says probably where you are is the best, those are the best pictures where we're going to actually see the force of this storm as it comes through right at this moment. What are you feeling there? Now, you said there was a reprieve for a little bit there, but that's only temporary. It comes and it goes.
It does, Don. You know, the storm just changes hour by hour, and right now we're getting a bit of a break. But I'm sure Chad can kind of explain what's happening, and I'd be curious to understand, you know, what he's seeing from the radar, because we're feeling the wind shift here. You know, initially it was coming in this way. It was hitting my face, my eye. Now it's coming in a little more from this direction. So you get the sense that the storm is changing. That's something also that these emergency officials, as I mentioned in that last report, they're keeping very paying close attention to that, because that will affect how much water and where water goes on the sound side here of the Outer Banks. That's very important, because the big thing around here is flooding, Don. And another thing about what's happening here, we've been watching North Carolina, these 40-plus states that have declared states of emergency. This is a taste of what's to come as this storm moves in and merges with that cold front. It is a messy situation, and it's definitely a good idea right now, you know, if you're in those northern states, to take precautions, to get out of the way of the storm, just prepare for it.
Yeah, thank you, George. Chad just went in, as you were saying that, was checking some of the models. I'm not sure what you were doing.
I was zooming in on the radar.
You're zooming in on the radar as he was talking about the radar.
Because literally every time a storm, a piece of yellow on the radar will come in, his winds will pick up. When it goes back down to green, which is non-convective, which is just rain, the wind will slow down. This is going to be going on for 36 solid hours. One band comes on, and then it stops. Another band comes on, and then it stops. And it's frustrating when you're out there trying to do a live shot, and you say, man, I really got some great shots. It's really windy now. Yeah. And then the truck goes down because the wind is so big that you actually lose the satellite dish. You got a big 8-foot dish pointed at a satellite in space. Right. It starts to shake, and you lose the shot. Just like you driving under a bridge with your Sirius XM radio. You don't get a signal anymore.
Right.
So that's what we're going through.
Into a covered parking lot. It happens all the time.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at it here at the advisory wires, because I like to speak directly to the viewer, because a lot of people are getting in touch touch with me on social media. If you need to get in touch with me, it's at Don Lemon CNN and Chad Myers.
Chad Myers CNN.
Chad Myers CNN. So if you have any questions, people are telling me that they're watching us in the airport. We have the airport network, so I want to speak directly to those viewers. We're going to check in with you. And we have some pictures of security lines. I think it's at LaGuardia. We're going to try to get those on the air for you and try to figure out what's happening with the airports, because it's going to get worse.
They're not going to be open for much longer.
Yeah. All right. Okay, so from travel to shutdowns, the storm throwing a big monkey wrench also in the race for the White House, affecting politics as well. Battleground states in Hurricane Sandy's path. Which candidate does the storm help? Which one does it hurt? Okay, look at that. My goodness. That's Atlantic City, where you can see that building on the left of your screen, or like just above the CNN Severe, and it says Sandy now, the animated thing that's changing. It says Caesars. That's where Caesars Casino is. And you're looking down the boardwalk there, and to the left, obviously land, to the right, ocean, and right down those lights that you see streaking down, that's the Atlantic City boardwalk. These pictures, of course, courtesy of our affiliate there, WPVI. Look at this camera moving around. So you have to imagine that is very, very windy there. You heard Allison Cossack, who is in Asbury Park, talking about gaming in that area. Very big business, and they're going to have to shut it down. So a lot of folks are probably going to lose some money, but of course, Chris Christie saying, get out, be safe. To New York City now, as we move away from Atlantic City, New Jersey, LaGuardia Airport. That is from a CNN editor, producer, Natalie Yarborough. Email those to me, that picture and another one. This is a security line at LaGuardia. Can you imagine? And that's just LaGuardia. I wonder what Harts Field is like in airports all along the East Coast. And once those big airports like LaGuardia start backing up, you know, it's a domino effect. So if you're sitting there watching us, sorry about that. Chad Myers said airports probably not going to stay open much longer along the eastern seaboard. So you have a very limited time to get out. And if your flight hasn't left, you haven't boarded, you should be making some alternative plans, because you probably won't be going anywhere for the time. You're there for the time being. Sorry about that bit of information, but at least you can sit here and watch me, and I'll keep you updated. We're keeping a close watch on Hurricane Sandy for you. I want to tell you that Jim Acosta, if we've got a live picture, Jim Acosta is in Maryland. There he is, Marion, Ohio, traveling with the Romney campaign. Give us a quick update. This has really changed the plans for Mitt Romney and for President Barack Obama, but what are you hearing from the Romney camp?
Well, Don, I tell you right now, the Romney campaign is feeling very optimistic, not only looking at those national polls. If you look at our latest CNN poll of polls, Mitt Romney leading nationally over the president, but in Ohio, our latest CNN ORC, even though it shows the president with a healthy lead there, it is still within the margin of error, and Mitt Romney has played some serious catch-up. There was another poll that came out from a consortium of Ohio newspapers that shows the race tied in this state. So the Romney campaign is feeling pretty good right now, but I have to tell you, Don, the X factor in everything right now, from now until Election Day, the last 9 days of this race, all hinges on Hurricane Sandy at this point. An election that was already uncertain and unpredictable is now only more so. Just in the last hour, Don, we can tell you that the president has gone ahead and canceled an event that he had scheduled here in Ohio, in the town of Youngstown, Ohio, for tomorrow. President Clinton and Vice President Biden are still going to be there. The president is not going to be there. He has an event tomorrow morning in Florida, but he's not going to Ohio. He's going back to the White House. As for Mitt Romney, we're watching his campaign very closely as well. He has a campaign event here in Ohio tomorrow morning after this event here with Paul Ryan in a few moments. Then he goes off to Wisconsin and Iowa, two states that should be protected from Hurricane Sandy for the time being. But, Don, I have to tell you, a lot of this is very interesting to watch, because we're all sort of wondering, how is this hurricane going to affect the race? Which candidate will it affect more? Will it affect the president because it will be taking him off the campaign trail? He won't be able to campaign quite as much. Or will it make him perhaps appear more presidential because he'll be looking at storm damage and that sort of thing? The Romney campaign was asked about that earlier today. They did not want to speculate. But the Obama campaign is also concerned about it, Don, because of how this storm could put a damper on early voting. that has, according to conventional wisdom, been an advantage for the president. So we're going to have to see how all of this shakes out. But as you can see, just in the last hour, one campaign event canceled by the president. And both campaigns have said, Don, they're working with local law enforcement authorities, those first responders, state by state, to determine whether or not they should proceed with campaign events or not.
Hey, Jim, can you, someone was talking to me as you were saying something. You said the president's canceled an event. And who is someone coming in his place? You mentioned former President Clinton and someone else. Can you repeat what you said?
That's right. In Youngstown, Ohio, tomorrow, the president has canceled an event there, but according to the notes that have been given out to the press from the Obama campaign, Vice President Joe Biden and President Clinton will still be at that campaign event. So the president has that event in Florida, then he goes back to the White House, and it just goes to show you how, I mean, this is really happening in real time right now. Instead of these events being planned out days in advance, now it's sort of, you know, as each hour goes by, things are changing. So that's why it's gonna pay to keep a close eye on the storm and on the campaign schedule, Don.
Well, you can see, thank you, Jim. You can see the people there are still excited, even with the storm coming in Marion, Ohio, where there's a Romney event, and our Jim Acosta is on board. Hey, thank you, Jim. I just want to sort of reiterate what Jim said. Come behind me if you can show this. I'm going to show our viewers to take you inside. This is how we do it, right? So to the right here, on this side, this is my rundown, so I sort of know what's going on, and I kind of go by that wherever it takes me. On this side, these are the advisory wires. This advisory wire is saying what Jim is saying. President Obama has declared, well, let's move down here. President Obama declared a state of emergency for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And then it says the president on Monday will return to the White House following an event in Orlando, Florida, to monitor Hurricane Sandy. That's according to a release from the White House. This is all just coming in. And as we look here, the metro in Washington, D.C. closed on Monday due to Hurricane Sandy. Unclear when the service will be restored. That's according to the transit authorities. They don't know, in a city as big as Washington, D.C., when they're going to get their mass transit back up. A lot of people don't even have cars, so there's nowhere to go unless you're going to walk in that weather. And then, here's the new thing, just coming in. President Obama has declared a state of emergency in the state of New York ahead of the arrival of Hurricane Sandy. That's according to a release from the White House. And as I close this, I'm sure there are more that will come through. So you're getting the very latest as I'm getting it. So don't worry about that rundown that I showed you on the right side of the screen. I'm not going to go by that. As soon as I get new information, I'm going to bring it to you as fast as I can, so you're going to get it here first on CNN, and accurate, by the way. But again, state of emergency for New York. You heard there's one for New Jersey, Washington, D.C., the transportation shut down. Same thing in New York. The same thing all over the eastern seaboard. This is serious, so pay attention, everyone. With the storm headed to the most populous area in the U.S., the coast is preparing for search and rescue missions. Let's hope they don't have to do that if you guys listen. We're talking with Admiral Dan Abel. There he is, right after the break. Live pictures now, Ocean City, Maryland. You have been seeing our Sandra Indo there. Look at that surf coming in. Look at that coming in, and that is just the beginning here. I want to bring you guys back inside here and show you what we're doing and the information that we're getting. Come on, bring this camera in here. Let me show you. This is obviously, like I said, this is a rundown. This is where I get the information. We're going by that somewhat. As the information comes in, I've been told that I may have given this short shrift. President Obama declared a state of emergency in the state of New York ahead of the arrival of Hurricane Sandy. That's according to a release from the White House. That's coming across on the advisory wires. I have been told by the very knowledgeable General Russell Honore that I may have given that short shrift because that's a big deal.
That is a big deal. Done only a handful of times in the history of the use of the Stafford Act, which authorized the president to commit to the governors when he make that declaration that the Stafford Act will be used to reimburse some of their expenses. It was done for Hurricane Andrew first time, done for Hurricane Katrina second time, and then President Obama used it for Hurricane Isaac to help the people of Louisiana and Mississippi prepare for Isaac just a few months ago. But this is a big deal that the president made this announcement before the hurricane arrived.
All right, stand by, General, because I need to get to Boston. He's in Boston. His Coast Guard Admiral, Dan Abel. He is standing by. Because believe it or not, some people maybe, they're going to ride out the storm. And we want to talk about, it's going to be a search and rescue if people ride out the storm. So, Admiral, what's the best what are people doing? What's the best thing people can do to keep safe right now so that you don't have to deal with search and rescue?
All right, Don. Well, the first thing is folks should already have their boats secured and the waterfront secured, and it's time to take safe haven. At this point, if you've got a boat in the water, it's time to leave it where it is, and it's time to go ashore. We've worked a couple cases this weekend with kayakers trying to enjoy the surf, or surfers. Even had a guy on a dinghy going out to his mooring buoy, underestimated the weather, ended up hanging onto the mooring buoy with his cell phone, no life jacket, called for assistance, and we were able to rescue him. But the seas are too treacherous at this point to make preparations. It's time to stay on land at this point.
I want to show some video because our viewers may remember this incident. It's from Hurricane Irene. The Coast Guard and fire and rescue teams had to swim out into the rough water to rescue a couple, there it is, a couple who had lived on their boat. How is the Coast Guard prepared for search and rescue missions during Sandy? But go on, continue.
Well, it's certainly, your Coast Guard's ready all the time to do those cases. The first thing, of course, would be preparation. We tell the public it's time to stay away. We try to minimize folks that are, storm chasers or sightseers in heavy weather. Standing on the rocks, going out on the riprap of a breakwater is not a safe place to be. It's time to be prudent when you're around the water. The winds and the seas are unpredictable, and you need to stay ashore.
So at this point, I asked General Russell Honore the same thing, and I only have about 20 seconds here if you can answer. Are we making the right decisions here, and do you think people are heeding the warnings?
Yes, I think so. We've been working this since the middle of last week with flights offshore, warning ships offshore. They've done the right thing. They've taken safe harbor. They've moved ashore. We've actually kind of shepherded them along with some of our larger cutters to keep them in safe harbor. But again, what the Coast Guard's doing is part of a whole of government campaign to make sure that people ashore, at sea, on the coastal region are all ready for the storm. It's going to be the seas of a nor'easter and the winds of a hurricane. It's a massive storm from Chesapeake, Virginia to Chatham, Massachusetts. You're going to have hurricane force gusts.
Thank you very much. Coast Guard Admiral Dan Abel, appreciate you joining us in this very busy time. So, listen, I'm getting information. Are you talking to me? Someone was talking to me. I just want to say that, I hear you. Janine Stetka in Delaware, you said, please let us know what's happening here. All we hear about is Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New York, and Maryland. I hear you. Thank you for writing me, and I'm going to tell you when we come back. So people aren't that worried about a Category 1 storm. They should be, but just look at what, the same storm has already done in Cuba. Now some families have no home to return to. That's next, and Janine Stetka, answer your question when we come back. All right, there is a projected path you're looking at. Man, this thing is threatening to be a monster. Chad Myers is here, our meteorologist, of course, Chad, and he's going to talk to us about the path. Yep. So, Chad, quickly, I wanted to talk to Janine Stetka. She said, I want to know what's going on in Delaware. I can tell you just from the information I've gotten. So she tweeted me, and I'm answering you straight to the viewer now. So it says Governor Jack Markell declared a limited state of emergency, meaning it doesn't order driving bans or business closures. He ordered the evacuation of all coastal communities in flood-prone area in southern Delaware. By Sunday night, shelters will be open beginning Sunday afternoon, Markell said, and to help prevent flooding, says residents should clear storm drains and sweep up any leaves so that they won't clog drains. That is the situation for mine in Delaware. What do you said you told her you'd update it, so.
I don't see how you sweep leaves when it's raining cats and dogs and blowing 50, but that's okay.
I said, Chad, come up here and help me out with Delaware. I promised this viewer that we're going to get to Delaware. He said, you promised her, you tell her. No, go ahead.
Let's go TikTok. I'll take you just minute by minute or hour by hour what we expect here. And it's all about the wind direction for you, and it's all about the wind direction that is going to move when the storm travels from east to west. Onshore flow here in Boston. Onshore flow piling up water all the way through and down to New Jersey. Now for Delaware, it is windy, but most of the wind is from the north, not piling a lot of water up here, but it is raining in Delaware all the way down to Delmarva. And still, this green, light green, that's 40 to 50. The dark green here through Kill Devil Hills and Cape Hatteras, that's 50 to 60 miles per hour right now. Then I'll zoom in and get it a little bit closer. This is 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. We'll go back to Delaware. Delaware, your winds are north, but they have now increased to 60 to 70 miles per hour. And then these big red areas here that will be coming on shore, Atlantic City, all the way up to Seabright, Seaside. That's a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. There's the center. It's a big center. There's not really an eye. Doesn't have a Category 5 hurricane wind in the middle, but it's a giant storm. Notice there's 40-mile-per-hour winds in Maine. There's 40-mile-per-hour winds in North Carolina. It's a huge area. Now we'll put it ahead and move it onshore. This is when all that wind blows into New York City. This is when we're concerned with the storm surge, all the water trying to pile up the rivers and into the Sound. And then Atlantic City, you kind of get right into the eye. The winds calm down. And then for Delaware, your friend right there, the winds actually blow offshore. But there's still
live shot from Atlantic City earlier, right at the boardwalk.
I did with Caesars on that. Yeah, I did see that. Yeah, there it is again. All right.
Goodness.
Yeah, it's blowing. That could be right in the middle of where we think the eye will be. Yeah. And it's a center. Obviously, it won't be called an eye when it's there because it won't be a hurricane when it comes on land. It'll become a hybrid storm, the superstorm, and I'll describe how that happens in the next hour.
All right. Thank you, Chad Myers. Chad Myers and I have been doing our own thing up here, and I appreciate you guys on social media saying you like the behind the scenes. We'll do more of it. I just asked we can have a light time here because it hasn't hit us yet, so the damage is not quite done here. I asked my producer where we're going, and I'm sure she wanted to respond and say, you got yourself into this mess. Why don't you go where you want to go? But for now, we're going to go and talk about the damage that has already been done by this massive hurricane. For people who don't believe this is a dangerous storm, just take a look at what's already been done here. At least 60 people were killed when it wreaked havoc in the Caribbean last week, and at least one neighborhood in Cuba may never be the same again. Here's CNN's Patrick Oppman. He is in Santa de Cuba.
The day we meet Christopher, he turned 3 months old. A happy and lucky baby. Lucky to have survived the hurricane that laid waste to his hometown of Santiago de Cuba. His mother, Yunaika, tells us Hurricane Sandy took everything from them.
The roof started coming off. My house is made of wood. And then a tree fell and collapsed on the front of the house.
Yunaika takes us to see where her home was. When Yunaika's house came crashing down around her, her neighbors had to come in and pull her out from underneath the rubble and underneath this tree. She says if they hadn't, she and her baby probably wouldn't have survived the storm. But the storm left holes in her roof, and she, her baby, and her mother are now homeless.
I don't have the money to fix my home. I am hoping for help from the government. Where am I going to live with my baby? In the street?
It is a question you hear all around Santiago, where Sandy's punishing winds stripped government propaganda from buildings, blocked streets with telephone poles, left a 1950s Buick needing a new windshield. The storm here killed at least 9 people and damaged thousands of homes. Nearly everyone is hard hit, 9-year-old Caitlin tells me.
My house is okay, but the house upstairs is gone. We lost a lot of homes in this neighborhood.
You can't escape the destruction. Walk around Santiago de Cuba and all you'll hear is the sound of people trying to make their homes livable again. Ask anybody where the worst damage is and they'll say everywhere. Cuban authorities have told residents to funnel their pain into efforts to rebuild. But as night comes in a city still left without electricity, Yunaika and baby Christopher go to sleep in a neighbor's house. They don't know where they will sleep tomorrow. And it's clear that the pain inflicted by a hurricane will be felt here for some time to come.
All right, Patrick Oppman joins us now live from Santiago de Cuba. And Patrick, what message do Cubans have for Americans who are in Sandy's path?
I think, the nightscape behind me says it all, Don. This is a city of about 500,000 people. You wouldn't know it because the power is completely off for the third night in a row. There's no power. There's no water. There are on many, many houses here, literally thousands of houses, no roofs. People here would tell Americans, do not underestimate this storm. They're certainly not underestimating it here because it has changed the city perhaps forever, and they're still reeling with the impacts of this very powerful storm, Don.
Challenges, a lot of them, I'm sure, people face ahead of them in Cuba that Americans are going to face some of them, but they've got even bigger challenges than we have here. Do Do we still have Patrick? Okay. Problem with Patrick.
Yeah, sorry, Don, a little bit of delay there. Absolutely. You know, just at the hotel next to us, which is one of the few places that has a generator, we saw people lined up all day long today to charge their cell phones or basic necessities. But they don't know when the power is going to come back on. They know they're getting help from the government little by little. But, you know, every street here when we arrived was full of trees, and these are trees that have survived many hurricanes. They didn't survive Sandy, so this is not a storm to underestimate. People here have experience with storms, and they were overwhelmed by the power of Hurricane Sandy, Don.
All right, Patrick Hopman, thank you very much. We really appreciate it. Thank you guys for what you're sending on social media. We're going to have more of it, and we'll just continue to go along here as we get new information. Janine Stetka in Delaware, you're quite welcome, and thank you for the thank you note. I just want to read one thing that is on the advisory that just came across here. When we talk about the magnitude of the storm, how many people are affected, mass transportation out in these huge metropolitan areas. This is from the Washington, D.C. area. Now, I try to fathom this. 3 major public transportation systems have been closed ahead of Hurricane Sandy. This is from Mass Transit Department in Washington, D.C. The systems transport an average of 9,731,737 commuters a day. That is according to average ridership numbers provided by the local transportation authorities. So that's Washington, D.C. That's how many people are there. And of course, there's New York City, which is part of the mass transportation, and that's Washington, D.C., New York City, and also Philadelphia. So that's included for all of those regions. It's a lot of folks. Many of you at home are watching the news coverage right now, and you're waiting for Sandy to hit, but there are several ways that you can keep track of this superstorm. Some high-tech tips for you right on the other side of the break.
Since the apartheid time, Cape Town has not changed. There's no electricity. People are living in shacks. Growing up in Kliptown makes you feel like you don't have control over your life. Many children drop out of school because they don't have school uniforms and textbooks. I realized that the only way that Kliptown could change was through education. I'm Tulane Matondo. I'm helping educate the children so that we can change Kliptown together.
Yes?
We help the children by paying for their school books, school uniforms. Our main focus is our tutoring program that we run 4 days a week. As young people who are born and raised here, we know the challenges of this community. We also do a number of activities. We've got to come together for fun while we also come together for academics.
This program gave me a chance to go to the university. They actually paid for my fees. That's why I also come back and help out here.
Number 2, number 3.
A little can go a long way.
What subjects do you need to study? Math and science and English. Exactly, yeah. I did not go to university, but being able to help them, I feel excited.
I am going to be an accountant.
I'm going to be a lawyer.
And I am going to be a nurse.
Yes!
The work that we're doing here is bringing change.
You know, if there is one good thing about this storm is that you can get, you know, evacuation information, all kinds of information through a lot of different sources. I'm going to tell you how you can do that online, but we're downstairs in the CNN newsroom. Usually not this busy on a Sunday night, but we brought some people in. There's our Nick Valencia. He works on the desk. You also see him on the air. Tom Lobbs here, one of the managers. And Devin, I'm sorry I had your email up on the air. Now he's getting random emails from people all over. Stop emailing Devin, guys. So you can get, you know, evacuation orders, information through several different outlets, of course. TV news conferences, Twitter feeds, a lot of moving parts. So we're going to go to CNN's Lori Siegel, standing by for us in New York to tell us what she's doing and how you can get some helpful information. What do you have for us, Lori?
Sure. You know, a lot of people going to nyc.gov to get an evacuation zone map, but a lot of people are going there, so people are having trouble accessing the site. So I would say go to WNYC. This is really important if you're in the New York area, if you're in the Northeast region, and you can really look at the different zones, see what zone you're in. I went to it earlier. You can see these red zones, these orange zones, these yellow zones, and how close and whether or not you should evacuate. You know, you're taking a look at it right now. You see earlier, Mayor Bloomberg actually issued a mandatory evacuation for those red zones, and you can see them right there. easy to find out where you are. Literally, you go to the top of that page right there, type in your home address, and it'll tell you what zone you're in. I tried it earlier, Don. Apparently, I am in the yellow zone, so I'm not too concerned, but it's the kind of thing where you need that information, and it also shows you where these evacuation centers are, so you can actually go find out if you need to evacuate, and you can find out places to go. That's a really, really important tool, especially since, as you said, there are so many moving parts right now at this storm.
All right, I don't have return, but I can only see it here in this monitor. I see the yellow parts that you were pointing out there, Lori.
Sure.
Tell us about, I've been telling people about mass transportation. Very rarely in these large cities do they shut down, especially subway trains, for events like this. It's very rare. What about mass transportation information?
Sure. I mean, just now, 7 p.m., the subways were shut down. You have 9 p.m., you have the buses that are being shut down. But WNIC, they also have a great thing. It's called the Transit Tracker. You can go and you can look on their site. You can see every single thing being shut down. You're looking at it right now, Don. It shows you when the subways are shut down, when New Jersey Transit is shut down, and the airports, all of that information. So anything you might need to know if you're evacuating, any of that information is all right there, and they're updating you live by the second. So that's a really, really important tool. You know, another one I really like, and you know, there's an app for everything, right, Don? We all know there's going to be the hurricane app, right? But I do think it's great. This is the one I tried out that I would actually suggest. It's $1.99. It's available on the iPhone, and it allows you to view interactive maps. You can see different maps, winds, satellite maps, threat level. You can read the latest headlines. It pulls data from the National Hurricane Center. And you can also see audio and video updates, and you can receive all this information via text, so you don't even have to open up the app. I would definitely suggest this one if you're going to kind of splurge and download some of this and you really want to track it by the minute. These are all really interesting tools that you can use right now.
Lori Siegel, thank you very much. Hey, the good thing about being down in the newsroom, you can hear what we call here in the newsroom the 911. When I think I heard that Air Force One, am I correct, just landed in Orlando. Did you guys hear that 911? Air Force One, and our affiliate West. There should be pictures coming in. Do we have it? We don't have it? We do have it. Okay. Courtesy of our affiliate West, you just heard the 911, and you heard the president is going to do an event tomorrow in Orlando, and then he is going to go back to the White House, get information, but Air Force One just landing in Orlando. Our Josh Levs, I'm in his territory, Josh. I've taken over your space here. They said, go down to the newsroom. The newsroom is filled on a Sunday night. We're so happy to have all of you folks here. Yeah. Josh is going to tell us how this is impacting the rest of the country. Travel, trade, commerce, business, all of it.
All
right?
of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of it in a couple minutes.
Don't go away. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to CNN's coverage of Hurricane Sandy, and we're going to be here for you. As I told you before the break, we just got the call that President Obama, Air Force One, have landed, both of them, obviously, in Orlando. These pictures courtesy of our affiliate WESH, W-E-S-H. Air Force One now landed, wheels down in Orlando. And as we got the advisory wire a little bit earlier saying the president would arrive there tonight, do the event tomorrow in Orlando, and then go back to Washington to the White House to watch these events unfold as it relates to Hurricane Sandy. And there you see in the middle of your screen behind these smaller planes, Air Force One. The airplane that carries the president, the leader of the free world, around, arriving in Orlando, Florida. Let's go further up the coast now from Florida and go to Kill Devil Hills, North Carolina, where George Howell has been all day tracking this storm, standing out in the elements right now. George, you said that there was a lull when we spoke to you last, but then it would increase, at least the winds and the rain. What are they doing? What's happening right now?
Well, Don, those strong winds, they definitely have the strong winds back here in the Kill Devil Hills, North Carolina area, but we've seen the rain subside a bit. Less of the heavy rain, the sideways rain that we've been seeing, less of that sand coming through. But again, just an indication of how close this storm is getting to us, how it's passing this area. And officials actually expect these conditions, Don, to continue to deteriorate through the night. These wind gusts that we've had out here, 40 to 50 miles per hour. They say that it could get worse through the night. It's going to be more of a wind situation here. That's what we're dealing with right here along the Outer Banks. And also, Don, they're also worried about the storm surge. That's the big thing because it caused flooding during Hurricane Irene when it came through. Storm surge on the Atlantic side anywhere from 4 to 6 feet. In this area south of us could be 7 feet of storm surge. And then let's talk about the sound side, the other side here, as this storm continues to change directions from the east, from the north, and then the west, pushing water into different areas. And then that water comes back and could cause flooding on the sound side anywhere from 3 to 5 feet. Those are big problems. We're already seeing water over this coastal Highway 12. It's the main way in and out here of the Outer Banks, so some people are cut off, until the storm system moves out of this area.
All right. George Howell, thank you. Stay safe. We will get back to George Howell, of course, getting pelted in Kill Devil Hills, North Carolina. Don Lemon here. I'm in the CNN newsroom. As I've been telling you guys, we don't usually have this many people in the newsroom on a weekend, and we're glad to have you, but we're here for a very serious matter. We're talking about, you see George Howell talking about the lives that could be potentially lost if people don't do what emergency officials are telling them to do, and that is to get out, right, or to make sure you're in a high enough place that you're not affected by this. And we're going to talk about, that's lives, but we want to talk about planes, trains, automobiles. Yeah. What's going to happen in some very big cities on the eastern seaboard? There's no mass transportation. You cannot get anywhere. Josh Leves will update you next as we look at these live pictures from Kill Devil Hills, North Carolina. And then, this is New York City we're looking at now. There it is, New York City. You see it there. And then let's put up now, the president has arrived in Orlando, and there is Air Force One on the tarmac at the airport in Orlando. Don't go away. Lots of coverage live right here in the CNN Newsroom coming up. You're live in the CNN Newsroom. We're following the breaking developments when it comes to Hurricane Sandy. This is Ocean City, Maryland. You're looking at the surf there, and you can see the waves are coming in. The wind is starting to pick up. We have the latest advisory coming from our Chad Myers just moments away, right at the top of the hour, so make sure you stand by. Also, we want to tell you, the President of the United States landing now in Orlando, Florida, Air Force One on the tarmac. They had just opened the door. As I'm looking up, I'm looking at the picture there, and the president should be stepping off soon. He has an event there tomorrow, and then he's headed back to the White House where he will monitor those developments coming from Sandy. There, the President of the United States walking down, deplaning now and walking down the steps of Air Force One as he gets into the limo. But again, he's there for an event. Canceling other events that are happening tomorrow and a little bit later on in the week. He also canceled some events that happened yesterday, day before because of the storm. Mitt Romney campaign doing the same as well. This has really thrown a monkey wrench into the campaigns because some of the swing states, they need Virginia. On the East Coast, at least one of them. They needed Florida. They have to do a little bit of shuffling there. Florida's out of the way, but swing states, and they need those. And Ohio, of course, the state that they need to win. Ohio's going to be affected by this, not as severely as the states on the East Coast, but it's going to be affected as well. There, the President of the United States is landing. So the President has his transportation at least working here. The impact of this hurricane, though, reaching far beyond the coast. We're going to talk about the effect on transportation for people who don't have their own planes. A lot of people now really don't have, they can't get around. I lived in the Northeast for a long time. Didn't have a car when I lived there because all you do is take a train, hail a taxi.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Yeah,
not anymore.
No. It's shut down all over the place. We have a brand new figure for you this hour. What we've done is taken a look.
This is Josh Les, by the way. Sorry,
hi. Here I am again. And we're here in what is right now the CNN Hurricane Desk, which is actually smack in the middle of the CNN newsroom. And we're following every single angle, every state, every city that can be impacted by Hurricane Sandy. And one thing we want to look at is how the broader transportation problems can exist for the whole country. Because when airlines shut down, for example, it impacts everybody who travels. Let's do this. I have a screen for you here. I just want you to see a few of the statistics that we've got about what's going on in New York, because that's a good example of how many millions of people are going to be impacted. You've got the New York City subway shutting down. You have more than 4 million people who take that every day. That's part of the more than 8 million people who travel in the MTA. We got breaking news.
Stand by, Josh Les. We want to get to Chad Myers. We're going to get right back to Josh. We want to get to Chad Myers now. Chad Myers up in the CNN Severe Weather Center. Chad, you've got the latest information. The latest data came out right at the top of the hour. What do you have?
Well, nothing changed. The position changed. Moving northeast at 15, still a 75-mile-per-hour storm. And if you're keeping track at home, 34,070.9. But other than that, the storm is right on track, doing nothing unusual, not turning left, not turning right. Sometimes we look for that to see whether the forecast may be wrong. So far, the forecast is right on the money, no deviation at all. Our Kill Devil Hills reporter right there will notice, Don, a lot more convection. Look at all this yellow out there. our reporter out there, about to get pounded by some more surf and wind. I do have Jeanette's Pier down in Nags Head with the greatest wind gust so far of 73 miles per hour. And up here north of there, these numbers are only going to go up from there. Don.
All right, Chad Myers with the very latest information on Sandy's path, where it's going. Of course, it's affecting a lot. Josh Leves is right in the middle of his report on how it's affecting about 8 million, maybe 9 million people who use mass transportation.
A little bit more. We're now looking at least 11 million commuters who will be impacted tomorrow. And given what Chad was just talking about, let's zoom in here to my computer for a second. Folks, this is up here, and Don, check it out. This is at CNN.com. You can control this map yourself, and what's so great about this, it's called our tracker. You can see the predicted rainfall in your area. You can see the potential paths, and you can see the projected path at a given moment. It's really helpful, as long as you've got power, to take a look at these maps that we've got up for you to understand how you lie in the path and how your area lies in the path. And also, I'll end with this, Don. We were talking about airlines and the importance of understanding that airplanes might be shut down all over the place. We have been checking in with all the major carriers. Thousands of cancellations across all the major carriers already for the eastern seaboard, and of course that can then spill over into the rest of the country. And one little piece of drama, let's zoom back in here. I want you to see this before I disappear here. Take a look at this. You know, cruise ships have had to change their paths. Well, we got this report here not long ago, and I'll be telling you more about it in a little bit. Dr. David Evans was on this cruise ship just off the coast of Miami, and he shows us the waves that were coming in, and pretty soon, water on the cruise ship right there. More about that later this hour, Don.
All right. Thank you very much. See that up there in that monitor, the red jacket?
Yeah, there she is.
Go up there, Wes. See that red jacket? That is CNN's Sandra Indo preparing for a live shot, and we're going to go to her now. Sandra, Ocean City, Maryland. What are you seeing?
Hey there, Don. Yeah, all day long we've been getting pelted with this rain and wind, and clearly you know from all the reporting of Hurricane Sandy that it is far from reaching here, more than 24 hours away. And Ocean City is known for its beautiful beaches. It's a tourist destination. Of course, it's a ghost town right now. You can see the empty pool. If there is a silver lining in all this, the bad weather is not hitting this area during high tourist time, so that's definitely a good thing. But take a look. This is what local officials are really worried about. The high surf. It's high tide right now, and you can see the waves are just fierce and pounding the shoreline here. It's about 100 yards away from this railing where we are here on the balcony of this Oceanside Hotel, and it is inching up, but clearly just fierce waves out there, and the high tide combined with the length of this storm, that is what could really cause a major storm surge. And so officials are going to be monitoring that. They've made sure that people have evacuated downtown Ocean City, and there's also a voluntary evacuation order for low-lying areas. But again, just taking a look at the pictures of the waves here, it's really incredible to see this gorgeous coastline really getting pounded with the high tides, and this is just the beginning of Hurricane Sandy, and the worst is yet to come. Don.
All right, Sandra Indo, thank you very much. Stay safe. Sandra, we'll be getting back to you as well. All of our players, all of our reporters, they're stretched out all across the East Coast. And, of course, we have our Chad Myers, our meteorologist here, and then our folks here at the CNN Hurricane Desk and all over the newsroom here at CNN. We are checking it all for you. And I want to show you General Russell Honore. Remember that guy? How could you forget him? You don't forget a character like that. He saved New Orleans during Hurricane Katrina and really got people out and who needed to get out and the people in who needed to get in. He is weighing in on Sandy now, if people are doing things right, offering his advice, his insight, right after the break. We are now in rolling coverage here on CNN, or should I say pre-hurricane coverage, since the storm technically hasn't hit land yet. Take a look now, New York City skyline. It looks calm now, but not for long. There it is right there, not for long. That enormous Category 1 hurricane spinning up the coast right now, and forecasters expect it to turn toward land tonight. Hurricane Sandy going to do some major damage. New York City preparing for the very worst right now. They have stopped the subways, canceled classes. The airlines have grounded their planes out of JFK and LaGuardia and Newark. So if you got out on a plane, as my friend did just a couple seconds ago, Natalie, we showed you her pictures earlier, you are very, very lucky. Chad Myers warned you earlier, said the airports would not be open for much longer, and he was right. NOAA has issued a brand new hurricane update. Our Chad Myers had that for you just a moment ago, and he's going to update you again in just a moment. But first, let's get to the Outer Banks of North Carolina. That is where CNN's George Howell has been watching conditions deteriorate all day long. George.
Don, the strong winds have picked up again here at Kill Devil Hills, North Carolina, though that heavy rain that we've seen throughout the day has subsided a bit. From time to time, though, we do still get those gusts that come and go, gusts anywhere from 40 to 50 miles per hour, sometimes mixed with sand. A good indication, you know, of how close this storm is to us as it continues to track northward and then inland to those major metropolitan areas, New York City, Philadelphia, just north of Washington, D.C., and then merges with that cold front. It's a very nasty situation. Here along the Outer Banks, the big concern tonight is about the storm surge. On the Atlantic side, they're talking about a possible storm surge anywhere from 4 to 6 feet. And that could cause flooding in several areas. Also on the Sound side, the other side of the Outer Banks, as this storm continues to change directions, first from the east, then the north, and then the west, it's pushing water into different areas, and then that water comes back and could cause flooding. They think anywhere from 3 to 5 feet of flooding on the Sound side. Also, the Coastal Highway 12. Don, it's the only way in and out here of the Outer Banks. That coastal highway has water over it in several spots, so people are cut off until that water subsides. Again, those are the problems we're dealing with here, and it is a taste of what's to come as this storm, the bigger storm, moves into those major areas. Don?
All right, George Howell, thank you once again, getting pelted there in as he covers this hurricane. We want to get the very latest now on Hurricane Sandy's track. Chad Myers joining us now. Chad, you know, we said it's a Category 1, but you should, you know, by the way, where George is, he said one highway in, one highway out, same thing, Grand Isle, one highway in, one, all those towns are affected, some pretty similar things because they're out there, you know, out there in the water. Just because it's a Category 1, it shouldn't be, we should not be lulled into a sense of that it's going to be okay.
The category is a wind speed and a wind field around an eye. This storm doesn't really have a very good eye. It hasn't had an eye for a long time because it gulped in a lot of dry air. It was never supposed to be a Category 2 or 3 hurricane. But the wind field, which means the size of the wind that's either close to hurricane or certainly above 50, would be almost 1,000 miles from one side of the storm to the other. And so all of a sudden, we are going to have this plow, this wind event that runs right through New Jersey, all the way from almost up into Connecticut, Rhode Island, and even into Massachusetts, as far south as North Carolina, and it plows straight into Pennsylvania, and then turns and stops at West Virginia, and then heads to Canada.
Can you answer, before you go over, because I know you want to go over to the wall, answer some stuff, because like I said, I've been wanting to speak directly to the viewer. Someone wrote in and said, hey, I'm wondering when was it scheduled to go inland? And because it seems to be barreling east. I can't find it now. I showed it to you earlier. Do you know what they're talking about?
I do. The storm has not turned. Look at the picture on the left. Okay. We're looking at the center of circulation. Hard to find in an eye, but you can see the little, the dot that would be the dot of the comma. It's in the middle. It is not turning left yet. It is still turning north. Or even a little bit of the northeast, last projection, northeast at 15. When does it turn? That's the $64,000 question. If it turns now, then all of a sudden D.C. is very much in the left side of the cone in play. If it doesn't turn for a longer time than forecast, then New York City closer to the middle of that center of circulation. Right now, obviously, the goalposts set there, and the center somewhere, the forecast of the center of that around Atlantic City. We don't know when it turns. Sometimes they take a long time, sometimes they don't. The computers are not perfect because there's not much data in the ocean. There's no one in the ocean putting up weather balloons for us to know which way the weather's blowing, which way the wind blows. We need more data out there. We don't have it. The NOAA Hurricane Hunter aircraft goes out there. That's why they go out there and risk their lives for us, so that we have better forecasts.
That question was from Bryce Brayton. He said, please ask Chad Don when models predicted storm will turn inland, and is it still heading steadily northeast? And you answered that question for him. Another was from Richie Long, who has a Florida Gators thing on his thing, so I'm an LSU Tiger. I'm not happy about that. How far east will this be felt, Sandy?
I think northeast is a good story. I mean, you're going to have 24-foot waves hitting the shores of Maine. Okay? Big time. It's a rugged coast. But do you remember back when the first President Bush had his house at Kennebunkport torn up by the big storm, the superstorm, the perfect storm? This is a perfect storm per se because it's going to combine high and low, and it's going to combine warm and cold. But this storm will come on shore. The perfect storm never even made landfall.
Thank you very much, Chad Myers. Don't go far.
Okay.
Helping me out here.
Good job.
Wait. Don't leave me hanging. Pound. Boom. Thank you very much. Chad Myers not going far, meteorologist on top of it. The voice of reason is coming up because the forecasters, don't laugh, guys. We missed it on the air, but we got it. Forecasters calling for a day and a half of hurricane force winds, rain, and even snow. So how can people prepare? How are you supposed to prepare here? As I said, the voice of reason. There he is. Retired General Russell Honore. He took command of the military, brought the military down, the chaos after Hurricane Katrina, and got it back together. He's live in the studio with me next. Welcome back, everyone. Our rolling coverage of Hurricane Sandy. Before it makes landfall, going to do that soon, and it is roaring towards shore. We just got the latest update at the top of the hour. Our Chad Myers, a meteorologist, is going to be here in just a moment, update you again. A lot of people said, you know, they weren't expecting a storm this big, this late in the season. It rarely happens, if ever. Now the rush is on, of course, to get supplies. And you see there, some stores are already running low, pretty much out in areas. People looking for bottled water, finding empty shelves. And despite mandatory evacuations in areas from New Jersey, Delaware, all along the East Coast, some people bound to stay in their homes. There he is right there taking his glasses off, General Russell Honore, who commanded the troops in the city, I should say, of New Orleans, down in New Orleans during Hurricane Katrina, is here now. I call you the voice of reason, but you were telling me something very interesting in the break that I think our viewers should know about. We seem to be, at least wanting to be, or appear to be, more prepared for these natural disasters in the wake of Hurricane Katrina. You hear people coming out, like Governor Chris Christie, last time there was a major storm in the Northeast. Get out now. You're crazy if you don't get out. Paraphrase. Basically, that's what he was saying. Everyone, we seem to be more prepared.
Well, it's all started post 9/11. We see a paradigm shift based on guidance from Congress and two presidents now that have reinforced what we call a national response format, which helped the nation prepare and plan for natural disaster and, God forbid, terrorist event. So you're seeing all that good government that has been invested in the Department of Homeland Security, in FEMA. FEMA has increased in size since Katrina, giving FEMA the authority to lean forward, to pre-position assets. You know, before Katrina, FEMA had to be requested by the governor, and then a declaration had to be required to start moving stuff. All that changed post-Katrina. The stand-up of Northern Command, which is out in Colorado, their job is to prepare the federal troops in support of the National Guard. A whole paradigm shift in the National Guard. For the first time, we have multiple federal dual-hat commanders have been authorized by the Secretary of Defense before the event, and in each state, when federal troops come in, they will work on the National Guard commander, a dual hat. All this happened post-Katrina to try and make government more effective. Don?
If you were wondering what good could come out of Katrina, that's one thing. That's at least something that we're more prepared so that people don't have to lose their lives, and they can, you know, get where they should be well before the storm makes it ashore.
And a lot of preparedness have happened. People have understood you've got to use all the assets inside the city, inside the state, turning schools into shelters, turning buildings, available buildings into shelter, using local transportation. And you see this thing in action up in New York, where they are using their assets, dual missioning their state and city employees to take care and focus on the people. Because the number one thing politicians will be judged on is that they focus on taking care of the people.
Yeah. You mentioned New York City, but let's talk about New York State. And we read the advisory from The Wire just a moment ago. Said the President of the United States declared a state of emergency for New York State before the storm even hit. You said that is a big deal. And the reason I mentioned think about it, I have a friend in New York who just texted me and said, Don, stop scaring me. I'm watching you. Stop scaring me. You know, in a lighthearted way. I'm not trying to scare you, and I am in a way because I want people to be safe. This is serious.
That's the number one function of government, is to secure the people. People need to understand the purpose as this thing is laid out in the Constitution. And what these local officials are doing, they are being proactive. They're trying to get to the left side of this storm, get people prepared, move people out of vulnerable areas, and prepare local businesses to help them respond. The other thing this president's declaration does, it helps authorize the payment of the National Guard through a concept called Title 32. That in the next 24 hours or so, the Secretary of Defense, along with the White House and people in Congress, they will come up with the money for these National Guard troops that have to be mobilized under what is called Title 32. Then those governors can bring all the National Guard they need in to respond, because they are the first responders behind the fire department and the police.
Yeah. And General Russell Honoré, getting wonky. But we need to be wonky with this information. We need to know the details because it's very important. As you said, we're in a paradigm shift. This is all, much of this is a result of what happened after Hurricane Katrina. And we are safer now. So it's good to know the details of how every different city, state, local, municipality, government, federal gets ready, prepare for these types of disasters.
And the hard part is yet to come. This is the pregame show. The response is going to really be the test of leadership.
Okay. So not trying to scare you guys, but as I've been saying, this is pretty serious stuff.
It is.
We always hear people who say, you know, last time you guys got us all riled up and got us scared, and nothing happened, Don. So, well, why we should be... Hey, listen, I always say better safe than sorry.
On any given day, Mother Nature can break anything built by man, so we've got to be ready.
All right, let's move on and talk, because you know we can't go far from politics. Hurricane Sandy forcing the presidential campaigns to take some detours, make some detours. Ahead, we're going to look at how the storm could help or hurt the candidates. As we leave you just for a moment here, we're just going to very short break. This is Ocean City, Maryland. Look at that, General. Look at that audience. Imagine that coming your way. And that is not the real big heap of it. This is just the outlying part of it. It's still a couple hundred miles away. Okay, welcome back. This is our coverage. Look at that. This is Atlantic City. You see that shaky cam right there? That long string of lights? That's the boardwalk in Atlantic City. And we're checking on some information someone sent us about the boardwalk. We don't want to say now because I'm not sure. We're going to check on it, though. These pictures courtesy of our affiliate WPVI, Atlantic City, New Jersey. As you know, state of emergency. Chris Christie, the governor there, just talked about that not long ago in a press conference, saying he spoke to the president, and the president declared a pre-landfall state of emergency for his state. And his quote was, "Don't go out there and try to be heroes. You need to get out within the next couple of hours." We'll continue to update you on that and bring you live pictures from wherever we can get them on the East Coast as Hurricane Sandy barrels ashore. Listen, as we keep a watch on Hurricane Sandy, though, I want to take a minute to consider how this storm is going to affect the race for the White House. President Barack Obama and Mitt Romney both rearranging their travel plans. I spoke with CNN contributors Anna Navarro and LZ Grandison. Of course, Anna, you see her here on CNN. She's a Republican strategist. LZ is a regular as well as a senior writer at ESPN. And I asked both of them how this storm is going to affect the Obama and the Romney campaign beyond where they hold their campaign rallies.
Listen, Donna, I'm from Florida. I'm a veteran of hurricanes, and hurricanes are political seasons. It is hurricane politics 101. You have to be in charge. I think the best thing President Obama can do right now is exactly what he's doing, which is suspend some of the campaign events and be in the White House, be in charge. I want to give him kudos on one thing, which is that the administrator of FEMA that he picked, Craig Fugate, is a man who worked here in Florida. He was in charge of emergency management services in Florida, well known to Floridians. He worked under Jeb Bush, actually, in Florida, is a real pro. I think President Obama deserves points for having chosen somebody that is a professional instead of a political crony. But it is very important. It can make or break careers. There are points where politics and hurricanes meet, and it can help, or they can collide, and they can break careers. We all remember Governor Blanco in Louisiana, what a disaster that was.
Yeah, we remember all of that stuff. And so listen, a Republican praising the president, a Democrat. It happened here on CNN. LZ, so let's talk about the ground. Let's stick with the ground game here, because this, you know, we're talking about the imaginary, you know, scenarios for after the disaster happens. You know, what happens after? Can people get to the polls? Will the power be out? Will there be blockage in the roads? All of this, we don't know. I mean, it's pretty far to forecast out, you know, what, 7, 8, 9 days from now, actual election day. But this is really throwing a monkey wrench into the plans that not only the candidates have, but also people going to the polls and voting. Some people don't know what they're going to do because they're out of their homes.
Absolutely. And, you know, it's not really about 7 or 9 days ahead. I mean, some of these states that might get impacted later on in the week are looking at some of the early voting states, right? So, for instance, Maryland has already canceled their early voting for Monday. If you were planning on voting not on next Tuesday, but sometime during this week, power outages could impact your plans. And it may, if you were planning on voting earlier and you may find yourself out of town, you might be scrambling now for an absentee ballot. And if there's no power, how do you get a ballot for that? So this has long-term effects that we'll start seeing much, much sooner than next week.
And I'm going to go back to you, LZ, because Anna talked about, it was Craig Fugate, right, who is the emergency management down in Florida. Do you remember last time during Isaac, when down in Louisiana, Mitt Romney hit the ground, got there faster than the president. The president, you know, said he had to balance his, you know, his duties of the nation to a storm, and was criticized for getting there late. This time he visited FEMA already, so they're well aware of what the optics are like in this situation.
Well, and you may also remember that Mitt Romney got there early, but he also left with criticism because reportedly he told a woman whose house was submerged underwater to go back home and call 211. So hopefully, if he does decide to go and show up at some of these locations, that he has a message that's a lot more compassionate, but doesn't look as if he's definitely trying to be compassionate, but just trying to be himself. That would bring the nation a lot of comfort as we're trying to deal with this horrific storm. And you're right, the president deserves to be criticized for that, because in a campaign season, what you can't do is look as if you don't care about the people you're supposed to be serving. And not being on the ground early after that hurricane made it appear as if he didn't care about the people as much as himself and his own political ambitions.
All right, my thanks to LZ Granderson and, of course, Anna Navarro. We're moving on with our coverage now. Don't go far away. I'm also answering your questions on social media, and if it warrants it, I'll answer them for you here on the air, so make sure you stay tuned in with me there. I'll get your questions and get your questions answered for you. New York, emergency mode tonight, bracing for Sandy. Next, a look at the worst-case scenario. Look at this. Worst-case scenario if Sandy makes a direct hit from lessons of the past. And now to the present. There's New York City live right now. Rolling coverage here of Hurricane Sandy, and it looks weird what you're looking at. This is a tower cam. You're looking down into water there. This is Portsmouth, Virginia, and this is a tower cam from our affiliate Wavy, W-A-V-Y TV in Portsmouth, or in Virginia, but this is one of their tower cams. You're looking down into the water. I'm not exactly sure where this is, and you can see a sidewalk, a little boardwalk there, and a couple satellites on top of the building, just to try to make it out. It's dark, but that's what's going on there. Look at the satellite images. My goodness. This is going to be a monster coming ashore. And, you know, I know people sometimes you get a bit jaded when you see this coverage on networks like CNN. You say, well, you know, it's happened before and nothing went on that would make me want to leave my home. Well, if Katrina didn't tell you that you should leave, and then General Russell Honore didn't tell you last time, and now this time that you should leave, then you should, I don't know what else to tell you. But this is threatening to be a monster of a storm. It's supposed to go right in and then make landfall Monday, sometime Monday, right near Washington, D.C., with the latest forecast. That's with the latest forecast. And it's about 200 miles or so off the coast, about 185 miles off the coast of North Carolina, and about 400 miles and some change from New York City. And that was, what was that, Ocean City, Maryland I was looking at? Right there, that was Ocean City, Maryland. You see the waves coming in. Listen, I'm not trying to scare you on purpose in any way other than to make you understand the power of this particular storm. They're calling this the perfect storm for a reason, because there are winds, there's rain, there's storm surge, and then there's going to be snow as well when it comes to this. Almost every single element will be in there, except for the fire, of course, and then that could happen as well, depending on the intensity of the winds. And then the electricity will be out. So I want to give you a worst-case scenario for New York City right now, because New York City is bracing for the worst. If it makes a direct hit there, how would low-lying areas of Manhattan be affected? Remember, this is the most populous city in the world, and it has come to a standstill tonight. CNN's Mary Snow talked with some experts to find out.
If anyone is worried about a hurricane hitting New York, it's coastal geology professor Nicholas Koch. And to understand why, he took us to Southampton, New York.
And this is actually where the 1938 hurricane broke through and made Shinnecock Bay a branch of the ocean.
Koch says most New Yorkers forget that it was here that a powerful Category 3 hurricane made landfall in 1938. It was called the Long Island Express, and it caused widespread damage even in New York City, some 70 miles away.
Even if New York City is spared a direct
That's right.
hit.
It's going to have massive flooding. Yeah.
For years, Koch has been sounding the alarm about how vulnerable New York City is because of its topography. He says storm surges could trigger massive flooding in low-lying areas, particularly lower Manhattan. Consider this simulation done by NOAA, showing what a Category 2 hurricane could do to a tunnel linking Brooklyn and Manhattan. Donald Crescitello with the Army Corps of Engineers mapped out some worst-case scenarios. A Category 1 hurricane, for example, could flood the subway station at the southern tip of Manhattan with 3.5 feet of water. A Category 2 storm, he says, could put JFK Airport under 5.5 feet of water.
If a storm were to occur, could be catastrophic, given the population density in the Northeast.
High winds are also a big concern, and city officials have evacuation plans at the ready. Despite all the preparations, Koch says it's not the hurricane he's most worried about.
What's your biggest concern?
The New Yorker.
Why?
Because they don't listen. Right? You can always tell a New Yorker, but you can't tell them very much.
Mary Snow, CNN, New York.
And I just asked my producer, I said, what did I say about New York City? Did I say the most populous city in the world or in the country? I thought I said world. And just as I said that, Sam Weiss, who's head of our political operation here, said New York City is the most populous city in the U.S. I meant the country. Thank you, Sam. And 19th in the world. Thank you. That was just a slip of the tongue. Anyway, speaking of New York City, look at that, the Statue of Liberty, and look at the wind on this particular camera in New York City. They say New York City is a city that never sleeps. Well, right now it is pretty sleepy because all the mass transportation in that city is shut down. Broadway shows shut down. Michael Bloomberg, the mayor of the city, came out earlier this afternoon and gave his wants, what he would like to do, what he is going to do, and telling people he was dividing the city up in different zones, and he had zone 1 or zone A, I forget exactly what it is, where he said people should immediately leave that area, and that buildings there, electricity would be gone from those buildings. They would cut the electricity off and shut the water off. So anytime you get a city that's as big as New York City, the biggest city or the most populous city in this country shutting down its mass transportation system, if you've been there, you know that is a huge deal. New York City is a behemoth of a city, and people just think of Manhattan. It's more than that. It's all the 5 boroughs. This is Atlantic City. There we go. Atlantic City, WPVI, Boardwalk, just down the road from New York City, and really just down the road from Philadelphia. That's where WPVI, our affiliate, is located. I spent many days and nights on that boardwalk that you're looking at right there when I was a reporter in Philadelphia covering storms that were rolling in. None quite this big, though, and spent the night hunkered down in hotels. A lot of people are doing that, hopefully away from the boardwalk, away from the coast. So much more to come here on CNN. We're going to keep you updated. We're going to be on the air for as long as it takes. If you want to know about this storm and you want to know about the presidential election, how it's going to be affected by this storm, how far inland this storm is going to go, then you need to keep it right here on CNN. Back now live, Ocean City, Maryland. Look at the surf coming in. It's about less than 200 miles from Maryland. And you know it's bad, though, when the casinos that we showed you in Atlantic City, when they shut down, it's just one of the cities in New Jersey on alert, the state of emergency. A state is under a statewide disaster emergency ahead of this hurricane. Live report is next. All right, we have a lot to update you on when it comes to Hurricane Sandy, and just got information. I think I told you guys this, but I didn't. The president has declared a state of emergency in the District of Columbia ahead of the arrival of Hurricane Sandy. There have been so many of these that have come in. I'm not sure if I reported that, but again, that is coming in on the urgent wires. The president of the United States declaring a state of emergency for the District of Columbia ahead of the Hurricane Sandy. That's according to a release from the White House. Obviously, that means D.C. And then again, he did the same thing earlier for the state of New York, for entire New York State. Another alert that just crossed over as we were talking here. Okay, we're talking about planes, trains, automobiles. Thank you very much, Scott Thompson at our national desk, for confirming this. Hurricane Sandy, Philadelphia International Airport statement. We have been advised by our airlines that all flight operations have been canceled for tomorrow, Monday, October 29th. Philadelphia International Airport. If you have to fly through that airport or go to that airport, listen. They have been advised that by their airlines that all flight operations have been canceled for tomorrow, Monday, October 26th. Directly from the statement I'm reading now, this is a dangerous, October 29th, excuse me. This is a dangerous storm, and safety is our main concern. We and the airlines will be monitoring, assessing the situation throughout the day tomorrow to determine when flight activity can resume, and we ask individuals to come to the not to come to the airport, and strongly urge all travelers to contact their airlines for flight status. And then they give a toll-free number. And I'll give it on national. This isn't a local channel, but I'll give it. It's 1-800-PHL-GATE. 1-800-PHL-GATE. Philadelphia International Airport telling people don't even show up at the airport tomorrow. Call your carrier now and check your flight status and see if you can make some other arrangements to get to where you're going, or be prepared to sit tight. That is the unfortunate information. More information to tell you about now. State of emergency declared as well for New Jersey and New York, as we said. New Jersey Governor Chris Christie was the first to announce mandatory evacuations, and state offices have been closed for tomorrow. The latest now from CNN's Allison Cossack, who is in Asbury Park, New Jersey. So, Allison, we saw the press conference with Chris Christie. He said, don't go out there and try to be a hero, try to be heroes. He's exactly right. Get out of there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and you know what? People are heeding his advice, because I haven't seen anybody out here. You know, it really is kind of like a ghost town, and because I think a lot of people realize this could be the real deal. And, you know, this is interesting because I've been covering this story since about, I'd say, 2 o'clock this afternoon, and it's really been interesting to see, as the storm has gotten closer to the Jersey Shore, how the winds have changed. I mean, standing out here waiting to do this report, I mean, these gusts have really picked up. One other thing, we're about 15 minutes from high tide. Behind me is the beach. You can't see it because it's so dark, but these waves, believe me, are fierce. There's also a sheet of sand just being whipped to the side. It's getting ugly out here, and it's getting ugly fast. John?
Well, so earlier, did you see people out? You said that it appears people are heeding the advice. It looks like it's pretty chilly there and pretty windy. Have you seen anybody out and about in the last couple of minutes?
I have not. I mean, I see a few people walking here. They very well look like they could be news crews. I think what you're really seeing are the news crews out, and anyone else who doesn't have a reason to be out here is not out here. It's you know, it's hard to stand up. You know, the wind is really whipping me around quite a bit, and you know, we're still you know, hours and hours away from this hurricane even hitting, and these winds are pretty strong. Yeah. All right, just the beginning. Allison Cossack, thank you. Stay safe. As you heard, Allison said the winds are so strong right now she can barely stand up. Of course, Allison is a little thing. She's very tiny, but still, it's not safe to be out there. Thanks to Allison Cossack, Asbury Park, New Jersey. You know, people are rushing to stack as many sandbags as possible before the storm hits. But that may not stop the floods from ruining homes. We're going to look at the frantic preparations straight ahead. We're going to get you live right now to Ocean City, Maryland, where you can see the waves and the rain. Coming ashore, Hurricane Sandy, miles out from Maryland. But you know, Maryland in a state of emergency because the president declared a state of emergency for Maryland today. Where up to a foot of rain is expected, and they're expecting that surge to come in, and they're expecting flooding there. People are racing against time now to protect their homes. And I want to tell you, Athena Jones has been reporting from there all day.
Annapolis resident Kim Kimball is hoping the sandbags she's collecting here will protect the museum where she works from rising waters.
That's the one that's most vulnerable, 77, because it's closest to the water. When it comes up, it'll flood the basement. So it's just one of the problems with living in a city that's underwater. So
she's been through this drill several times. Her friend Jack is a novice.
This is my first time doing the sandbags, so I'm sort of playing out how does it go.
In Washington, authorities are handing out sandbags and store shelves are being emptied. This region knows bad weather. The derecho last summer knocked down trees and cut off power to some communities for more than a week. Northern Virginia resident Ann Hargrove isn't taking any chances.
I went to Safeway, Rite Aid, and Walmart. There were no batteries, C's or D's to be had. Finally, when I got to Walmart, I bought I got 4 jugs of water, but basically I got water, toilet paper, paper towels, paper plates, paper cups, flashlights.
Rich Heilman, who owns a hardware store in low-lying Alexandria, Virginia, says the surge of customers began Thursday. They cleared him out of many basic supplies.
Alexandria's had a couple bad storms over the last several years, particularly 2 this year where people have lost power for an extended period of time. So I think they're a little bit smarter this time.
Pepco, the power company serving Washington and parts of Maryland, warns the damage could be significant.
I think everyone needs to recognize that a hurricane-style event is going to be a multi-day event.
CNN's Athena Jones, you see her there. She is in our Washington, D.C. bureau. So you were talking to the people there all day out reporting big concerns. The surge, one of them. What else are people concerned about?
Well, they're also concerned about power as well. Of course, there was a big storm over the summer, that derecho storm, and you had people in various neighborhoods across the region, some of whom were without power for a week or more. And so that's why you're seeing these store shelves being emptied of batteries and candles and all sorts of things that people need just in case they do lose power for some time. Paper plates, sandwiches, that kind of thing in case they can't use their refrigerators. I should also mention, though, too, that in Washington, D.C. here, the federal offices are going to be closed to the public tomorrow, which means that all non-emergency employees can take administrative leave and stay home. Certainly, public schools are closed here in D.C. tomorrow, as well as in Fairfax County, Virginia, that's Northern Virginia, and in Montgomery County, Maryland. So just a few of the examples of what's going on here. Metro Rail is closed as well, as people try to err on the side of caution, Don.
Yeah, you're right. That Metro thing closing down. As I said, a lot of people travel by mass transportation in D.C., and they can't get around now. And that's going to pose a problem for people who have not gotten to a safer place or who need to get somewhere. As you said, the federal offices are closed, but some people still need to get to work. Thank you very much, Athena Jones, for your reporting. You know, this massive storm already showing some muscle here, and it hasn't even made landfall. Hurricane Sandy, by the numbers, coming up on CNN right after a very quick break. Don Lemon down here at the CNN Hurricane Desk, our national desk now transformed into the Hurricane Desk. I want to bring a gentleman in here who I know very well, who works on the national desk, and he also is on air for us, Nick Valencia, to talk about, listen, this is going to have a huge impact on just about everything on the East Coast. It's no doubt it's already made an impact on the East Coast. So break it down by the numbers for us and what information that you're getting, Nick.
Yeah, Hurricane Sandy has not even made landfall yet, Don, as you mentioned, but it's already causing mammoth problems. I've been following the storm since early yesterday morning. In the last 48 hours, we've really seen those anxieties come to fruition, and we can see why. Let's break this thing down by the numbers. Right now, we've got about 6,271 flights. That's estimated flights canceled by a handful of airlines. That's including American, Delta, United. And as you can imagine, Don, most of these flights into and out of New York, places like LaGuardia, JFK, and Newark. Hurricane Sandy causing all sorts of transportation problems. Tomorrow, it's going to be at 11 million residents, 11 million commuters that are going to be out without Monday service. That includes about 8 million in New York City alone. And these aren't this is just not affecting people trying to get to work. It's also affecting students. Tomorrow, about 2 million students across 9 states and D.C. not going to be in class tomorrow.
As you were talking, you probably couldn't see air there. This is like 2.1. You said 2.1 million. You saw those pictures of the people in line. That was from LaGuardia Airport, and Natalie Yarborough. You know Natalie. She works there. She's a producer and editor. There she is. She was stuck in that line. That's a security line. That's when the airport was open. She got on one of the last flights back here to Atlanta. It's closed now.
And we just saw disruptions as well coming out of Philadelphia. So a lot of airports being impacted.
They're saying don't even come tomorrow to the airport. Check with your carrier before you come. Do you have any estimates on how much this is? Do we even know how much it's going to cost? Because we're just sort of...
We know it's going to be somewhere in the billions of dollars, about $3.2 billion estimated. I mean, this is a storm that's about 520 miles in diameter, Don. That's almost the whole length of California. So you could see why it's going to cost so much money. I'm sure those estimates are only bound to go up.
Yeah. Preparing for what I would call a superstorm. A superstorm. A lot of people having to evacuate, lots of states of emergencies all over the East Coast. We're going to update you on what people are doing to get ready for this. If you can get ready for this, maybe the only way is just to get out of its way. Hello, everyone. Don Lemon here. Look at that shaky camera at the Atlantic City Boardwalk, courtesy of our affiliate WPVI. It just shows you, illustrates what's coming. And guess what? It's not even that close yet, so it's going to be a monster. More of our continuing coverage right now of Hurricane Sandy. You know, this storm is coming, and you know it will hit the East Coast somewhere, probably late tomorrow, and more than likely in the area of Delaware, Maryland, and southern New Jersey. That's from the CNN Severe Weather Team. And I've got Chad Myers standing by right here, right now, to get the very latest on the position, the storm track. Give us the storm track. We're going to get to him in just a second. But I want you to look at all the places that we have CNNers out tonight. Chad, of course, is here, and then we have Josh Levs. We also have our Nick Valencia, and they're covering it from here in Atlanta at the CNN Hurricane Desk. Chad is in the CNN Severe Weather Center for us. Sandra, Athena, Allison, they're on the coast where the hurricane is headed, right where Sandy is headed. And we're going to talk to them all this hour. So let's get the very latest on Sandy's track now from CNN's Chad Myers. Chad is here. I said, I'm doing the talking between Chad, because Chad is really the star of this show. He knows what's going on. We talked about, you said, don't let the category fool you. This is a big storm. And I just read where it was going to come to shore. Do we know for sure? Because it said D.C. earlier in that area, but do we know for sure?
No, I don't think D.C. was ever in the middle of the cone. Right. I mean, you can't focus on the middle of the cone. You keep saying that, although you still look at it.
Right.
Anywhere from Virginia, Delaware border on up to almost New York City is still the cone. The center of that somewhere over Atlantic City, New Jersey. That's kind of where we think maybe Cape May, Wildwood, Ocean City, New Jersey. This is the issue with this storm, Don, and you reiterated it perfectly.
Right.
Category 1 with this storm means nothing. This has the same pressure as a Category 3 hurricane. It doesn't have the same wind as a Cat 3. It has the same pressure. So if this was the perfect storm and had a perfect eye, this would be a 130-mile-per-hour storm. That means the potential is still there when this comes on shore to be a big wind maker for a very long time. Typically, storms, they just hit the land and they die. I don't see that happening with this one. It's going to be a 60 to 80-mile-per-hour wind gust maker for maybe 24 hours. Think about just that one tree in your yard. It gets hit by a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, and then it gets hit again, and it gets hit again for 24 hours. Many of these trees aren't going to have a chance. At least 1 million trees down, many more people without power than I've seen in a very long time. Here's what's called the GFS model, and I've been tweeting about these models all week long. I just kind of want to show you what the model is saying and what an enormous big spin this storm has. Here's the pressure in the west. The lines, as they get closer together, make more wind. The lines out west are calm, some light winds out here. But the bullseye that is this storm, Sandy, will bring wind all the way to Maine, Newfoundland, as far south as Georgia. It's cold and windy here outside right now, here at CNN Center. And we could even see winds over 60 miles per hour through Michigan, down Lake Michigan. Big time erosion on the southern side of Lake Michigan with 20-foot waves there on the south side. That would be like Gary and South Haven, that area. That's where you're going to see that pounding surf, erosion, and a lot of coastal flooding. Don?
All right. Thank you very much, Chad. You know, we're going to get to the coast where our reporters are now, but I just want to update you on some of the information that we have here. I want to tell you that the president declared a state of emergency for Washington, D.C. That was just a little bit earlier tonight. And also, Russell Honore, who knows all of this, said that's a big deal when the president declares something rather than a governor or someone asking for it. Also declaring a state of emergency for New York, the entire state of New York. Again, I read that off the computer, off the advisory wires, and General Russell Honore rushed into the studio and said, hey, Don, that's a big deal. It's only happened a couple of times.
Absolutely. The first time it happened was Hurricane Andrew, subsequently Katrina, believe it or not, and President Obama doing Hurricane Isaac just a few weeks ago, back in August. Now, the significance of this play for like the District of Columbia, which has a National Guard, as you know, is not a state. They could not deal with the overtime and the amount of effort it's going to take to clean up after this storm without that presidential declaration. And that same thing is true for each state. To get the National Guard, pay overtime, get first responders out, open those shelters, get the Red Cross in there to run those shelters. All this happened as a result of the Stafford Act and money appropriated by the federal government.
Right after Katrina.
Absolutely.
After Katrina.
Absolutely. And after each storm.
And after each storm. Very simple question to the point here. First priority, what is it? What's the
people?
People.
Keeping people alive. This whole effort, beyond the crafty words and the one-liners, is keeping people alive.
Okay. As you sat there and you listened to Chris Christie, the New Jersey governor, you listened to Michael Bloomberg, the mayor of New York City, and you saw the advisories come over. We talked about what the president is doing so far. And also we had Admiral Abel on earlier. What do you make of the way people are responding now?
They're doing the right thing. They're leaning forward. They're not worried about being wrong. They are doing the right thing. A lot of this hadn't happened before Katrina because politicians were worried about being wrong and people being angry. They understand the downside of not leaning forward, not getting people ready, and many people lose their life. They get prepared now and they get their people ready. They do that with enormous risk, but it's a risk that they cannot afford not to take.
Absolutely. So the people who are writing into me saying, Don, boy, I'm not feeling anything. I'm here. I'm not worried. I think I'm going to ride it out. You say?
Good luck. But remember, the people we picked up after Katrina, who were they? The elderly, the disabled, and the poor.
Right.
Where do they live? Many times they live in the most vulnerable areas along the coast, and their homes are not that well prepared. And they don't have a backup generator. They don't have a card to go to a room in a hotel. They depend on the government making sure these type activities happen.
Yeah. Do we, as I talked to General Honoré to talk about the severity of this, can we see the radar and to see the scope of this? Chad Myers, I hope you have your mic on. Are you listening? How big is this? How big is this thing? Because look at several states. If you look at it, doesn't have like a real an eye that's together, a succinctly formed eye. Correct. But it's huge. It covers a bunch of states.
Wow. From east to west, we just measured about 900 miles. And if you talk about tropical storm force winds, about 400 miles or so left and right of the center. Yeah. So if you take an 800-mile wide bowling ball with 50-mile or 60-mile-per-hour winds, you're going to push that right through New Jersey, right into Pennsylvania, and it's going to be there for days.
It's not a well-formed eye, is what I and you have been saying that, right?
I have been saying that, and I just watched a Hurricane Hunter aircraft fly through it and find 111-mile-per-hour wind up aloft. That's a big wind. That doesn't mean it's at the surface. That means where they fly, 15,000 feet or so. But that means the storm is picking up tonight. Yeah. It's not done yet. The pressure's low. We talked about that. The pressure was always bigger than the wind. Now maybe the wind is catching up.
When you, General, when you look at this thing, and we see several states. New Orleans, of course, is a big city. But when you think of D.C., Philadelphia, Boston, New York, I mean, these are behemoth cities with a lot of people, a lot of lives are at risk here.
The quote from my good friend Mayor Michel Andrew in New Orleans, don't let a Category 1 fool you. A Category 1 that's moving slow, like this storm, bringing a lot of water and a lot of surge, can defeat you. It can destroy a lot of property, and it can kill people. So people need to be prepared, and these mayors and governors are doing the right thing. It's not an overreaction. They're trying to get people ready. And the people that they're trying to get ready is the most vulnerable population, those who live in the low-lying areas. And now this storm with the winds that we're talking about, it's going to pop windows in high-rise buildings. They'll be falling glass in high-rise buildings. So that's going to have an impact also when they get in the metropolitan area.
My family has an apartment there, and they texted me today and said, we need to get into your apartment to check the windows. Right. And so that's what they're doing. So you're right. They're worried. They're concerned about that. Stand by, gentlemen. We're going to get back to you. Can we just show Sandy? Sandra Indo has been in Ocean City, Maryland for us covering this all day. And Sandy, you've been doing a great job. The pictures are incredible where you are. She has an update from the mayor and other information. We're going to get to Sandra Indo live on the other side of this break. All right, there you go. Look at this, the satellite image, and then you can see the projected, that's on the left. Look at the projected path. Right into the middle of the most populous area of our country, some of the biggest cities in our country. New York City, the most populous in the country. And there it is, it's expected. You see 2 p.m. Monday, that's where it's going to be, 2 p.m. Tuesday, and it's going on up into some swing states. It's going to affect the swing states, and it's going to affect the election. We'll talk a little bit more about that because we don't know where it's going to end up, how big it's going to be. People lose electricity. Don't know. They may be without electricity for a long time. I'm seeing her popping up right now on the coast in Maryland. The surface swelling. The wind is picking up. There she is, Sandra Indo. Hey, Sandra, the president declared a state of emergency earlier there for North Carolina, and that people tonight, downtown Ocean City, Maryland, were ordered to evacuate by 8 p.m. Eastern. You got the information directly from the mayor. Update us now.
Well, Don, I could tell you we've certainly felt more rain, more wind, stronger gusts in the last hour. We're really getting a beat down right now. And I can tell you the local authorities here in Ocean City are really worried about what's behind me. The high tide right now. Take a look at the waves. They are fierce. They are coming closer to shore. But to give you a perspective, we're about 100 yards from the actual shoreline. You can see there's a dune here. Some protection where we are. So clearly there's still a little ways to go until it actually reaches any buildings here. That's the good news. But really, local authorities are worried about the high tide and the combination of how long this storm is going to last. All the rain has been coming down all day long, and more hours of this clearly could equal a strong storm surge, and that's certainly something they're going to be looking at over the next couple of days, because clearly we're feeling the effects of Hurricane Sandy already, and we're still about a day away from the real front and center of the brunt of this storm. And you can see how strong the wind is gusting already, and the rain just pelting down here. The waves are huge, and that is why there's been that mandatory evacuation order here in Ocean City, as well as a voluntary one in the low-lying areas around here. But the silver lining for this area is clearly the fact that it's not the high tourist season right now, which is really the main economic driver of Ocean City. So I guess it could have been much worse, but still the worst is yet to come here, Don.
Yeah, hey, Sandy, and stick with this picture. Don't go anywhere, Sandy. What I like about Sandra Indo, that's a great reporter. I wanted to see where you are, and at the moment I turned and looked and I was going to say, Sandra, show us around. You did. Great job. Look at those winds. They have been getting stronger and stronger since you had been reporting from there today. You were, earlier, Sandy, you could walk over to that spot where you are now, to that railing, easily. Now, you can barely stand up.
Yeah, it's certainly been getting stronger, Don. Quite surprisingly, I have to say, because actually where we are, we're a little bit shielded by some of the building here where we are at an oceanfront balcony. And it's been quite surprising how strong it's gotten over the last hour. And again, we're not even getting the worst of this yet. So clearly, if this is any indication, Sandy could be a tough one to ride out.
Hey, Sandy, it's Sandra Indo, not speaking to Sandy the storm. Sandra, turn around because that is going right in your face. So turn around and look over that balcony. I'll ask you a question so that you're not going to get pelted, because you're getting pelted in the face. What are you seeing? Because the beach, we got you on the other camera, so you don't have to look into the camera. The beach behind you, Chad mentioned earlier that it was disappearing, right? So what do you see out there now? Is it pretty much gone, and how far is that water coming up?
Well, we're about 100 yards from the actual water line, and the National Weather Service is clearly worried about beach erosion here. And
let's see her, guys.
Sorry, just getting pelted. So that's something they're concerned about.
Yeah, we want to see Sandra. Go ahead.
They're comparing this to possibly the devastation after Hurricane Gloria that hit in 1985, which really devastated the boardwalk here. But according to the mayor, they are prepared, they are hunkering down, and they're ready for this. But the big worry is the storm surge, and with all this rain driving Hurricane Sandy and those winds and the waves out there, that's certainly a big concern.
You're a smart young lady to turn your face. You don't have to look at us if it bothers you, if that rain bothers you. You can look out. So Sandy, do you feel? Obviously, you can feel the intensity, and you see the rain. You feel the rain coming, but it looks like it's picked up within just the past couple of moments a lot more than it was before. How high up are you on that? Are you going to be safe from the storm surge?
It's very hard to hear you, Don, but the difference, I've covered a lot of hurricanes, and this one is pretty strong, but also it's very cold, hitting a different time of year, really the end of hurricane season. So that's also a big factor, the difference in feel. You know, Chad Myers can explain it better than I can, but
you read my mind again. I'm calling Chad in as you are talking. So do you mind bearing with us, Sandy? Do you mind staying with us? Okay. So Chad and I are going to talk here as we look at these pictures from Sandra. Sandra, continue what you said as Chad makes his way over here to the desk. You were talking about it's cold and the intensity of this?
Yeah, it's very different from, there's things flying off, actually, the roof here, but it's very different from other hurricanes.
Hang on. If you need to be safe, go ahead. If you're comfortable staying, then stay. But if you need to get to something that's flying, we don't want to...
Yeah, I think it was a light fixture or something, but... You know, the good thing is that a lot of people have taken the warning seriously. We haven't seen people outside looking around at the waves as we do in some hurricanes. But yeah, this one feels a little different, I have to say. It feels colder. It feels just like constant rain, constant wind. A lot of times when you see squalls where it eases up a bit and then comes back around, whips around, and I'm sure Chad can explain it much better than me, but it's a convergence of different elements we're feeling out here.
Okay. Sandra, you are such a trooper. Great reporting. Thank you. Stay safe. Get to safety if you need to. But Sandra Indo, this is what she signed up for this. This is what we live for here, and she's doing a great job at it. Our Sandra Indo there reporting. Chad Myers joining us here. As I said, she's a trooper, and it's only going to get worse. And she said this one feels different. We'll talk about that. Why on the other side of the break. Don't go anywhere. All right, there is Atlantic City. Look at that. There's a boardwalk, and there's that shaky camera. The winds are picking up there. Sandy is offshore somewhere lurking. Well, not really lurking, barreling towards that shore, courtesy of our affiliate, WPVI. Look at that. There you go. Those are the latest images. And the person who can talk to you more about that is our meteorologist, Chad Myers. Chad Myers is here now. Chad, the storm is massive, and it's very slow moving. What does that mean?
It means it's building energy and also the bubble of water, the dome of water under it, so that when it comes on shore, that dome will make a larger storm surge. It's also very cold. We just saw Sandra shivering. And let me tell you, Don, I have shivered in Charlie, Francis, Jean, Ivan, in a regular hurricane in the deep south. Right. It's cold. Right. You get wet and that wind blows 60. It doesn't matter what you have on, that wind blows through everything and you're cold. But it's not a tropical storm anymore. It's transitioning to the hybrid. This cold air that's been over the eastern part of the plains, moving to the east, is now getting entrained, getting sucked into this storm. And so now we have the moisture and the heat that was the hurricane and the cold air coming together. That's the hybrid that we talked about, that we knew was going to come. It's finally now getting its way there. Air coming in, spinning around right there, and it will eventually come back at us here from the east. That storm will come in from the east. Here's the storm, talk by talk, or we call it tick-tock. Sunday, 9 o'clock, right where we are right now. Most of the winds still offshore. We have 40, 50, 60-mile-per-hour gusts all along the coast from Atlantic City southward all the way down to Hampton Roads. And so the most moisture as it comes in, the center will get closer, and so will the gusts, and they will get higher. So by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, we'll have our reporters right along this coast of New Jersey. Winds will already be gusting 60 to 70 at that point, and those 80-mile-per-hour winds are just offshore. By 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, you begin to see that moisture and that humidity and all of that wind, the rain translating down to New York City, and there will be gusts very close to Long Island, somewhere 60, 70, 80 miles per hour, and that's when the surge pushes in. That's when all of that water tries to bubble into New York Harbor, right into New Jersey, causing all of that flooding. It may be quicker than 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, because even though the center of the circulation comes on 4, 5, 6 o'clock tomorrow, that means half of the storm is already on. I always get a kick out of people saying, when's the eye going to come on shore? Well, that's great, but half the storm has already happened by then. This storm is going to be moving all the way into shore, and the other half of the storm starts to go down. So don't focus on the eye. You have to focus on this whole system. There's going to be wind over 60 miles per hour from Maine to North Carolina.
Chad Myers, hang with me here. A lot of people are concerned, saying, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe you guys have Sandra out there in that in the weather blowing around like that." But it really, those winds really picked up during her live shot, and we said to her, "If you don't feel safe, go ahead. This is what we do. We're outside, so you don't have to be outside." And this is a picture from where Sandra Indo did a live shot just a short time ago, and we're checking on her to make sure, you know, everything is safe where she is in case we have to pull her out of that location because it's just too dangerous. But she said to us, "Nope, I'm staying here and I'm going to do this report." And I appreciate the viewer, Mr. D, who said, "Who's tougher, Sandy or Sandra?" They're probably equally as tough. Sandra is a tough reporter. That's why we have her out there. She can handle just about anything, but we know her limits, and she knows her limits as well. So not to worry about Sandy. She will be okay. But, Chad, those winds really are starting to gust, and it's not even... How far is it offshore now?
300 miles
300 miles.
Now, we talked about this earlier, Don. When the colorful part of the satellite comes on shore, that's when it's going to get windy. And when the colorful part goes away, that's when the winds will die off. Our Sandra... Ocean City, Maryland, right there. So this colorful part now has been rotating around the center of circulation there, and she is in it. And she will be in that weather now for hours.
Right.
Until this part comes over her. Then the wind may go down to 20.
All right.
So away from the center, the winds sometimes are brighter and bigger than the winds closer to the center just because of the way this one's shaping up.
All right, Chad Myers. We have thrown out the rundown. We don't know what's going to happen, and that's how it's going to be for the days to come. You said you don't know what it's going to be like for people who have to ride this storm out. We don't know. We've thrown out the rundown. We've taken the words off the screen and the teleprompter, and we are just going to go with this until we figure out exactly where it's going to head, where the storm is going to make landfall, how soon, and how much these winds will pick up in the next couple of hours. Continuing coverage of Hurricane Sandy making its way to shore, and it appears to be a monster of a storm. All right, welcome back to our rolling coverage. See that shot right there? That is Sandra Indo's shot. All of you people who are worried about her, Sandy is doing a report now live for one of our affiliates around the country. That's what she's doing tonight. And as it pans back over, you'll see Sandy is okay, still out there reporting. We checked with her crew. They said not to worry, they're fine. This is why they are there, to cover this story. That's her job. Again, she's not doing a live shot for us, she's doing a live shot for one of our affiliates, one of our many affiliates, hundreds of affiliates around the country. Okay, an update now. New York City stopped the subways 2 hours ago. Now, beginning this hour, the buses are stopped. No trains, no light rail, no buses are running in New York. It's all in anticipation of the high water expected when Hurricane Sandy comes ashore. So here's what's happening in other areas. A state of emergency now in effect in Connecticut. The governor has notified hundreds of National Guard troops to be ready to help. Sandbags and more sandbags and more sandbags on the Jersey Shore. Beach residents, business owners broke out the plywood before heading to higher ground. And check it out. This is Annapolis, Maryland right there. Same story here. The city passed out sandbags to residents, business owners, and provided 20 tons of sand. Coastal Maryland could see a foot of rain. You know, it's just the beginning, but already New Jersey is beginning to feel the wrath of what is Hurricane Sandy right now. All state offices have been closed. They have been ordered closed tomorrow ahead of this storm. New Jersey was the first to announce mandatory evacuations. Our Allison Cossack has been in New Jersey. She's in Asbury Park, New Jersey, right? If I'm not mistaken, home of the boss.
Exactly.
Where Sandra is now, winds are strong. Winds are picking up where you are as well, Allison.
They definitely are. We've come down to the boardwalk here in Asbury Park. You look down this way, you know, on a Sunday night, even at this hour, there are people walking around, but there's not a soul to be seen except for the wind whipping back and forth clearly. The sand, you can see that sheet of sand going. The waves, another talking point. You can't forget the waves. High tide happened about, I'd say, about a half hour ago. It's washed a good portion of this beach away. Another high tide is expected to come in the morning. I was talking with one security official here, and he thinks that by morning's high tide, that water's going to be right over here. It's going to jump right over onto the boardwalk, Don.
And how high up is that boardwalk? I really can't get an idea just from seeing it on television. How high up are you?
How high up? Not very high up right now. We can sort of pan down here. We're not very high up, but certainly a good portion of the beach has been washed away. These waves, actually the waves look quite calm compared to what we saw earlier, but this wind, no doubt, has picked up. I'm being pelted by a lot of sand. It hurts, Don.
Right. I can only imagine. Hey, stay safe out there. Thank you very much, Allison Cossack. We'll get back to you as well. I want to get some other information here, really some first-hand information on Hurricane Sandy from NOAA flight meteorologist Ian Sears. Ian Sears, he's on board one of those Hurricane Hunter aircraft that fly into these massive storms. So, Ian, as I understand, you're there right now. Are you in the middle of this thing? What are the conditions like for you? Ian, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Ian, describe the conditions. What are you seeing?
Okay, yeah, you're broken.
Listen, viewer, I'm just going to tell you guys, as you can probably imagine, it's loud in the plane where he is. There are probably some rough conditions we're having a little bit of trouble hearing. I'm going to ask one more time. Ian, what are you experiencing now?
Hi, yes, we are just exiting Hurricane Sandy. We just made 3 passes through the storm. We are headed southwest back home to MacDill Air Force Base. We just had a really rough ride on the southwest side. We've been seeing hurricane force winds at the surface and 90-knot winds at flight level, which is about 11,000 to 12,000 feet. We finally saw a really good presentation on radar of the eye and the eye wall. You know, we're just out here trying to get data for the Hurricane Center, the modeling folks, so that everybody on the East Coast can be prepared for when Sandy's going to make landfall somewhere up in the Mid-Atlantic to New England region. We see that the wind field is continuing to expand, and the pressures have dropped to 950 millibars in the center. So it's a big storm and very powerful.
All right, Ian, thank you very much. Ian is on board an aircraft that is flying right through this massive storm right now, and he's a hurricane hunter, or he works for the flight meteorologist Ian Sears. That's his name. So he's flying through the information. And just before we go to the next story here, the information that he gave you, that you heard him say, Chad, what does that say to you?
It tells us that the wind is kind of catching up to the pressure. And earlier I tweeted this, we talked about this on the air, that the pressure was equal to a Cat 3. We just don't have any Cat 3 winds. It appears, it's not going to get to Cat 3, it appears that at least some of the wind, that potential with this storm, is catching up. So when it makes landfall, it easily could be that 80 or 85 mile per hour storm that some, including us, have forecast, because it's mixing with a storm that's on shore right now. It's a low pressure center that could be a snowstorm. It's going to mix with the hurricane, and we're going to get 60 inches of snow in parts of West Virginia on the backside, on the cold side of this, where the east part of this will get winds over 80 and storm surge, even in New York Harbor, up to 12 feet so far, and that number could still go up.
Look at those waves, man. Ocean City, Maryland. Don't go anywhere. More coverage. Chad Myers here, also our reporters all along the eastern seaboard. More continuing coverage. Hurricane Sandy as she makes her way to shore. All right, Hurricane Sandy coverage continues now. The one good thing about this megastorm is that, you know, people throughout the Northeast are getting words about evacuation, getting word about evacuations through various outlets, from TV news conferences to Twitter feeds. There are a lot of moving parts here, and CNN's Money Tech reporter Lori Siegel joins me now with some helpful tools online. This really can be helpful, especially if, you know, if you get power out in some way, you may still have battery power. Some tips for you to track these updates. One thing I think is pretty cool that you're talking about, you mentioned to me during the break, are these webcams that are popping up. What is that?
Sure. You know, we're seeing more and more people tracking this online. So people are putting up webcams, and we're able to really get an inside look at what's happening everywhere from Virginia Beach to places in New York. There's one called Sandy Cam. It actually just popped up. It already has tons and tons of followers. And it's essentially, it's located, you're looking at it right now, located in New York. It's facing the financial district. And you don't see much movement now, Don, but I guarantee you'll probably see, overnight and tomorrow we'll see Sandy as she really makes her way through New York's Hudson River and the skyline. So that's one that's getting a lot of feature. You can follow that, a lot of attention. You can follow that online. Also, it has a live chat feature, so a lot of people are watching and chatting with each other during this. You can embed it easily into Facebook. So, this isn't the beginning of it. We're seeing these webcams pop up all online, and they really do give you an interesting inside look at kind of what's happening as this storm progresses.
All right. Anything more do you have for us, Lori, besides the webcams?
Sure. I'll say right now it is so important to know if you need to evacuate. Chad says the potential of the storm is just catching up. You're looking right now at, it's a WNYC evacuation zone map. Right now, if you're in New York, if you're in these regions right nearby, take a look and see. If you see you're in zone A, you see that red right there, make sure, Mayor Bloomberg earlier already issued a mandatory evacuation. So if you're in those zones, it's very important to know you need to get out. You can see zone B and zone C, they're the orange and the yellow. You could see some flooding there. So I would definitely go online and look at that before you do anything else, Don.
All right. Thank you very much, Lori Siegel in New York. Hey, stay safe there in New York. All right.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And from Lori Siegel, we're going to go to Josh Levs now because we're going to talk about what happens, Josh, if, New York City subway system, if it floods. One of the questions, Josh, officials across the eastern seaboard are facing as Hurricane Sandy approaches. So you've been following this for us at the CNN Hurricane Desk. What are you finding out?
Yeah, it really puts in context what we're dealing with here because officials all across the eastern seaboard have to think about these major situations that could arise here, including flooding, such as an entire subway system. The New York City subway system alone has 4 million riders every day. Take a look where I am, by the way. This is, for now, the CNN Hurricane Desk, and I want you all to know that we've got people who are looking at every single state in the entire region that could be affected by Hurricane Sandy. And this is just a little bit of the team that will be looking through the night. So when you get up tomorrow morning, you will also be finding out the latest information CNN has gathered all night long. Take a look at this picture right here. This is a picture of a construction worker trying to cover one of the many areas in New York City that needs to be covered if they're going to prevent flooding into the New York City subway system. And there are pump stations underneath that we've looked at before that can help free up the area and get rid of the flood waters. But we're talking about massive expenses, and this is just one dot out of all the places that we're looking at on the eastern seaboard. Pennsylvania, Delaware, Massachusetts, all facing serious questions about public transportation, which obviously is necessary for the economy to keep functioning in these states. Take another look here. I want you to see this very quickly. The Nuclear Regulatory Commission is talking about the fact that they are sending inspectors out to nuclear sites, nuclear power stations. And this right here, you might not know where nuclear power stations are, but every little triangle there is a nuclear power station. They're not saying there's going to be any kind of horror. I don't want to scare anyone, but they are sending inspectors to these sites just to make sure everything goes okay. One more thing I want to show you since we're at the computer here. We have already had a deadly storm in Sandy as it passed through the Caribbean, and we have some really powerful photos I want you to see here. 67 people died across Haiti and Jamaica and other islands, and these are just some of the photos that we have of the destruction that Sandy already caused throughout parts of the area. And you can see here the situations people have dealt with already. 67 people died in the Caribbean. And obviously, we don't want to see any deaths here in the United States. Absolutely. But, Don, it's just a reminder of the deadly impact that Sandy has already had.
Yeah. Hey, Josh, here. I want to move you along because I want to ask you some other stuff. And, you were showing those great pictures we were talking about the subway system. And I'm sure the desk, our folks are working on this, but I would love to see a ground shot from New York City right now. I'm not there. I don't know what's happening. Back that question back up because I want to ask him that. All right, great. I got it now. So I'd love to see that if you guys can hear that downstairs. Yeah, but also, Josh, what if you find yourself stranded or in danger for this hurricane? Unfortunately, if that does happen to you, what can you do?
Yeah, I find this really interesting. The federal government has actually put out some guidelines about how you should try to communicate with loved ones if you find yourself stranded by Hurricane Sandy, if something happens to you. And I put a few of them on the screen for you here. I want you to take a look. Let me see. There they are. A few really important things to keep in mind. Limit your non-emergency calls. Phone lines get tied up. The lines need to be available for people making emergency calls, 911 calls. Try texting. Often texting can work even if you can't get through on a phone. The government suggests you forward calls sent to your home to your cell phone. So if you go somewhere else, people are able to reach you on your cell phone, even if they didn't know that number, and they're not tying up the lines by calling your home phone number. One more there. Safely use the car to charge your phone if you need to get in touch with someone and you've lost power inside your house. I will also mention the government and many others often say, use social media before you even get to a phone. Post on Twitter, post on Facebook exactly how you're doing and what you need to know, and hopefully people can get in touch with you that way. Don, we'll look for that shot that you are looking for. We'll try to have that for you in a little bit.
Yeah, I'd love to, even if it's just pictures. And I should ask people, too, they can send them to iReport, or you can do it at Don Lemon CNN. Josh, what's your Twitter?
Josh Lev CNN.
Josh Lev CNN.
Yeah.
Thank you, Josh.
You got it.
Appreciate it.
You got it.
Hurricane Sandy, of course, monster. More than 70 years ago, New York was hit by a hurricane, and you're going to see it next. All right, there she is. There's a path. Look how big. How many states again you said it's about? 4 or 5?
This is going to affect, this will have damage in no less than 12 states.
Yeah. Don Lemon here with our meteorologist, Chad Myers. And we're going to be joined by another expert now, because with me on the phone, someone who's seen in reports on CNN, a man really who knows the coastal Northeast like few other people, Professor Nicholas Koch. He is a geologist at Queens College in New York City. Professor Koch, thank you so much. You're an earth scientist. And listen, I feel qualified to interview you, but I think Chad can ask you better questions than I can about this particular storm. Go ahead, Chad.
Well, let me start off. We'll start off with what your biggest fear is, and then we'll go to some other questions. Go from there.
Oh, okay, Jay. A lot of the talk so far has been about the water rising in New York Harbor. But when you look at the wind field and the direction, Long Island Sound is going to be a worse problem than New York Harbor, because those winds are going to push the water of Long Island Sound into that western part of New York, flood Astoria and City Island. At the same time, you're going to see a surge coming in from the ocean, and that's going to be a terrible combination.
Professor, when that water goes up,
very wide.
When that water goes up the East River and tries to come down the East River from the Sound, what's going to happen?
Right. So we're going to see some massive flooding.
You're talking Roosevelt Island?
In Irene, it came close to about a foot of getting into the subway at South Ferry, but I think we have a good chance that we're going to get salt water in the subway for the first time.
Oh, really? What? And that's obviously not good for the electrical, not good for anything to get salt water down.
Yeah, salt water and electricity don't mix too well.
Yeah.
And then we have a big infrastructure problem in, putting the subway back in order, and that's going to be an economic loss to the city.
Yeah. When you look at the millions and millions of people who take the New York City subway.
The other thing is that we talk about the wind going over the city, but the city is not uniform. If you look at your skyscrapers, they're all different sizes and different spacings and all. Mm-hmm. And when the wind goes through those skyscrapers, you get the most complex interaction, and the wind speeds up. It's what we call wind channeling. Mm-hmm. And that sucks out the windows in the skyscrapers.
Do you think that's going to happen with this Category 1 storm?
I think so, because I'm sitting here in Queens, and I'm just getting the first pulses on my windows, and I can imagine what it's going to be like tomorrow.
We've been talking to people in East Village saying the winds are already blowing 40. The garbage cans are rolling down the street already. So this is that funneling effect. This is that wind tunneling effect you're talking about.
Right. The Bernoulli principle, as you squeeze wind between buildings, it goes faster, and it develops suction forces that actually suck the windows out. And on the sides facing the wind, you blow the windows in.
Hey, Professor, I want to ask you something. Pardon me, Chad. Can we put up these pictures from 1938? We were showing those. We have been showing those earlier. So look at this. I don't know if you can see them where you are. And this is the famous hurricane, 1938, the one they call the Great Hurricane, and it was a killer. Is there anything that we can learn from this? Can we compare this to that?
Well, the lessons of the 1938 hurricane were never really learned. We've continued to urbanize and manipulate the shorelines by putting in jetties and groins and cutting off the sand supply from eastern Long Island. And that's going to lead eventually to some real problems, and we might see a harbinger of this in this storm. This is an absolutely incredible meteorological phenomenon. And there's going to be tremendous beach erosion and home destruction, I think, all along the length of Long Island. And in Long Island Sound, the predicted surges are even higher.
Professor, let's talk about that, because the predicted surges that we have here from the Hurricane Center and the Meteorological Center, 12 feet. Do you have anything other than that?
No, I mean, I don't model that, but 12 feet is a considerable thing. You got to remember that it's going to be high tide, right?
And a full moon.
And a full moon, and then you're going to have waves on top of the surge dome.
Mm-hmm.
See, now you're talking about a huge wall of water which will go over your seawalls and bulkheads. A lot of people say, oh, 12 feet, that's not much, but that's the surge. And on top of that is the tide, and on top of that is the waves.
Some people
driven
are
by the
predicting
wind.
waves 25 feet.
Well, then you add that to the picture.
Wow.
Professor,
thank you. Fascinating, from Queens College, making CUNY look great on national television. I'm a CUNY graduate, Brooklyn College. So thank you very much, Professor, and fascinating conversation. We can have more of them. So Chad, got a hard break. Just for a moment here, we're going to go and take a break and then be right back with more information on Hurricane Sandy as it gets ready to come ashore. Don Lemon here, live at the CNN World Headquarters in Atlanta. Top of the hour. Tonight, the Hurricane Center, well, it's a center of the universe, really, because we're all about Hurricane Sandy. It's on the way to landfall, probably just a few hours from now. Take a look now, live, New York City. The skyline looks calm, but not for long. That enormous Category 1 hurricane spinning up the coast right now, and forecasters expect it to turn toward land tonight. Hurricane Sandy going to do some major damage. New York City preparing for the worst. They stopped the subways, they stopped the buses, they canceled classes. Airlines grounded their jets. Nothing is moving in or out of JFK and LaGuardia, also Newark. Chad Myers has an update on that moments away. Sandy's full force hasn't even gotten close, but you wouldn't know that in Ocean City, Maryland. The wind is whipping and the rain slamming down, massive power outages and flooding. All expected. CNN's Sandra Indo has been braving it out for us in Ocean City, Maryland. Sandy, a lot of people are concerned about you. We told them that you're okay, but there are many people there who are in harm's way where you are, and the mayor said, evacuate, get out.
Absolutely, Don, and a lot of people have heeded that warning here in Ocean City. And last time we spoke, the winds have picked up, the rain is certainly coming down, and we heard a crash, some kind of glass. You could take a look at what happened here. The wind just knocked down that glass globe protecting this light fixture here, and you can see it down on the ground right there, shattered in pieces. And that's because, as I mentioned, in the last hour or so, the wind has really picked up here, the rain coming down constantly all day long. And the real issue for this area is the storm surge. You've been talking about that on the air for quite some time. It's a real issue here because you can take a look at the waves. Look at the ocean right now. The waves are very fierce. They are big, and they're lapping the shoreline right now. That protective sand dune you see right there, the waves are hitting it, and it's about 100 yards from where the buildings are. So if we're not even at the heart of feeling the effects of Hurricane Sandy, it'll be interesting to see what happens in 24 hours or so from now, Don.
Sandy, we're going to talk to you again through this. It's easier this time. So you were saying earlier, you're talking about the temperature, that it felt colder. Chad says, you know what, you get that during hurricanes. This one's late in the year. The temperature outside just happens to be lower. Talk to me more about that, especially when those winds picked up earlier and we were speaking to you.
We're certainly feeling a lot of squalls, strong squalls, and that's pretty much forecast for the rest of the time until Sandy makes its way over here sometime tomorrow night. And after covering a lot of hurricanes, Don, the only thing that's interesting about this really is the unique thing. The temperature is certainly much colder than normal. And of course, Chad Myers is the expert on that. He could tell you why with the convergence of systems and all that, but certainly a very hard pelting rain that just does not let up. The squalls certainly make it worse, but we have not seen one break all day long in terms of the rain and the wind. And of course, this is only the beginning for our area, so certainly more than 24 hours to go. And of course, the duration of the storm is a big concern for local residents and officials here because that constant rain plus the high tide plus the full moon, all those factors could equal a really massive storm surge, and that's what they're looking out for and bracing for here in Ocean City.
Hey, Chad Myers has a question for you, but as we're looking at that there was a high shot. It looks like you're at a pool, either it's under construction or drain. Tell us where you are. Explain where you are for our viewers, because I'm curious. I'm sure they are as well. And then Chad's got a question for you.
Yeah, we're actually trying to hunker down and brace ourselves with this little gazebo area. We're on a pool deck of an oceanfront hotel. This is a very popular tourist destination. I'm sorry, Eddie, to make you face the wind right now, but you can see behind me the pool. There's a water slide. Obviously, the pool is empty because this is not high tourist time, which is maybe the silver lining in all this, that there aren't more visitors here in Ocean City, because of course there's a mandatory evacuation for all non-residents and a mandatory evacuation for people in downtown Ocean City. But again, if this hit during the summer months, the warmer weather, there would be many more people out here enjoying or trying to enjoy the beautiful coastline. But again, luckily it's not hitting during that time, but the mayor forcing a lot of people to leave their town.
Sandra, this is more of a comment than anything else, than a question. In about 30 minutes, your winds are going to double. There's a big squall still offshore, but headed your way. I want you to be very mindful of that as you do other live shots for other networks, other places. This is not anything to be taken lightly. We've seen what this can do with tearing some of those things off of the building. Have you seen other damage since you lost that light bulb or whatever that was, that light fixture above you a little bit ago?
Well, that was certainly the first thing or sign of damage we've seen here, Chad. We're trying to stay protected. Eddie Gross here doing an amazing job out in the elements, as are our other photographers hunkered down in balconies. You could take a look. They're trying to brace themselves alongside the walls, but clearly, like you said, Chad, thanks for the heads up that it's going to get actually more severe out here. You can take a look, Eddie, at this light post right here. We've been watching this one because it's been shaking in the wind. We're kind of anticipating that maybe the next to go, but of course we're trying to stay safe out here. The good news is in all of this is that we've seen a lot of residents flee town. We've seen people board up their homes and their shops today, so taking things very seriously out here in Ocean City.
All right, so Sandra, you're done. Thank you. Get safe. We don't want you getting injured out there. So be very safe. I hope you're done with the rest of the network as well, and for our affiliates. Do you have any more questions for Sandra? Chad?
No, just be safe out there.
No, just be safe out there, guys. Yeah, we do know what it's like. All right, we appreciate it. Great reporting, by the way. Great reporting. Sandra Indo. Chad Myers.
So cold out there for her. You can't see cold on TV, but I could see her shivering. Yeah. I could see it because the temperature is only about 60 degrees there. Yeah. Soaking wet. Even if you have that rain jacket on, you're either sweating from the inside or it's raining right through it. Yeah. And all of a sudden the winds are 60. Yeah. You feel cold. That is yeoman's work out there.
And I always wonder why people go outside. Why would anyone want to go outside in that? I just don't get it. I mean, the people who are supposed to be out, the emergency people, the reporters, of course, were going to be out there. But last night it was cold here in Atlanta. I was going to walk to my local watering hole, and I was like, you know what, it is cold outside.
We had a few thousand people without power about 10 miles north of the station due to the winds in Atlanta. The first power outages of the storm are 700 miles from the storm, believe it or not. Oh. Winds are down. Winds are 40 miles per hour everywhere now, and this is now coming up. And
someone just handed you a note. New info?
No, not really. There's still the potential for $2.5 to $3 billion in wind damage alone. Wow. And some of the estimates of people without power now well in excess of 10 million. As the ground gets wet, the winds blow hard, the trees fall down, the power lines come down as well. And there's a risk of, the grid having an issue with too many lines down. Please don't touch a power line tonight, tomorrow, or ever.
Yeah. Take us to the wall, sir. What do you have?
I certainly will. A couple of things that I was just tweeting about, and I know that I have a couple thousand viewers, people listening to that, but not the people that I have on TV. I want you to charge your cell phone. I want you to turn your freezer down. Get all that stuff in your freezer good and hard frozen. Get out there, and if you have a car charger, you can use it to charge the phone if you can still run the car and start the car. It's just those little things that you don't think about until it's right on top of you. Get some water in the tub. You'll use that water later. Here's the storm I'm talking about, that squall right through there. There's our San Endo right there in Ocean City, and that squall is about to come right over the top. As these squalls come on shore, and this is the Delmarva all the way down past Hampton Roads and even into Cape Hatteras, that's the biggest wind event we have seen so far with this storm. It continues to go up. We don't even have landfall, Don, for, I don't know, 20 more hours. Maybe 15 to 20 more hours. It's going to be in the water a long time. It's not going to get stronger, but it's going to gather its energy. It's going to gather the wind here from the west. It's cold here. It's warm here. Warm and cold never like to get together, just like a tornado event. There's not going to be tornadoes, but there could be thunderstorms that produce more wind on top of the 60 to 70 mile per hour winds we're already going to see. There's the cell. There's the storm. Look how big it is. Look at the west. Nothing going on here at all. This is the deal, and it's spinning around right there, and it will spin for days. We will have 60 inches of snow in parts of West Virginia. It's already snowing in parts of southwestern Virginia right now. That's how cold it is back here. That's the cold that's going to interact with the warm. That's going to make this storm 1 + 1 = 3. This is not a Cat 1 storm. Has Cat 1 winds, has Cat 3 pressure. It's going to go for many, many days.
Wow. Potential of, I'm just reading that, that note that you were handed, a potential of $2.5 to $3 billion in wind damage. Goodness.
Alone, plus the flooding, plus the surge. That has nothing to do with all those other things that are going to go wrong.
Goodness gracious. Chad, you know, just a moment ago, you and I had a talk with a New York City professor, an earth scientist, and expert on coastal hurricanes. He says that the heavy rainfall is not the thing that he is worried about. It's a fascinating conversation. Listen to some of this.
A lot of the talk so far has been about the water rising in New York Harbor. But when you look at the wind field and the direction, Long Island Sound is going to be a worse problem than New York Harbor, because those winds are going to push the water of Long Island Sound into that western part of New York, flood Astoria and City Island. At the same time, you're going to see a surge coming in from the ocean. And that's going to be a terrible combination.
Professor, when that water goes up,
very wide. When
that water goes up the East River and tries to come down the East River from the Sound, what's going to happen?
Right. So we're going to see some massive flooding.
You're talking Roosevelt Island?
In Irene, it came close to about a foot of getting into the subway at South Ferry, but I think we have a good chance that we're going to get salt water in the subway for the first time.
That was one of the most fascinating conversations we've had throughout this coverage. I mean, that guy knows his stuff, Chad. Another guy who knows his stuff, because he's right in the middle of it, is a meteorologist who's up there.
That's right.
In the middle of a Hurricane Hunter aircraft. We're going to go to the eye of the storm next here, live on CNN, as we leave you for a very short period, just a little bit, live pictures of Ocean City, Maryland. That picture right there should tell you something is happening. That's not normal, people, and this is really, it's just the start of it, just the start of it. You saw from that very balcony right there, that very deck, that it was hard to move around because the winds were so strong. Imagine how it's going to get the closer this thing, Hurricane Sandy, gets ashore, when it makes landfall. Chances are the water will probably be over that pier. There's our Sandra Endo there, our intrepid reporter. She's still doing reports for other parts of the network and for our affiliates. So listen, I have to warn you guys, this is going to be a bit tricky, and he may have trouble hearing because he's calling in to CNN from a Hurricane Hunter plane in the middle of Hurricane Sandy. NOAA flight meteorologist Ian Sears. He's on board that Hurricane Hunter aircraft right now. Ian, hopefully you can hear me. What are you seeing there?
Hi, good evening. We are to the southwest of Hurricane Sandy, up at 20,000 feet right now. But about 30 minutes ago, we were in some pretty good turbulence to the southwest of Hurricane Sandy. We've seen that the wind field is continuing to expand. The central pressure is down to about 950 millibars, with hurricane force winds to the southwest of Hurricane Sandy. We've been dropping instruments, giving us temperature, pressure, wind speed, and direction. We've been getting that information to the National Hurricane Center so that they can properly warn and forecast the storm. For all the folks in the Mid-Atlantic and New England, we know it's a really big storm with high impact. We just hope that we can get all the information to the right folks so that everybody can stay safe.
Thank you, Ian Sears. I hope that you get all the information and you stay safe as well. You know, technology, isn't it amazing? Live from the middle of a hurricane now, doing a live broadcast. He is in a Hurricane Hunter aircraft. Amazing. And again, he's a meteorologist, and he's with the NOAA Flight Institute, meteorologist there. So imagine this. It's going to be pelting rain. Some of it started now, a lot of it. Relentless wind, mass evacuations. There's no doubt that Hurricane Sandy has already made a mammoth impact on the East Coast. No doubt about that. And breaking it down for us by the numbers up here in the studio instead of down at the hurricane desk. We have to be more grown up. We're on the set now. But seriously, give us the latest numbers. We just saw something that's going to be in the billions of dollars possibly for wind damage. What do you have for us?
Yeah, a lot of people in this projected path of the storm, they're veterans of severe weather.
Nick Valencia is here. Sorry, Nick. Go ahead.
Sure. A lot of people in this projected path of the storm, they're veterans of severe weather. I think there's some sort of fatigue there, Don. You know, they got the same initial warnings, Hurricane Irene. They're wondering, how is Hurricane Sandy different from the last one that we went through? Well, we're going to break this thing down by the numbers. And as of right now, we've got about 6,271 flights. That's an estimated number that CNN's cobbled together. Handful of airlines, including American, Delta, United, and JetBlue, canceling flights, most of which, Don, as you can imagine, are coming into and out of JFK, LaGuardia, and Newark. Hurricane Sandy just causing all sorts of problems for commuters. Tomorrow, there's going to be about 11 million people not with their Monday service. This is a majority of those people are going to be in the New York area. MTA shutting down transportation as of 7 p.m. tonight. You had places like New Jersey shutting it down gradually from tonight into the overnight hours. And this isn't just about people trying to get to work, Don. This is students as well. And tomorrow, our national desk put together these numbers.
That's right, because we said there are going to be colleges and universities where classes are going to be canceled, right, tomorrow?
Yeah, we've got 2.1 million people in public schools, K through 12 with classes canceled, and then colleges as well. Almost 1 million. We've got 880,000 or so college students that are going to be without class. Tomorrow, classes canceled in places like Harvard, MIT, Columbia, Vatech, Georgetown. This is causing all sorts of havoc. We're going to keep an eye on it.
If you're going to say Harvard, you'd say Harvard, MIT, Columbia, Georgetown.
I don't think I've got that Boston accent. I can't pull it off.
No, you got to do the chin. Just a little fun here. Listen, it's not. We can be a little light here because it hasn't come ashore yet, and no deaths here in the United States. Of course, as it's made its way across the ocean, it did. Sorry, say again, producer. Say again. Okay, great. So Nick Valencia, a lot of money tied up into this hurricane and the potential impact of it. Nick Valencia, thank you very much. Look, there is a live shot from New York City, Manhattan, as a matter of fact. As you look, you could see there was the Empire State Building, and this is an installation just across the street. It's in Columbus Circle, just across the street from our building there, the Time Warner Center, and Central Park on the other side of that. That is Columbus Circle. There you're seeing, you can see traffic still moving. People are still moving around there. But you know what? The mayor said, hey, listen, you better take heed. We're going to shut off the subway systems. We're going to shut all mass transportation. The buses just shut down. Everything is gone now as far as mass transportation. And there is that monster storm making its way to shore. So many threats from this storm. Storm surge combined with high tide, up to a foot of rain, 75-mile-per-hour winds, and up to 3 feet of snow in the mountains of Virginia. So how do you prepare for all of that? Well, there he is, nickname Category 5 General. Is that your nickname, Russell Honoré?
Well, that's one of
the recovery.
That's one of the nicer ones.
Yeah. Listen, you know what's good about this? I feel, and I hope, because we're on the air early for this, telling people what officials are saying, and hopefully people will realize how much they can be impacted from this storm, and they will get to safety and heed the warnings. So, I'm feeling good about it, but, I hope there aren't many, or if any at all, recovery, search and rescue that have to go on after this.
Well, unfortunately, Don, the people who need this the most, they're probably not watching or listening to television.
Because they're no power, or they're off doing something else,
Because in some cases, power is already gone.
Right.
Or the power's been turned off in some cases.
Right, as the mayor did, yeah.
As a precautionary. So probably the people needed the most, as I said, the elderly, disabled, or poor people who don't have a choice in when they move or where they move won't get this message. But those that are listening, I think the government is doing the right thing. I think we're seeing good government at work at the state, local, and federal level, collaborating and trying to get the message out, working with the media trying to get information to people that they can use so they can protect themselves and their family.
So let me jump in here. So we get word from the meteorologist. There is the possibility of a major storm impacting the United States. Then what happens next? Who is contacted first, and then how is the information distributed?
Well, National Hurricane Center with NOAA, which has a federal responsibility for providing warning to the government and to the people, then that information is taken and constantly updated. I mean, you saw those Americans out there risking their lives flying through the storm, and that happens 24/7. People are out trying to get information to try to be more accurate and to narrow down the information that's coming to say you can shelter in place or you have to move. Based on the information they have now, they've identified those places where people need to evacuate and given warning to other people, be prepared. You're going to be without electricity for so many days. As the storm gets closer, they'll be able to narrow this down more and go to more of a warning to some people. But right now, based on what they're seeing, in the size of this storm, they're using good science, best judgment they can to give people information. And folks need to understand that.
Yeah. So how does it escalate to the point, and this early, that the President of the United States, which you said is pretty rare, to declare a state of emergency for the state of New York and also for the District of Columbia?
The team is working. The interagency, that word people see in the White House movie that comes on every now and then, is at work. Along with FEMA, National Security Council, all of them make recommendations. And the recommendation go to the president, and he make those declarations. In some cases, he's talking to the governors. They're getting phone calls in from senators and congressmen. The whole team is working together to make those declarations, because that means money at the end of the day, but it also means capability that those governors need. So it's the collaboration among government that caused that to happen, but only the president can make that decision. And Administrator Fugate is feeding this information directly to the president as required.
Yeah, you were the face as far as recovery for New Orleans during Hurricane Katrina. The man who is credited with rescuing New Orleans. As you look at this and then look back at Hurricane Katrina, we have learned a lot since then. That was really the impetus to really get our act together when it comes to forecasting these storms and getting people to safety.
And you're right, the face, because a lot of the heavy lifting done by the state and local people, the National Guard, who's out there preparing now, and the entire NORTHCOM team that gave me the capability to do what we needed to do on the ground. But much of that work is being prepared right now, leaning forward. Our National Guard, Northern Command, the active duty military, the Pentagon is on full alert and working in support of the National Guard, who has the first response. They've stood up those dual hat commanders. They're positioning equipment and logistics as we speak. But the big game is yet to come. That is once this storm hits landfall and hit the population, and we start seeing people calling for help or have to go into the emergency rescue mode. And that is going to be the hard part. But that will be in the search and rescue and in the recovery phase. So the hard work is yet to come. I think the pregame show has been done well by local and state government, and the fact that the president has signed those declarations empower those governors to do what they need to do to get their people ready.
Thank you. This man knows, listen, everything about safety, about how to handle emergencies, about making decisions. And I said I was going to say this to you one day if I ever got the opportunity. Thank you. My mom works at a chemical plant in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and you did a safety speech there, a safety talk, and she said you were so kind to everyone, and it was just an honor to meet you. So thank you for being so nice, my mom, and thank you for coming on and helping us through this. You're going to guide us through this coverage until it's done. General
Good luck to everybody.
Thank you very much. You know, this storm is still developing. Stories developing all around it, and we are going to go to our hurricane desk next. Okay, welcome back. New York City skyline, a city, well, they said the city doesn't sleep. It appears to be moving slowly. Not quite asleep, but moving slower than normal. New York City stopped the subways and the buses hours ago. Now, last hour, the buses done. No trains, no light rail, no buses running in that city, and it's all in anticipation, of course, of the high water that's expected when Hurricane Sandy comes ashore. Here's what's happening in other areas to tell you about. It's a state of emergency in effect in Connecticut. Governor notified hundreds of National Guard troops to be ready to help. The National Guard on the lookout, on the ready. Sandbags and more sandbags on the Jersey Shore and more. Beach residents, business owners, all broke out the plywood. You can see it there before heading to higher ground. And check out Annapolis, Maryland, will you? Look at that. Same story. The city passed out sandbags to people and to business owners there. 20 tons of sand is how much they provided. Coastal Maryland could get a foot of rainfall. A foot of rainfall. You know, a video from a cruise ship impacted by Hurricane Sandy already going viral. It's a CNN Eye report. Josh Levs has that and more. Josh is at the hurricane desk. Okay, Josh, let's see these pictures.
Yeah, I'll tell you. I mean, it's a different look, maybe something people haven't thought of, at the impact that Hurricane Sandy and Tropical Storm Sandy at one point is having in the region. Take a look at this video. It's already getting a lot of clicks. It was sent to us here at CNN Eye Report. It's from a cruise ship that was in the waters off of Miami. And what we saw happen, what you see happen there is first very heavy waves, which causes the boat to do some serious rocking. And then you start to see what happens on the cruise ship itself. This is one of many Eye reports that are coming into us from people who have been impacted by Hurricane Sandy in various ways, including in various parts of the United States already. I'm going to remind everyone, do not go to any danger to take any Eye report videos or photos. Do not violate evacuation orders to take photos or videos. But if you can safely and legally take videos and photos to show the impact it's having on you, that's terrific because it helps us tell that story. Look at what that cruise turned into for Dr. David Evans, who sent us that fascinating stuff right there. I will also tell you, you were just talking about what's going on in various states around the country. We've been getting a lot of messages from folks tonight. Hey, what about my state? I'm in Pennsylvania. What about me? I'm in Delaware. What about me? We actually have a specific story on CNN.com called our state-by-state breakdown. As soon as I'm done here, I'm going to tweet it. Let me show you where I am right now. This is the CNN Hurricane Desk. You're just seeing a few of our folks here. We've also got people all over the newsroom. All of our people here are working hard to follow what's going on in every state, every city. Our Chandler Friedman over here right now is coming up with a number of college students who will not be having any classes for the next coming days. And Chandler, we're already up to about 1 million, right?
Yeah, we just confirmed some numbers for the State University of New York, and they have another 50,000 students that are not going to be
State University, the SUNY. I'm from Albany. Okay, so we were talking another 50,000 students there. So we're looking at about 1 million so far that we know will not be having classes, and that's in addition to all the schools that are shut down around the country. Let me show you some pictures that are coming in, too. Really powerful pictures in some cases. I really like this one because it's one of those pictures that you can feel and hear. It's Cape May, New Jersey, and look at that destructive, storm surge coming in. I want to show you one more here. This is a boat being pulled in from the Long Island Sound today. Just a few of the pictures that have been coming in here. And before I go, I want to mention something to you. I was hearing Chad say really helpful and really important information just now about your food supply, what to do about food. Well, we have really important resources for you online that deal with that. Take a look here one more time. We've got our Etocracy section taking a look at food safety in the middle of a storm, what to do and what not to do, what's safe to eat and what's not safe to eat. And one more thing, I hadn't even thought about this before, your medicine, what to do when the lights go out. In this story from our health page, we deal with medicine, what medicines will be safe to take and how to best take care of them when your power goes out. I'm going to tweet out the links to all these things. I'm at Josh Levs, CNN. I encourage you to take a look at it. And Don, later this hour, I'm going to show folks how you can track the storm throughout the night, including the absolute latest information on storm surge predictions for your area. That's coming up.
And one more thing.
Yeah.
And one more thing. And then I've got another thing. You're like all excited to be down there. So I was trying to ask you a question, but apparently my mic wasn't potted up.
This is the first time I'm hearing you. What's going on?
So you said that picture, you can feel it and you can hear it. What's it saying to you? What is that picture saying to you,
Well,
Josh?
take a look. What does it say to you? I mean, when I take a look at some of these pictures, I will tell you, I know he's trying to make fun of me and I'm not letting him. But this is one of those pictures where it feels like it's got to be video because there's so much movement.
It's saying it looks great now, but go home because it's going to get much worse. Do what the emergency officials tell you. Hey, thank you. You know, some of this stuff maybe seems minute, but you know it's not because you're gonna have to know what to do with food safety and on and on and on, as Josh said. Josh, you're back in my good graces because I asked you to relay a message to the desk, and you did it, and they came through. Thank you, Josh Levs.
You got it.
So here are the pictures now from New York City. Can we get those up? New York City, the subway, there it is, closing. They're telling, this is when they told people to get out of the subway, and they're having to leave. This is from, there it is, due to Hurricane Sandy, service will be closed. They're putting the police tape up. They're probably rolling the gates down. They're shutting off, obviously, the power to the gates. You can't swipe your Metro card anymore because there are no trains down there, and that's New York City. Man, you don't see that even in the wee hours of the morning. You rarely see a subway station in New York City, especially in Manhattan, like that. There it is, safety alert, Hurricane Sandy, anticipation of arrival, Hurricane Sandy, closing, people having to leave the subway. So there you go. And again, thank you very much, WABC, for those pictures. So if people aren't yet taking this storm seriously, maybe they will after hearing this.
People across the eastern seaboard, mid-Atlantic, going north, you need to take this very seriously and follow the instructions of your state and local officials because they are going to be providing you with the best advice in terms of how to deal with this storm over the coming days.
The things that we ask residents to do now, of course, first and foremost is if there are any final preparations that they need to do, please make them right now.
The biggest thing we're concerned about right now is individuals not taking this storm seriously enough.
We have to take this seriously. And I know all of us, especially folks in this area, are veterans of a lot of these events. And sometimes that leads you to complacency. I would hope it does not in this instance.
Heeding the warning, and we're going. And I'm hoping that I have a house when I come back.
I'm pretty sure we're going to be without power and all that stuff, so looks like it's going to be a pretty bad storm.
Governor Cuomo and the MTA announced that they have begun to put in effect their contingency plan that they described Saturday. As I said before, they'll be closing down the city transit and suburban commuter rail systems tonight.
The suspension of the service is for three main reasons. Number one, it is unsafe to operate the trains in high winds.
The National Weather Service expects very strong and damaging winds, major coastal flooding, and significant beach erosion.
We are talking about extensive flooding, maybe the worst that we have seen in 70 years.
This is going to be unprecedented, destructive, and dangerous storm. It's something that we haven't seen before.
This is not a typical storm. It could very well be historic in nature and in scope and in magnitude because of the widespread anticipated power outages, flooding, and potential major wind damage.
This hasn't hit landfall yet, so we don't yet know where it's going to hit, where we're going to see the biggest impacts, and that's exactly why it's so important for us to respond big and respond fast as local information starts coming in.
You've heard the warnings. You've heard the warnings. From the leader of the free world to the governor of New Jersey, on and on and on. Seek shelter. Be safe. If you're being told to be evacuated or to evacuate, do it. The very latest on Hurricane Sandy next. Pictures now, Ocean City, Maryland, live. Okay, we're showing this picture of Ocean City. I mean, it's because, number one, it's a great picture, and it shows you the impact of the storm, the potential impact of the storm, and as it moves very quickly towards the eastern seaboard. Well, I shouldn't say very quickly. It's moving slowly, and Chad Myers says by doing so, it is building up strength. So I want to show you some stuff. You guys, thank you so much. You have been responding to me on social media. Can we take this shot right here on social media? All right, my email is down. This is on Twitter. I asked you guys for pictures. You can either send them to iReporter here. This one is from Thank You Bo Show, or at Bosch, or at Bo Show on Twitter. Thank you. Okay, so look, this is New York City. That is a line to get into the Gristiti Market in Chelsea. I know this market. And you don't see a line like this to get into a supermarket in New York City very often. I've never seen it. And that's folks trying to get supplies. Many of those supplies have now run out. This was earlier. Thank you. Send it in at Don Lemon CNN. Appreciate it. Thank you very much, Wes. At Don Lemon CNN. I'm monitoring all of your questions. Some people have questions. We've been answering them on the air. If Chad Myers can answer them, if I can answer them, we will. So let's bring back, I've been on straight for a long time, Mr. Chad Myers. I wasn't sure if you were ready, sir.
I was working on airplanes leaving JFK and arriving at JFK, and wait till you see this graph.
Okay, hang on, before you put it up. I said it's moving very quickly. It's not moving quickly. You said it is moving slowly, building up speed. Does that mean anything that it's moving slowly? Is it like get more power because it moves slowly? No.
You know, it's 15 miles per hour. That's about normal.
Okay.
I wouldn't call that normal, slow or fast. That's
Okay.
about where we should be.
So let's see the plane thing you're working on.
Yeah,
Is it up?
I'll bring it over here. These are the planes leaving JFK.
All right.
155 planes out of JFK, getting out of the way of this hurricane. Now we'll show you the planes heading to JFK. Dope. 6.
Wow.
6 planes heading to JFK compared to 155 leaving. They are not putting planes in the way of this hurricane. Same picture for LaGuardia and Newark and all those places. Even Dulles didn't have planes in or out long time ago. This is a big deal, Don. It's going to be a big deal for all night long and into the rest of the weekend because, well, out of the weekend. And then all the way into Pennsylvania, New York, and even into Ontario. The storm doesn't move very much. That's 48 hours worth of movement. Yes, I've been tweeting about the snow that will come down in West Virginia. Yes, believe it, 60 inches. That's only 5 feet. It's going to snow for 48 hours. Snows an inch an hour. That's not hard to get to 50. I can do that math pretty easy. Easy to get to 60 as well with just a little bit more than that. Is it going to make landfall in New Jersey or at least maybe northern Delaware? I think so. I don't think that there's a model out there right now that doesn't believe that. So it's going to be that model guidance. As we get closer, we know more about it. That's the whole deal. That's why the cone gets smaller as it gets closer to shore. Wind gusts to 80 miles per hour, certainly through parts of New York City and into the Delmarva, all the way through New Jersey as well. And there's the snow. Look at that area, Charleston to Roanoke. All that purple, that's 20 plus. And there are places in there that are 48 plus, Don.
My goodness. So I don't know for sure. If I'm wrong, correct me, producers or chat. So we've got LaGuardia closed, right? Not moving.
Not technically closed. But the planes just aren't flying in there because they don't want planes to LaGuardia sitting on the runway tarmac.
Let me reel off a
during the
few.
storm.
JFK, same issue, same thing.
Same thing.
Newark, same thing.
Same thing.
Right? What about D.C.?
Didn't see it. There were still planes in and out of National a couple hours ago, but Dulles didn't have a plane in or out for a long time.
Philadelphia International still open, but tomorrow they're saying don't even come.
You know, it's not a matter of the airport. It's a matter of the airlines in most cases.
Right.
The airline's saying, we're canceling 3,000 flights. We're not putting people in danger on this airline, whether it's going to be a bumpy landing or a rough takeoff, or our planes in danger and our people in danger that work for us, having to load these bags at 60 miles per hour.
That is exactly what the note from the folks in Philadelphia said. They said, we have been notified by our airlines that they don't feel safe with the aircraft there and the aircraft in the air and flying people to and fro.
Exactly
so
right.
That's what happens. Okay, great. Thank you very much, Chad Myers. Appreciate it. Okay, change of plans. Going to break. We're going to go somewhere else. But we're rocking and rolling tonight. Hey, our coverage, our rolling coverage of Hurricane Sandy as it makes its way to shore, still continuing here on CNN. There that live picture is that we have been showing you, and you can see how it is intensifying moment by moment. All right, welcome back to our continuing coverage. Someone just asked me, how long are you going to be on the air, Val? Thank you very much, Val. We're going to be on until midnight. So if you are in a comfortable position where you're outside of the purview of this storm, grab your popcorn. We're going to be here for a long time. We have a little bit to go here. And then, but if you are listening to us and you're in an area where they told you to evacuate or get to safety, you should be preparing to do that while you get the information from us. And, you know, it's not just people affected. It's not just businesses, not just homes, because, you know, people are evacuating their homes to escape Hurricane Sandy. But it's pets, too, that are in trouble. Very interesting package. I want you to pay close attention to this, because CNN's Michael Holmes is at a storm shelter in New Jersey and has this report for you.
In New Jersey, it's 95 miles south of New York City, 65 miles to the east of Philadelphia. And about 5 miles that way are the barrier islands. And those people on those barrier islands are worried. And a lot of them are coming here. I'm going to talk now to Red Cross official Antonia. Thanks so much for chatting with us. Tell us about the setup here. Who's here? Why?
Well, people arrived today around 4 o'clock, and first they came. Many of them have animals. We have about 60 crates with cats and dogs, which is great that we could help them out. You know, people love their animals.
Now, how many people are you going to be able to cater for here?
Well, right now, as of We have 181 people.
Right.
So we can hold, we're probably expecting 250. It depends tomorrow.
How worried are people in this community?
Very worried. I mean, after Irene, and that was a year ago, this is huge.
Now, among the 181 people who are here in this shelter so far is one Michelle Frances. Thanks for joining us. Tell me what happened. How did you end up here?
We had a mandatory evacuation in Ocean Gate, New Jersey, and having been displaced and relocated here last year, I knew that I would be safe and sound. I knew that they would have facilities for my pet, very accommodating. And
this looks, I mean, this does look like a big storm. How concerned were you about it?
I'm very concerned. When I see the map and I see that, you know, Toms River's on the map and they're targeting it, I'm nervous.
Yeah.
I'm very nervous, but I think that I'm in good hands here. I think I'm safe.
I think you are too. Now, Michelle just mentioned there that she's brought a pet here. This shelter is pet friendly, and in fact, we're going to go in and have a look at what they're doing in the back room.
We have dogs, cats, birds, and a couple of hermit crabs.
The cops came around and they were like, if you don't leave, you're going to be arrested. And so I was like, yeah, time to go. And so I had to find a place that allowed me to have my animals because I wasn't leaving them behind. Everybody was like, oh, they're animals. Leave a window open. If anything gets bad, they'll climb out. They'll find their way out. No way. You know, but I had 4 of these little guys, and so I wasn't leaving them behind.
Dogs, birds, and kittens, as well as people, all hunkering down to ride out Hurricane Sandy. Michael Holmes, CNN, Toms River, New Jersey.
You have to think about your pets. You have to think about your pets. They're family members to most people who have them. So think about them when you're making your evacuation plans. Let's not forget, there's an election going on right now. We're selecting the President of the United States in about a week. And this storm threatening to impact that election and also some swing states. Already did on the East Coast right now. But then also, what about going up into Ohio, a very critical swing state? The weather will be bad there as well. This is live coverage. You'll get the White House. People vying to live in that home right there. This storm is really impacting both campaigns. They're having to make some ground changes to their campaign. So we're going to be on until midnight covering this. But we're going to talk about the politics of this mega storm coming up after a very quick break here on CNN.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Hello, everyone. Don Lemon live here at the CNN World Headquarters in Atlanta. We'd like to welcome all of our viewers from around the world as well. Listen, this storm is going to make landfall very soon, and the very latest information coming in now has just come in. Our meteorologist, Chad Myers, with the very latest information. The report just came out. Chad, what do you know?
It did, Don, and the storm is still a hurricane, and we'd expected that. Still a Category 1 hurricane, still, you know, at least 15 or 20 hours from landfall. Here's Monday, 8 o'clock, somewhere in the vicinity of New Jersey, probably. I don't think it's going to be as far south as Virginia, but it's still in the cones, still all the way up to Long Branch, New Jersey, as far south as almost Ocean City, Maryland. And that's the forecast, not going to change very much. And now the center isn't going to move after it hits land very much. It's not so much that this is a Category 1 hurricane. It's that the wind field is huge. That big orange blob, direct from the National Hurricane Center, shows where the tropical storm force sustained winds are right now. We know that there are tropical storm force gusts already along the coast. But look at the size. There's Massachusetts, and there's Florida. This entire orange area, tropical storm force sustained in the red zone there. That's the only hurricane force winds that the airplanes can find out there right now. This is going to make that big turn, as we expect, somewhere like that, and curve up like that. And while it's in this zone, it's going to be raining, or for that matter, snowing over here for quite some time. Don.
All right. Chad Myers, thank you very much. Chad is going to be with us here. So, again, I'd like to welcome our viewers from CNN International around the world here. I'm Don Lemon, again, at the CNN World Headquarters in Atlanta. It's the top of the hour, getting very close. I want to tell you that what we're doing right here, an enormous hurricane a few hours away from making landfall, and that would be the cause of concern. But look at the projected track of this storm. Look at it. Sometime tomorrow, Hurricane Sandy will probably hit the East Coast between Washington, D.C. and New York City. And that means people in the D.C. area, Philadelphia, Baltimore, New Jersey, Rhode Island, Connecticut, they are all in full-speed emergency mode right now. Live pictures. There it is. New York City, the skyline. That's where the city subways were shut down hours ago. City buses, too. Port Authority operations, including Greyhound Trailway buses, shut down as well. They're all shut down tonight. 50 million people in 14 states. They're in the danger zone right now, and conditions are getting worse by the minute. You know, Sandy's full force hasn't even gotten close, but you wouldn't know that in Ocean City, Maryland, because the wind is whipping. The rain's slamming down right now. Massive power outages and flooding are expected there. We're going to get you back to someone, an intrepid reporter who has been braving this horrific weather in Ocean City, Maryland. There she is, Sandra Indo. Sandy, we thought you were done for the evening, but now we have another hour to go live here. What do you know? How's that wind doing?
Yeah, it's certainly interesting, Don. Every hour it's been changing here, but the one thing that's steady is the constant rain, constant wind. It's only getting stronger by the hour. Chad was right with giving me that warning, and I appreciate the heads up because it's interesting that this hurricane is being felt right now, even though the heart of it isn't really going to approach this area for another 24 hours or so. But you can see how strong the winds have been blowing, the rain pelting down. The real threat to this area is, if you could see the beach behind me, you could see those waves. They're massive, they're fierce, they're lapping up to the sand dunes that are protecting the property line that's about 100 yards from those dunes. So certainly that's something officials here, residents are very concerned about as this storm approaches, Don.
Okay, Sandy, be safe out there. But, you know, as I've been saying here in the broadcast, that these are the best pictures, and this is just the initial impact of this storm off the coast. And again, Sandy, as we talk here, I want to welcome, because I think they may have joined us late, our viewers from CNN International from around the world, in more than 200 countries around the world. They are watching us. Sandy, Chad Myers is here as well. He may have some questions for you, but he may want to move on about the information that we just got at the top of the hour here. Go ahead, Chad.
Well, while we have Sandy and she's safe, looks like she's okay. Did you feel that squall that we talked about just about 30 minutes ago? Did it ever materialize?
Oh yeah, Chad, your words are ringing in my ears. When you told me that the squalls are coming, we definitely feel them. We definitely see them when we get to go inside. We look outside the window and we see that rain blowing in the wind, and clearly that's something everyone's looking out for here. They've had a mandatory evacuation order in effect for downtown Ocean City, and some people in this hotel have been hunkering down. Other residents who are going to ride this out have been warned to really stay inside. So clearly we've seen a light blowout here, and the wind gusts picking up a little bit. But again, like other hurricanes, usually those squalls come and go. The rain stops a little, the wind dies down. Not in this case. It has just been nonstop, just battering this area.
And are you still very cold?
It is cold, you know, it's unusual. Yeah, Don and Chad, it is unusually cold for covering a hurricane, I must say, and I guess that's the mixture of all the different weather systems, or just the late nature of when this hurricane is hitting this area. But that is the one silver lining for Ocean City, because usually this place is packed with tourists during the warm summer months, and luckily this is hitting a little later when there's less tourists here that are trying to enjoy the beach.
All right, Sandra, stay safe out there.
Yeah, Sandra, stay safe. We're going to be using your picture and coming back to you throughout the hour. We're on till at least midnight. At least midnight. We may be on until longer. If you need information on this hurricane, no matter where you are, CNN is a place. We've got it live. And also, Chad, we've been talking, there is a presidential election happening as well. We're going to talk a little bit of politics and how this storm is going to affect that. But my question to you is, can we overstate the impact of this storm on the most populated part of the United States right now?
You know, I don't think so, because it's a Category 1. That's what people expect. But the wind field is bigger than a Category 1. The surge will be bigger than a Category 1. We're going to have water into New York Harbor. We have water into Long Island Sound. We talked to Professor Koch this last hour, saying how that water will try to come down the East River, and the water will try to go up the East River. And somewhere at that confluence will be a significant flood. Yeah. That's somewhere probably close to Roosevelt. And that water's going to go back in either into Brooklyn, Queens, or into Manhattan. Yeah. And there are subway systems and intakes in that area. And if it gets too high, all of a sudden he's expecting, Professor Koch, who was it, from Columbia?
From Queens College.
Queens College. He was expecting salt water to be in the subway system. That was his expectation.
Not good. And he said no. He said, Don, salt water and electricity don't really mix. You said something to me that I thought was very important. You said, this is pretty much unprecedented. We don't know. You were talking about people riding out who would have to ride out the storm in big cities.
Well, you have 60 million people and you have no place to tell them to go. I know there are some shelters, but in other hurricanes, if you see it coming to a town or a city, you would just go left or right. This thing is 1,000 miles north-south, 1,000 miles east-west. You can't drive 1,000 miles out of the way of this storm. People are just going to have to hunker down, and as Governor Christie said earlier, you're going to have to ride this thing out in your house. If you don't feel your house is strong enough, find a house that is strong enough, someplace that you feel safe.
Yeah.
It is a big one.
Can we get, I don't know how quickly, can we get to the pictures of the subway? Is that tough to bring up right now, the people being evacuated? Because I was saying earlier, you rarely see this, even in New York City, you know, I mean, it's always going. There they are. They're telling people to get out of the subway, and this is an empty subway station, and there's a notice there. 7 p.m. tonight, no more subway. The subway service is suspended in New York.
I'm going to see if I can work on a street view from one of our affiliates, WABC, CBS, NBC, and see if we can get what the traffic looks like, because I assume that the cabs are just going crazy out there. People still have to go places. Oh, they have to go home.
It's hard. It's hard to get a taxi in New York City, you know, anyways, and if there's a sprinkle, so imagine this. Hey, Chad, listen, how apropos, as we show those pictures of the subway, Kevin Ortiz from the MTA on the phone right now. Kevin, how you doing?
How are you guys?
Yeah. So the subway, 7 o'clock shut down. How are people reacting to it?
You know, first of all, we ran normal service up until 7 o'clock with sufficient capacity to allow people to leave vulnerable areas and reach safe destinations. And we also ran additional service along areas in Zone A to essentially get people out of the most flood-prone areas. Now, at 7 o'clock, we did begin an orderly shutdown of the subway system. At 9 o'clock, an orderly shutdown of buses. By 9:24 p.m., all revenue service, in essence, all trains carrying passengers, customers, reached their terminals, and service was suspended as of 9:24. And so far, everything's been orderly. Everything's worked out fine. And, you know, we're moving forward with a complete shutdown of the system in terms of work trains going through the system, making sure everything is clear.
Let me jump in here, Mr. Ortiz. I just want to ask you, how many people on a daily basis use mass transportation in New York City area?
In New York City, we have 5.5 million riders on the subway, with another 2.5 million that utilize our buses, and about 500,000 people who use commuter rail. So in essence, we're talking about 8.5 million people every day that ride our subways.
Enough said there, right?
Mr. Ortiz, I know this is out of your realm, but are the PATH trains running? Is the Excella still running? Can people still get anywhere on a train?
I'd have to defer to my colleagues at the Port Authority.
I know. I knew that was going to get out there, but I just didn't know whether you had been in touch with them or not. That's fine.
Right, but my understanding is that Amtrak has canceled service along its Northeast corridor as well.
Are you in the office right now? Are you...
I am here for the duration, gentlemen.
What is it like there on a Sunday night in New York City with this going on? Take our viewers there.
Well, I'm actually looking outside of my window and not really seeing a single person on the street right now. So I think folks have really taken heed to what the governor and mayor have said, and basically, found proper shelter and hopefully safe at home or inside a shelter somewhere.
So you think the evacuation orders people are following them? We had a professor on from Queens College earlier, Professor Koch, who said he was concerned about the storm surge and about salt water getting into the New York City subway system. That is a nightmare scenario for you, I'm sure.
Well, critical
if it indeed
track
happens.
level components. We've actually removed critical track level components from under river tubes so that if flooding does occur, they won't suffer from any corrosive effects of salt water. So again, prior to high wind conditions, we also have workers that visited elevated stations as well to make certain that everything is secure and not subject to wind damage. So we've really taken all the necessary precautions that we can.
I have one more question. Last time you did this was that Irene?
It was Tropical Storm Irene in August 2011, where we essentially successfully, helped get people to safety before the storm, and then shut down the transportation network in an orderly manner to protect employees and equipment.
This is rare. And before that, do you remember a time that you did this?
Weather-related, that is probably the last time in memory that we can recall shutting down the system.
Yeah, go ahead, Chad.
Kevin, hey, you know what? I know from riding the subway that the whole system is a sieve. Water can come in anywhere. Did you do anything? Did you sandbag low-lying subway entrances to try to stop any of this water from coming in?
Absolutely. We've done sandbagging at various locations, and we've taken steps to really protect our infrastructure. Now, anyone who travels New York on occasion sees some raised subway grates, where we've taken great effort to raise these grates above street level that, in essence, would prevent flood water from entering the system.
All right. Kevin Ortiz, MTA, thank you. Great information. Best of luck to you. We may be getting back to you as well, but we appreciate it, okay? Chad Myers is good. Yeah.
You know, people, when they say, when you go to New York, what kind of limo do you take? And I said, I take the subway.
Yeah, big silver bullet.
I take the big subway down below because you can get so many places so much faster than being at the surface. I can't imagine life there, and there's some of their precautions they took. I guess boarding it up around and tried to stop the water. I can't imagine what life would be like to not be able to move underground. Yeah,
I can imagine. I was just saying earlier that a family has a condo, an apartment in New York City, in Harlem, right? It's a new resident to Harlem. And they called about the windows earlier. We need to get in your apartment. But to get from 125th Street to 59th Street to Columbus Circle, sometimes 4 minutes, sometimes 6 minutes, depending. That's not a bad commute. On a subway, imagine being in traffic, right, going that many blocks to do. I can't do the math because, that's why I'm a journalist. But anyway, imagine doing that. That is the significance of the subway system and the success of the subway system in New York City. And also, let's not forget Washington, D.C. and
right. I mean, the metro's not going to run
Chicago,
either. Right?
Yeah. All right, we're going to talk to an iReporter next. Lots more ahead. We don't know where. We're going to go wherever the storm takes us. So stay tuned. Back in a moment. Back now to our continuing coverage, Hurricane Sandy. As I mentioned just a short time ago, that Chad and I had a talk with a New York City professor, an earth scientist, and an expert on coastal hurricanes. He's been studying the storm track. He knows the geology of the New York area, and he says the heavy rainfall alone is not what he is most concerned about. It is a fascinating conversation. Here's part of it.
A lot of the talk so far has been about the water rising in New York Harbor. But when you look at the wind field and the direction, Long Island Sound is going to be a worse problem than New York Harbor, because those winds are going to push the water of Long Island Sound into that western part of New York, flood Astoria and City Island. At the same time, you're going to see a surge coming in from the ocean. And that's going to be a terrible combination.
Professor, when that water goes up,
very wide.
When that water goes up the East River and tries to come down the East River from the Sound, what's going to happen?
Right. So we're going to see some massive flooding.
You're talking Roosevelt Island?
In Irene, it came close to about a foot of getting into the subway at South Ferry. But I think we have a good chance that we're going to get salt water in the subway for the first time.
All right. Interesting from Professor Koch. Thank you, sir. Pelting rain, relentless wind, mass evacuations. No doubt the hurricane has already made a huge impact on the East Coast. So breaking it all down for us to tell us about how much it's going to cost, what's going to be affected, actually what's closing. Nick Valencia is here with the latest. What do you have for us now, Nick?
Yeah, this thing hasn't even made landfall yet, Don. Already causing mammoth problems. We're talking flight cancellations, evacuations, first aid responders getting into position. So we're breaking this thing down by the numbers. Right now, as it stands, 61,000 National Guard personnel stationed up and down the eastern seaboard, in position, ready to go at a moment's notice in case that they need to contribute to these rescue evacuations, if there is any. You've seen states like Connecticut get a couple hundred National Guard troops. Other places that are feeling the anxiety as well, New York. Earlier today, we had Mayor Bloomberg order mandatory evacuations for 375,000 people. That's in those low-lying areas, Don, in New York, that could really see the impact from these storm surges. It's a big storm system here, so there's a lot of people very concerned right now. That's no question.
Yeah, they should be very concerned because as we have heard from the President of the United States, we heard from New Jersey Governor Chris Christie. We heard from General Honore. We heard from an admiral earlier. Mm-hmm. This storm, and from the guy who's flying in the middle of the hurricane right now, this is a massive storm.
It's about 520 miles in diameter. That's the size of California, just about. Huge storm system.
So listen, it's going to impact the northeast part of the United States somewhere. It's going to make landfall and impact a huge section of the eastern seaboard, the north. There it is. That's a projected path right there. And we were, don't forget, there is a presidential election coming up very shortly. And not even that on next Tuesday. The early voting that was supposed to go on in some of these places, that's not going to be able to happen because they're going to be shut down. Lots of governments shutting down.
Yeah, lots of things lots of factors here that are at play.
So there's lots to cover here on CNN, and we're going to show you a video taken today. It's by one of our reporters, Nick. I want you to look at these waves. They're crashing in. This is Cape Cod, Massachusetts. So it looks like Hurricane Sandy could already be having an effect there. We want to go on the phone to the woman who took this video. Her name is Joni Corcoran. She's in Cape Cod. So Joni, thank you for joining us. How are you doing?
I'm doing well so far.
Yeah. How are you preparing for this storm? You were out on the beach here earlier. How are you guys preparing?
Yes, well, we spent yesterday and today preparing, getting to the store, getting in water, batteries, all the things that were recommended, and getting enough groceries in. And yes, I was on the beach today. I was on the beach a couple of times, and I'm looking at your maps on CNN. I've been watching you tonight, and I see that the storm isn't even close to us yet, and the impact, the wind that's outside my windows right now is unbelievable.
What do you?
I can't imagine what it's going to be like when it gets here.
What do you think about that? I mean, that would frighten me if it's not even close, and you can feel the impact already.
Yeah, it is scary. When standing on the beach, the sand was just blowing in my face, and I can hear the roar of the ocean. We're less than a block. We're about a block away from the ocean here, so. And as you know, Cape Cod really sticks right out there in the ocean. So the sound is unbelievable. And when I see it's not even close yet, I'm like, wow. We've gotten warnings from our town that we might have 80 miles an hour plus winds, and schools are closed here. But, yeah, I'm a little frightened.
Are you going to stay, Joni? You're going to ride it out?
Well, I think we probably are. It depends. I don't know if we can go anywhere. My son lives in northern Massachusetts. We could go there, but I'm not sure if they're going to get it worse than us. So, and if the bridge closes, there's only the 2 bridges off the Cape. So if they close, then we're here.
Yeah. Joni is one of our reporters, and we see there's your pooch there. What's the pooch's name? The pooch is looking out of the window.
Oh, yeah, that's Chance. He's my Labradoodle, and he's been on high alert, watching out the window. And when you see him turn, he's turning towards the ocean. That window really looks out towards the ocean. He can hear the sound. So, when your animals are starting to respond, you know that the weather is not too good outside.
Well, maybe that should be a cue for you to, you know what I mean? Maybe you should get out of there.
Well, yeah, we're going to look at it again tomorrow morning and make our decision. But again, once the bridges are closed, then we'll be here.
You're there. We saw
That's right.
We saw a building. It looks like a home that was boarded up. Is that your home? Did you put boards on the windows?
No, I was out in town today getting things prepared, and that was my bank. I went past the bank right in town here, and it was all boarded up. So, which frightened me, since they're in town. They're a little further away from the water than I am. So I was like, well, I don't know. We're not prepared to board up. Maybe we should have been.
Yeah. Well, Joni Corcoran, thank you. And we want you to be safe. So if you should get out of there before they close the bridges, okay? Because better safe than sorry.
Yeah, we're going to get up early in the morning, and we'll be watching your report.
Good, thank you.
Yeah, it's been a great report, and we're watching that map very carefully
here. Stay safe
here.
And give Chance a big wooga wooga for us. All right?
All right. Okay, I will.
All right. Thank you very much. So that's one of our reporters. A lot of people are dealing with the same thing that Joni Corcoran is dealing with. We've got some new information coming in that we're going to go to the CNN Hurricane Desk after a break and get And an old pro at this who's covered many a hurricane just sent me an email about her journey in New York tonight, and you are going to want to hear it. We'll speak with her moments away. Welcome back to our continuing coverage for Hurricane Sandy. We have some breaking news to tell you about when we get to the CNN newsroom now and the hurricane desk with Josh Levs. Josh, it involves the stock exchange.
Yeah.
Many people will be interested in what you're about to tell us.
Absolutely. We've got a few pieces of breaking news. I'm going to start off with this. The New York Stock Exchange has now announced that it will close. It will halt all trading, suspend all trading tomorrow and potentially Tuesday as well. It says pending confirmation Tuesday. Let me show you a quote from a statement that the New York Stock Exchange has just sent out. And this really says a lot about what's going on there. It says that this comes after consultation. We support the consensus of the markets and the regulatory community that the dangerous conditions developing as a result of Hurricane Sandy will make it extremely difficult to ensure the safety of our people and communities. And they go on to say that safety should be the #1 priority. Now, I want you all to know why this is news. Earlier, the New York Stock Exchange was saying that it would still be available for electronic trading. However, the building might close. Now that's off the table. No trading at all for the New York Stock Exchange tomorrow. That's at least one day, and then we'll see what happens for Tuesday. And, Don, that's just one piece of breaking news I have for you.
And
go
Josh,
ahead, sir.
if we were talking about the subway system, but this impacts, obviously, world markets.
Yes.
Because of this. And I don't remember the last time it shut down, but I remember during, obviously, 9/11, but very few times on a regular trading day has the stock exchange not traded.
Absolutely, you're right, and we should point that out. I'm glad you said that, especially for our viewers in other countries. This is a very big deal. It's extremely unusual. The New York Stock Exchange obviously plays a major role in the economy, and it is very rare that anyone will hear that the stock exchange closes all trading, suspends all trading for the day. But the folks who run the stock exchange are saying it's just not safe to have anyone
Absolutely,
operating.
and there's no mass transportation for people to get to work, and they don't want to be responsible for workers. Hey, Josh, real quickly, because I want to move on and get to another report. Someone who has lived through these hurricanes a lot, but she said it's a very eerie evening for her in New York City. She's going to tell me about her journey tonight. But you have another piece of breaking news concerning a kayaker, I understand?
Yeah, I got two more things for you. One, President Obama has now approved Connecticut's request for pre-landfall emergency declaration. That frees up a whole lot of money. And so what we are seeing is that federal money is already becoming available for more and more states. And Connecticut right now, in the Coast Guard, had been searching for a kayaker who was missing off Connecticut, having gone out in the water apparently with no life jacket earlier today. The Coast Guard has said it has now suspended the search for that kayaker, and it talks about the dangerous conditions coming from Sandy, Don.
Josh Levs at the Hurricane Desk down at the CNN World Headquarters in Atlanta in the newsroom. Thank you very much.
There you go.
Back to Josh if he gets more information. So let's move on now. The person who has done this has covered, a number of hurricanes before. She's been out there, and she sent me an email. Ashley Banfield. Ash, you there?
Hi, Don.
Hey, so Ash, you sent me a note. You said, I just drove down the West Side Highway. You were telling me what you saw. You said it's very eerie. Tell me about the tankers and the freighters heading upriver. What did you see?
Yeah, listen, so from the frying pan to the fire, I just left Connecticut having hurricane-proofed a house. And saw, the streets are barren everywhere I was leaving from Connecticut. I came down on 95. A trip that usually would take me about an hour, maybe an hour 15, and in bad weather, 2 hours, took me about 35 minutes. There is no one on the road. I saw almost no truckers, which is also very unusual late at night, certainly on a Sunday night. And then, as you mentioned, as I was coming down the West Side Highway, the Hudson River was very busy with what looked like tankers and freighters heading pretty rapidly upriver. And I can only imagine that they were perhaps looking for just water that was calmer, certainly riding out the storm in the water, but in better waters than in the Atlantic. And it's not something that you normally see, that much traffic at night, on the Hudson, but the streets are barren. They're very quiet in New York City right now. We've got a live shot up with taxis, and that's just about it. But it is quiet. It's just starting to get windy. That just feels like that strange eeriness that we've only seen a few times in New York City before. This is not a city that feels alive right now.
Do you get a, listen, the last time you and I did this together was reverse. I was out in the field, you were in the anchor desk, it was a different network, and it was one summer, I don't remember if it was 2001 or 2002, which one of those summers, when you were at MS, I was at NBC, and there were a string of hurricanes that back to back to back to back. And by doing them so much, you sort of get a feeling about which one is going to be a bad one and you have a strange feeling about this one.
Well, I do, only because I listen to everything Chad Myers has to say even when he's not working. And I felt as though when I started to hear, Chad's reports last week, I've been in contact with him since early last week, just looking towards Halloween with my two little kids, and then started to realize, when you start hearing this is a 500-year storm and we'll never see damage like this in 70 years, I felt like early on people didn't feel as though this is going to be anything different than, say, Irene, which is just over a year ago. But now it seems that people are really catching on. There was, I'll just tell you my own microcosmic experience today: 0 water on the shelves, 0 ice in the coolers at the local Stop and Shop. Gas lines were fairly long. I filled up, and like I said, hurricane-proofed where I live. But it took a while before people to realize that this really is the big one, and now they certainly know it is a big one. And they do feel as though, especially with that announcement that 7 o'clock tonight, all of Metro North and the commuter traffic was going to shut down. I think that was really the signal that, look, hunker down, you're not going to work, make alternate arrangements, just stay safe and keep your family safe. So, look, I hope things change, and I hope it's not going to be as bad, but I don't think it's going to be, I don't think we're going to get the situation that developed with Irene, where we all expected the worst, and we dodged a bullet. I don't really feel like that'll be the situation this time.
We're going to have to run, but listen, I know you have 2 kids. I hope your kids are safe. I hope you're safe. You're in tomorrow, right?
I'm in for the long haul. I had to come into the city to make sure I get to work.
Get ready. Thank you for calling in. Be safe, Ashley. Ashley Banfield, CNN anchor. You'll see her on the air tomorrow covering this story and other stories around the world, telling me about her travels in New York City tonight. There's an election going on, right? Hurricane Sandy is scrambling the usual campaign routines that we see in the last days of a presidential race. They think they have their ground games all put together, but not this one. Rallies are being moved or either canceled, and even most of the seasoned politicos are struggling to predict how it might affect this particular election, an important one. CNN's chief political correspondent Candy Crowley reports now.
The beauty of being a president and a candidate is that when a monster storm stalks the East Coast, you can run over to the Federal Emergency Management Agency and be seen as a president on the job, which also works if you're reapplying.
It's so important for us to respond big and respond fast.
The president canceled his campaign trip Tuesday to Colorado, a swing state but far beyond the reach of Hurricane Sandy. Still, his people say the president needs to stay home and monitor things, which one Republican found interesting.
You'll notice he's canceling his trips over the hurricane. He did not cancel his trips over Benghazi.
Both the president and Republican presidential contender Mitt Romney canceled appearances in the weather-threatened swing state of Virginia so as not to chew up resources and otherwise get in the way of storm preparations. But suppose they held an election and the electricity was out.
The State Board of Elections is already planning for extended hours in advance for absentee voting, and it's now a priority, moved up to the same level of hospitals and police stations to have power restored.
And what about states where the polls are open? The state of Maryland has already canceled early voting on Monday. What these storm-driven timeouts will mean for the election even stumps master politicos.
So obviously, we want unfettered access to the polls because we believe that the more people come out, the better we're going to do. And so to the extent that it makes it harder, that's a source of concern. But I don't know how all the politics will sort out.
Which brings us to the Romney-Ryan ticket. They are not in power, can't really do much, but still have to pay attention.
I know that right now some people in the country are a little nervous about a storm about to hit the coast, and our thoughts and prayers are with the people who will find themselves in harm's way.
Just the forecast of a potential disaster can make politics look small. So far, the Romney campaign has stopped fundraising emails into affected states, made a campaign bus available for relief efforts, started taking up collections in campaign offices, and put up a blog with weather-related advice. And the itinerary may change. Optics are tricky, said one top Republican, who adds the Romney schedule may change depending on what the storm does. A disaster somewhere would make campaigning anywhere difficult. Mixing politics and weather is to double down on the unknown. Candy Crowley, CNN, Washington.
Candy Crowley, thank you very much. So, our very own Chad Myers now in the CNN Severe Weather Center right now, right here to my right, looking over the very latest models and the very latest information on Hurricane Sandy. So, from meteorologists to generals to brigadier generals to senators to governors, even the President of the United States weighing in on the severity of this storm and the importance of being safe when it comes to Sandy. You'll hear from them right after the break. Okay, there it is over my shoulder, this shoulder. There it is over my left shoulder. You see the skyline of New York City. New York City stopped the subways hours ago, the buses too. No trains, no light rail, no buses are running in New York City right now. It's all in anticipation, of course, of the high water expected when Hurricane Sandy comes to shore. Here's what's happening in other areas too. A state of emergency now in effect in Connecticut. We just reported that, now in effect in Connecticut. The governor has notified hundreds of National Guard troops to be ready to help. National Guard on standby there. Sandy, also having people to put sandbags and more along New Jersey where they're expecting to get water along the Jersey shore. People who live on the beach, people who work on the beach, they have businesses there, all broke out the plywood before heading to higher ground. And then there's Annapolis, Maryland as well. The same story. The city passed out sandbags to people who live there and also to business owners, and then they provided about 20 tons of sand. Coastal Maryland could see a foot of rainfall. To the Weather King, that's what I'm naming you now. Chad Myers, our meteorologist here. You know, over and over as I talk to you, shouldn't underestimate, I've been saying the same thing, a Category 1. People will look at it and think, oh, it's still a Category 1. And that if you're not feeling some of the wind or some of the rain, doesn't mean that you're not going to be affected by it.
That's right, and something slightly disturbing in the past hour. The storm has been gaining strength.
Oh, goodness.
The Hurricane Hunter aircraft flying through it now finding higher gusts aloft and higher gusts at the surface and pressure going down. This is exactly what we didn't want to happen. This is what we feared. We knew the pressure was low enough to be a bigger hurricane than this, but it hadn't organized enough. In the past couple of hours, it has an eye now. The eye is circular. When that happens, it becomes a generator. It generates its own power. It starts to deepen, which means get lower pressure and get higher winds. Didn't want to happen. What we feared that would happen, because now it's in the Gulf Stream again. There is warm water right under the storm. And so just in the next couple of hours, we would like to see that stop, at least that trend stop, because the storm sure has an awful lot more power. It has still been going for a while to the northeast. We're waiting, Don, for that big turn to the left. And the longer we have to wait, the farther this goes to the north. And so we're somewhere up in here. The quicker it turns, the farther it goes to the south. And somewhere the middle of the cone would be maybe Cape May, New Jersey, if you want to put it somewhere. Maybe closer to Atlantic City, New Jersey, Wildwood. I still want you to look at this, though. That's still Long Branch, New York, New Jersey, right there, almost to Coney Island, almost. And then down here to the south, that's about Rehoboth Beach, Dewey Beach, Delaware. So this whole area right through here is still the cone. And that's the possibility. Cone's getting smaller. It's not as wide as it was days ago, but it's still not a perfect forecast, still not a perfect storm. Forecast, it is what it is. The models aren't perfect, and so the forecasters are human. They only use what they get, and this is the tools that they get, and this is the tools that we have to tell you about it. The storm now, every time you get one of these squalls, that right there, that yellow line, when that comes on shore, the winds are going to double. And then all of a sudden, behind it, you get the blue, not much rain, the winds die off. But every time this yellow comes on shore, you're going to see the squalls. And there are more out here. You just can't see them because, well, that's just too far for the radar to technically see or to look out into the ocean. Forecast guidance still has New Jersey somewhere in its sights. This right here, we haven't talked a lot about that. Look at all that mess where things are going squiggly.
Not good.
Not good, because that means the storm could technically just stop for a while and then finally go up to the north or even do a loop. And that would allow much more rain to come down, and in spots out to the west, much more snow. There will literally be 4 to 5 feet of snow in the mountains of West Virginia. There are blizzard warnings in effect. Blizzard warnings in places that will have well in excess of a couple feet of snow. And some spots in the highest elevations, probably around some of the ski resorts in West Virginia, we'll probably see double that 24 inches and 40 and 60-inch snowfalls. The storm surge still very significant for New York Harbor. We talked, and I know we've played this interview before, and again, the professor we talked about, and I think his name was Koch, is worried about water filling up into Long Island Sound and also water coming up into New York Harbor. There's only one place that can collide. That collision is going to happen in the East River, and he's very afraid that somewhere in here that water is going to rise to places we haven't seen it maybe ever.
Oh, goodness. Chad, I'm going to reel off a couple of places, and if you can give me, because I'm getting people asking. Someone said that Pittsburgh, they're not getting much information there. Should they be worried? What's the situation?
You know, they're probably going to get winds to 60, because even though, you know, you're far away, this is a big storm. The size of the wind field is enormous. That right there, that orange area, that's all 40 miles per hour or more. We're north of Massachusetts, all the way south almost to Florida. And then this is the hurricane area. So you have to think that if this is 40, this is 50 or 60, and this is all going to be moving into the U.S. So this bowling ball of wind will hit Pittsburgh. It may get cold enough in some of the mountains, especially around Somerset, some of the ski resorts there, Seven Springs. Maybe you might get up into the snow. And that would be a problem because there are still some leaves on some of the trees there. I believe most of the snow, though, will be reserved for West Virginia.
Hey, I've got a hard break, Chad. If you can just give me real quickly. And Boston and D.C., people are asking.
Tough one for Boston. I don't expect it to be much except for the wave action. We're going to have waves to 25 feet and a surge maybe to 8 feet. That's going to be lapping at the shores of Massachusetts, especially into Cape Cod. What was the next one?
D.C.
D.C., if it continues to move this way and then turns late, you're far enough away from it that all you're going to get is west winds moving offshore, but those west winds could still be 55 or 60. And at that point, those big old trees that live in Maryland and Virginia and D.C. will come tumbling down.
Thank you, Chad Myers.
Got it.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And so you guys, thank you for sending that in on Twitter, your questions. He just answered them for you. We're back in a moment. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone. Don Lemon here live at the CNN World Headquarters in Atlanta, broadcasting around the globe on CNN International as well. It is close to midnight here in the U.S., and we're watching an enormous hurricane that is bearing down on the northeast coast of the United States. It's called Hurricane Sandy, and forecasters have very dire predictions for the hours and days to come. The storm will probably make landfall somewhere on the populous northeast corridor and affect the lives for about 50 million people in 14 states. That includes all of metropolitan New York City, as far south as Washington, D.C., and as far north as Boston. The President of the United States, Barack Obama, has declared federal states of emergencies for several states, including New York and Massachusetts. And millions of people tonight are hopefully following emergency officials' advice, preparing their homes and their families for the arrival of a very serious storm. People in the evacuation zones all along the East Coast are looking for shelter right now. So on the phone with us is Todd James. He's a field representative with the American Red Cross. He's in Atlantic City, New Jersey for us. We've been looking at live pictures from a tower cam there along, there it is right there, along the boardwalk, and you can see the wind picking up. That camera is shaking there. What are you offering people there, Mr. James?
Don, the Red Cross has been opening shelters in the path of Sandy for the last couple of days now, and preparing to open more as needed. We sheltered a couple of hundred folks last night, starting down in North Carolina, moving up, and of course, as the storm has gotten closer inland and we see more of the effects, we've had dozens of more shelters that have opened up in the area. I know there are about a half dozen or so in Philadelphia. We have several here in New Jersey, further inland from where we are here in Atlantic City. As you mentioned earlier, there was an evacuation, a mandated evacuation of Atlantic City earlier today. Several thousand people left the city. A lot of them went to Red Cross shelters in places like Pleasantville. And we've got emergency response vehicles that are stocked with supplies and thousands of meals that are ready to roll in as needed. Volunteers are on the ground all along the coast area and further inland where we're opening the shelters, getting the shelters set up, prepping them. In a situation like this, as you know from tracking hurricanes before, the path can change. So, we have to be ready to move as it does, but we do have a pretty good idea where a lot of the areas that are going to be affected. So we've got shelters, if they're not already open, will be open at a moment's notice.
Yeah.
And we're going to have those staffed with lots of Red Cross volunteers who have traveled from across the country. They're there to provide a safe place to stay, to help make sure that everybody has something to eat. We have disaster mental health,
Mr. James,
disaster health people there to take care
I
of
can
folks
jump in
as
here,
they
Mr.
come into the
James.
shelter. And right now, as you mentioned, preparation is key, and we're offering several tools and lots of great information to help people prepare for the storm before it gets here.
Okay, Mr. James, a quick question before we've got to get to something else here because the computer will cut us off in a second, right in the middle of our conversation. What about people who are having trouble because there's limited train and bus services, and some people may not be able to get there? Woody, how are you helping them? Can you help them?
Well, the Red Cross itself, we're not able to provide transportation. What we would encourage you to do is contact the local authorities. I know in a lot of the communities they're making arrangements for that. If you haven't heard anything about transportation, maybe from a local news source, give the authorities a call. If you're not able to transport, if you can get your...
Todd James, we got to run before we get cut off. Field representative with the American Red Cross in Atlantic City. Sorry, we got to go. Back in a moment. All right, Don Lemon here at the CNN World Headquarters in Atlanta. So are my co-anchors here, Mr. Chad Myers, who's our meteorologist, and also General Russell Honore, who saved New Orleans after Katrina, helping guide us through the very latest now. What should we expect from this storm when people wake up tomorrow?
Everything that we thought would be true is. All the forecasts that have been long now, 5-6 days in the making, are coming true. It's a big storm. It's on its way. It's going to make landfall tomorrow. And you need to pay attention, and you need to take care of yourself.
General Russell Honore.
You will see all of government going from the strategy, which has been talked about, going to the tactics, arranging where things are going to be, supply bases, closing, when to close transportation, when to open shelters, to get into logistics. Because dealing with a disaster is about logistics, getting food and water, and help the people where they are. And that is the big game that's going to happen in the next 24 hours.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Chad Myers. Don Lemon here. Listen, in an effort to try to just help out and to save lives, didn't mean to scare anyone, but this is a very serious situation, so you need to heed all the warnings that you're hearing from officials. That's going to do it for this team. 6 hours, straight coverage for Hurricane Sandy. Make sure you heed the warnings. Be safe. Seek higher ground if you need to. Up next here on CNN, the documentary Romney Revealed, followed by Obama Revealed. CNN will do weather cut-ins during the overnight hours, and CNN's early start begins at 4:30 a.m. Eastern Time. But if it warrants it, we will come back live. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Be safe. Good night.
I'm meteorologist Ivan Cabrera with a live update here from CNN Hurricane Headquarters, of course, on our big superstorm Sandy. We still have a hurricane on our hands with winds at 75 miles an hour as of the latest advisory, winds gusting upwards of 90 miles an hour. But again, that's right at the core. We have a giant storm that expands out, as you can see here, from east of Wilmington all the way up into Canada. That has been and will continue to be the story with this storm. It's the size of it here and the fact that the winds spread out for such an incredible length here. A historic storm in the making, no question about it. Take a look at this band right now coming up off the Atlantic here into Norfolk and heading into Washington and New York. Those bands, those are the ones that are going to contain tropical storm force wind gusts, and eventually, especially as we head into tomorrow, we're going to be talking about those hurricane wind gusts. Just in the last 3 hours, tropical storm force wind gusts continue here across the mid-Atlantic. We'll continue to keep you updated throughout the night. We'll have another update coming up at 2 a.m. with the latest from the National Hurricane Center. Live from CNN Hurricane Headquarters, I'm meteorologist Ivan Cabrera. We just got the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center. This is now the 2 a.m. advisory, and we do have one important change here. The winds are still 75 miles an hour. It's still a Category 1 hurricane, but we have now lost the easterly component of that movement. So we are now moving north at 14
14, which means this is as far east as we are going to see Sandy before it makes that all-important hook to the left, and that is still on track to happen as we head through today and into tomorrow. Take a look at the rain band still coming in. Torrential downpours. Again, this is just part of the story. We're talking about flooding that's going to be coming from the rain, anywhere from 5 to 10 inches. On top of that, we're going to get the winds that are going to gust 60 to 80 all the way to the west. Just an incredible event here as far as its size. And then, of course, the winds that are going to push the water inland. The storm surge potential still in Long Island Sound, upwards of 5 to 11 feet. The latest track here taking it in by the time we get into tomorrow evening. Another update in 1 hour. Sandy begins the turn to the coast. I'm meteorologist Ivan Cabrera live from the CNN hurricane headquarters here. We've lost that easterly movement here. Now we begin to see that hook towards the coast. The very heavy rainfall right along the center of circulation. But then, of course, we have all these bands that extend out for hundreds of miles. And the scope of the storm is just enormous. We're getting wind gusts in Atlanta where we don't even have clouds associated with Sandy. You can appreciate the scope here. And we're going to be talking again about rain that's going to be flooding because of the amount of it coming out of the sky, 4 to 8 inches, some areas possibly up to 10 inches. And then we're going to be talking about the storm surge that's going to be coming in along the coast from those winds that are going to be gusting upwards of 80 miles an hour. Again, this is the dangerous storm surge that we're going to be talking about here. There's your perfect storm scenario, 6 to 11 feet. If that comes to pass, this is going to be a disaster, certainly for folks in New York and in and around the area where we make landfall. And again, that's not even going to happen until later on this evening. That is Monday evening around 8 o'clock. Very heavy rainfall on the way that will continue throughout the day, as will our updates here from CNN.